Okay. Let me get my cup of tea ready. Trying my best to get comfortable, and we'll get this started. We should be live just about now. Um, 1 minute. If there's anybody watching this now, could you let me know if the audio's okay? StreamYard has done another a user interface update, and I can't tell if everything's working the way it normally is. So yeah, if I sound okay, let me know. If I sound too quiet, let me know also. Okay. Um, I've got a little cup of tea here to get me started. All right, here we go. Lucas, good to see you here, Lucas. As always, you're in early. Um, Hi, Nordic Warrior. Yeah, how you doing, man? Can you do a video about Albanian fighter Christian Prenga? Pringles. Yeah, he's gonna fight AJ. He's gonna fight Anthony Joshua. He has 20 wins, 20 by knockout, one loss. Do you think he should fight the other Albanian fighter Nelson Heiser? That would be an interesting point to look to Albanian fighters with power in the same ring. Fantasy fight between Nelson Heiser and Christian Prenga. Well, I'll be honest with you, I've never watched Christian Prenga. I've never watched him fight. I know he's undefeated. I know he's known as a knockout puncher, and he actually does seem to have a bit of a fan base. So, from what I've seen of Nelson Heiser, and as you know, I'm not too impressed with Nelson Heiser. I think that there's some question marks on him. Prenga, from what I've heard, is the better of the two. He would probably win, probably, but I don't know. We'll see how he looks against AJ first. I mean, you never know. Like, if Prenga is one of these guys who just goes in there, no interest in going the distance, no inhibition whatsoever, looking to take your head off, that's an interesting fight for Anthony Joshua, because we know Anthony Joshua is chinny. We know he's been knocked out more than once now. So yeah, I mean, put it this way again. I don't know anything about Prenga because I've never watched him. But based on the fact he has 20 knockouts, it wouldn't shock me beyond all belief if he knocked out Anthony Joshua. It wouldn't shock me one bit, if truth be told. I mean, I'm not picking him to win or anything. I'm just Anthony Joshua at this stage is as vulnerable as he's ever been, and losing to any puncher would not surprise me. Also, I like watching your videos. They're interesting and they're boxing really. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I try my best. I try to think outside the box and just not follow the crowd, and be a little bit ballsy and a little bit different with my content. That's just how I prefer to do things, because I don't want to be like every other channel. Um, Also, the one thing I hate about boxing is fake record frauds, which is Charlie Z, Jorge Kawagi, and Rohit Singh. Well, Charlie Z, to his credit, has a real record. It's just that his record is 0-1. I mean, the guy did box professionally, to his credit. I know he quit in the first round and never boxed professionally again, but yeah, he does have a record. Obviously, the record he claims he has, which is like what, 700-0, I don't know, 300-0 or something like that. That's obviously fake. That's him just going and slapping somebody and adding it to his record. But yeah, Jorge Kawagi is an interesting curiosity though, because Kawagi is one of these guys who is living proof. Like, that guy is absolute 100% living proof and an extreme example of how, if you have enough money and enough influence and enough connections and enough bottle, you can basically buy a boxing career. And that's what that guy did, because not only did that guy have an undefeated record, all his fights but winning by knockout against pretty good opposition too. He actually had a WBC title, which added some, quote unquote, legitimacy to his career. So again, Jorge Kawagi, he's basically living proof of everything that I've been talking about on here for years about just the lack of legitimacy with boxing. That guy proves it. And it's interesting how boxing normies and people in the boxing media and whatnot, people who are all about upholding the honor of boxing, guys like Jorge Kawagi, they never talk about them. They turn a blind eye and they pretend that guys like that don't exist, and they basically pretend that boxing is absolutely incorruptible. unless it's like a Manny Pacquiao fight or something, then all of a sudden fixed fights occur, you know? Also, I wanted to say Bryant Jennings made a comeback against Devontae. Oh, did he? I didn't know. I thought Brian Jennings was retired years ago. I didn't know he made a comeback. Interesting. Also, the most ridiculous part, they said Jake Paul, if he fought Christian Prenga, Jake Paul would KO him. No, no. If Prenga is a legitimate heavyweight contender and his fights are real, he would beat Jake Paul. He'd knock Jake Paul out easily. All right, man. Audio and visuals working. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll see if the camera works. Aye, it does. Good. Awesome. R.I.P. Harambe. Yeah. No, I watched King Kong today, so I decided to put King Kong as my profile picture because I watched the movie. I finally got a Sunday off, and the reason I'm taking today off is because yesterday I worked a 15-hour shift. I worked from 3 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. So I've had barely any sleep over the past weekend, and yeah, I even went to the gym after my 15-hour shift because I had to get a train and it wasn't due for another hour. So yeah, I ended up in the gym for an hour doing weights. So but it's weird. I only got like 3 or 4 hours sleep, and now all of a sudden I'm full of energy. Like my testosterone levels are so high right now that I just have like unlimited energy. Again, I can stand on my feet for 15 hours, rolling about with people and stuff. I had a couple of scraps this weekend actually, which I'll talk about later. But yeah, and I can do that. Go to the gym afterwards, pump weights, go home, get like 2 or 3 hours sleep, and then all of a sudden I'm back on my feet. I'm going out. I went out for a nice walk this morning, to the park, and man, I swear it's like I'm on anabolic steroids or something, but I'm not. It's just weird, man. It is. Hi Nordic. Yeah, how you doing, Owen? Just got hit with 3 bloody unskippable adverts. I'm sorry about that. I'm beginning to detest adverts as they are everywhere, and you can't just skip them, especially on Prime Video. Audio good also. Oh, thanks, man. The audio's good. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Like YouTube is putting adverts even on non-monetized videos now. Can you believe it? They're actually doing that. They're actually putting adverts on non-monetized videos. It's shocking now. You can't escape it wherever you go, unless the video's like censored or something. You'll get adverts usually. Hi Nordic, thanks for exposing black fatigue and victimhood. Even other non-whites are getting pissed off at their behavior and refuse to accept their own issues in their community. Well, look at what's happened recently, right? But I mean, that Austin Metcalf situation is a prime example of why the fatigue is at an all-time high. I mean, you had a guy murdered, literally stabbed to death with a pocket knife by a black guy, and according to the media, according to social media, according to the normies, the murderer is the victim. Why is he the victim? Well, there's only one reason he's the victim, and that's the color of his skin. I mean, we'll talk a bit about that as I get like as I get edgier as the stream goes on. Yeah, how you doing, man? Europe is healing. Been speaking to young German woman, and they're not as left wing as I assumed. Yep, mate. Listen, I've spoke to a lot of people in person. As you guys know, I work in licensed premises, right? So I meet a lot of people every day. You would not believe the amount of people I've met, young and old, recently, who are becoming red pilled. They're basically in the state I was in 10 years ago. A lot of people are being woken up now. Too late, in my opinion. I checked out the Reacher series on Prime Video. It was kind of like an 80s throwback with the protagonist, but I don't go in on a lot. Sometimes I watch a documentaries. A lot is a brain rot. The Reacher series, is that about Jack Reacher from those novels? I've heard about that. I've never watched it, but I've heard of it. All the retard leftists should have diversity in their community at our homes. Farage says he'll put migrants waiting for deportation camps in Labour or green areas. Yeah. Do you know the other day, there was this big riot, right? It kicked off right in front of me. It was these I don't know what race they were. I think they were either like some of them looked Romanian, some of them looked like Pakistani or something, but it was like a big group of them. and they were all just like they were across the street from me, right? I was working, and they were all like hugging, holding, like shaking hands, play fighting, just hanging about, acting like just young chavs. All of a sudden, I was like talking to somebody, and then I heard this big bang. All of them just started swinging for each other, and they were like smacking each other over the head. One of them picked up a big traffic cone and like flung it at one of the others. One of them like launched a phone. These guys just went absolutely like they were friends one minute, like this group of like colored lads, right? They were friends one minute, hugging each other and like playing around. All of a sudden, they just started beating each other's heads in. I was just standing across the street, and people was looking at me as if I was to like run over and break it up, and I'm like, nope, I've been told not to. But because it happens quite often in that area, and I've been told basically by my employers, see when it happens, don't get involved, stay on the door, basically. I was explicitly told that. So I was saying to people, listen, it's not my responsibility. Let them beat each other's heads in. It's nothing to do with me. You know? And then there was this guy, one of the guys I was talking to, one of the customers, he ran over to try and break it up, and then they just turned on him, and the guy almost got his head kicked in. And I was like, "Told you, leave him alone, let him fight. It's nothing to do with you, you know." And apparently, one of them pulled a knife out, but I didn't see that. That's what I was told anyway. Um, yeah, not as bad as Netflix, but there's avoid the Fallout. Yeah, the Fallout TV series. Yeah, screw that. I'm never watching that. I don't agree with them making TV series of video games anyway. I think video games should be left in their own medium, in my opinion. I think they should. Because again, a video game is an interactive experience. It's not a passive experience like watching a movie or a TV show. So keep it in its own medium, I say, you know. I like Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. I'm not a big fan of Fallout 4. I do like certain things about it though. Yeah, highly recommend 3 and New Vegas. Yeah, they're the 2 best, I think. Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. They're the 2 best. New Vegas is probably slightly better than Fallout 3, though I do like the story of Fallout 3 a little bit more. The balkanization of USA and UK is coming. Hey, it's already here, mate. It's already here. Blue corner. Let's just hope it doesn't become Turkmeny. Turkmeny. Yeah, Ajit Kabayel's the hardest man in Turkmeny. um, Nordic. I want you. I want you to Google John Philby. He was an English advisor to the founder of Saudi Arabia for 15 years. He gave the King of Saudi 5k sterling a month and armed him with weapons to fight Arab tribes. John Philby. Oh no, no, I know about that. I know about that. He was a Zionist. Yeah, he was a Zionist who was behind the founding of Saudi Arabia. It was British Zionism that was behind Saudi Arabia's inception, essentially. I know about that, and I mean, I've not looked into it deeply, but I have read bits and pieces here and there about that, and it's something a lot of people don't know. There's actually museums and archives here in the UK that detail the founding of Saudi Arabia and the British Zionist influence of it. And yeah, how it there were several proxy wars set up to create that kingdom, that state essentially. Yeah, Scotland versus yeah, it was, mate. That's part of the reason I was on so late. So I worked in two different venues, right? One of the venues I was working in, I had a 9-hour shift. Now I was there was supposed to be two of us on. The guy I was meant to be working with called in sick, and they couldn't get anybody to cover. Basically, like the bar couldn't find anybody. They only had us two, so I ended up working myself, and it was a long ass shift. Once I finished that shift, that particular venue I was working wasn't showing the football, so I basically I looked for another shift afterwards. I got another one where they were showing the football, and it was on till 6 in the morning because a lot of the pubs in Scotland, see, because it was such a big game, because it was Scotland's first World Cup game in like 28 years or something. They A lot of the pubs got an exemption to stay open later, so they were able to open later past their license to show the football. Also, there were concert halls and everything showing it. So, like the hydro, for example, they showed it as well. A lot of places stayed open till the early hours of the morning to show it. And, yeah, it was a big deal, man. Like Glasgow was absolutely bouncing last night because of it. Like, see, all through the night, place was absolutely mobbed. Like, it was quiet during the day, but as soon as it ended up nighttime, I've never seen that many people out with the Scottish flags and celebrating. It was that big a deal, and it's like because they were playing Haiti, which is like a garbage football team, but Scotland isn't much better. They're garbage too. And they won 1-0, and even though it was 1-0 against a pretty low ranked team, it was such a big deal. Everybody was so happy. It was crazy, man. It was a random don. That's why the Scottish independence BS exists. Yeah, yeah. Scottish people are retarded. They are. I mean, they'll still vote for the SNP, even though the SNP leader can come out and openly say he hates Scottish people. They'll still vote for him. You know. God, in that many hours, yeah. Like I said, it was because the Scotland versus Haiti game was on so late. It started at 2 a.m. It finished at about 4. So everything was open. Everything was open, and there was a lot of work. So I took the hours basically. Yeah, but it's like that they actually couldn't get enough security for what they needed basically around the city. I ended up working in 2 places. But by the way, I've been getting because again I'm basically self-employed. I work where and when I want, and I have quite good relationships with several venues. I've been getting a lot of private work lately. I've been doing a little bit of bodyguard work, and I've also been doing private events. I got a couple of interesting things that have happened. It's been quite interesting. So yeah, I've been working a lot lately. I have. And I've been doing a lot of different things. So it's not just pubs and clubs I've been working in either. I've been working in just like a lot of random like private one-off events and stuff. It's been fun. I've quite enjoyed it. You would be surprised that the Saudi regime is secularist and all that. What about Wahhabism and Islamism they claim is fake? Oh yeah, they're not. I mean, look at Turkey Al Sheikh. He's not a part of the Islamic Caliphate, is he? He doesn't care about that. No wonder they weren't overthrown by the Americans, which makes sense. Yeah, I mean they would have been without the infiltration or the influence of British Zionism, would they? Yeah, screw adverts. I had to watch ads to get these money hungry barstools. Yeah. It's a pain in the arse, isn't it? Blacks never talk about the Arabs slaving them or the African chieftains selling them out. No, because it's all about the white man. Blame the white man for everything, isn't it? That's just um the go-to thing for him, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, he did. It's disgusting, man. Yeah, too late. Damage has been done to Germany. Yeah, Germany's never unless Germany has a literal crusade, nothing's ever gonna happen there. Nothing will ever happen. It is what it is. Yeah, I was at the black pill phase several years ago. I think black pill is literally just common sense at this point in regards to just allowing scripture to take or biblical revelations to take place. Good thing you're keeping active because from personal experience, deciding you want to have a quick break and lay on your bed for a minute and turns into hours and wasted a day. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Again, literally, see, I can't stay still anymore. I can't. I don't know what's wrong. I've got like poisonous levels of testosterone in me. I have. And what's crazy about it is it's all natural. Like again, yesterday I woke up early yesterday. I woke up like early afternoon because I was working the Friday night, and I got into I broke up some fights on Friday night, and it was a pretty crazy shift, right? I went home, managed to get some sleep, woke up by about I think I woke up at about 12 o'clock or early. No, no, about 11 o'clock. I woke up. So in the afternoon, right? So I didn't get a whole lot of sleep, but I got up and basically I started work at 3 yesterday, right? And I barely got a break. I think I got one 20-minute break and then one half an hour break in my second shift, right? And I was on my feet the whole time. Like my feet were literally turning white. Like if you'd seen my toes last night or in the early hours of this morning, if you'd seen my toes, they were going white from how much I was standing, right? And I weigh about 14 stone. So that's a lot of strain on my feet to stand for 15 hours and deal with stuff, you know? But even still, I was like, all right, I could wait for the train. I could go and sit in McDonald's or something and have a cup of tea and wait for the train. But I went, you know what? Screw that. I'm gonna go to the gym. And I did some and I was like, you know what? I'm probably really tired, so I'll just see how it goes. So I tried some overhead press and I did 65 kilograms for a set of five. Easy. I had no trouble. I wasn't even, I probably could have done more reps. I thought it was easy. I did two more sets of five. I felt great. And then I did one lift, 70K, right? So I was like, you know, all right, that'll do me. I'll go and have a shower. But then I look at my phone and there's still like 45 minutes left for the train. I'm like, God, you know what? I'll do some bench press. So I did three sets of five, 85K on the bench. Again, I felt fine. And I'm like, I need to stop here because I'm going to do myself an injury. Like I had to force myself to stop. So then I went for a shower and then went and got the train. It was like, and then I only got, so I got in, got about 3 hours sleep. Got up, because I didn't wake up my missus, she was in bed. I went and slept on the couch. Got up, went in and seen her. You can probably you can probably imagine what happened, right? And then I was like, we went for a walk, right, in the sunlight. Basically went to the park, and it was a really sunny morning. I didn't feel tired at all. I didn't feel strained. My muscles don't feel fatigued. I feel fully recovered. And I'm just amped up all the time. Like we came home, we watched King Kong, the movie. You know, it's quite a long movie, so I had my dinner, chilled out. We had pizza for dinner and some chicken wings. And as soon as that finished, I'm like, right now I want to do my live stream because I've got so much shit going on in my head. I want to talk because if I don't, I'll just end up like I'll end up just getting annoyed and I just can't stop right now. Like I said, I've got like poisonous levels of testosterone right now. I can't stop. It's weird, man. Love your channel, man. Your takes are almost spot on. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thanks. Don't you when you say almost always spot on, don't you mean always spot on? I'm kidding. I get some of the Muslim criticism is manufactured, but with blacks in the US, they did it to themselves. Every good successful black gets out of black areas as soon as they can. Well, there's a reason for that, and you know what the reason is. When a black person does well for himself, right? When let's say a black person goes to school, gets a good education, gets himself a good job, learns how to read, learns how to speak, becomes articulate, right? Actually sorts himself out and does starts accomplishing something. What happens? People accuse him of acting white. They, because there's nothing black people hate more than seeing a black person not act out the stereotypes, right? There's nothing black people hate more than seeing a black person have a good job and be well spoken, well dressed, and respectful and articulate, earning good money and doing well for himself. They hate that. They want them to be in the ghetto just like them. You know, they hate seeing people succeed, and there's a lot of white people like that too. Like for example, junkies in this country hate. One thing that junkies absolutely hate is seeing a guy wearing a suit, doing a good job, earning what he's got. Like they want everybody to be like them, basically. You know. Black reparations were citizenship and free rights in the US. They'd rather be shipped back to Africa. No, they never want to go back to Africa because that would mean having to actually go out and work in a field or something and actually build something and actually do something to get fed. You know, you wouldn't just get handed everything there. I've seen G-Man has ranted on Tommy Fury versus Eddie Hall. I'm not sure what he was expecting. Well, everybody knew that was a gimmick fight. Look, Tommy Fury, not a very good boxer, but he's a boxer. He's a guy who has trained boxing all his life. He knows what he's doing. He knows his way around the ring. Eddie Hall is a professional strongman, so he's from a different sport. Okay, he's not built for boxing. Now he has trained boxing. He's practiced boxing, and he's competed in some capacity, but he's never. He's never really competed at a high level, and he's just not built for boxing. He doesn't have the genetics for it. All he had was a puncher's chance. Now, I started watching the highlights of it, and it was just boring. Eddie was just following him around the ring, slugging, missing everything pretty much, and walking into counters. It was about what I expected. The only chance I gave Eddie in that fight was a puncher's chance, you know. Had it been an MMA fight, I think Eddie probably would have won because he'd have gotten a hold of Tommy and just broken him. It would have made him quit probably, you know. Any films you're interested in watching? I watched King Kong today. A few days ago, I watched Green Street. I like that movie. Um, there's also a movie review. There's a movie I'm planning to review. It's a movie called The Secret Window. You ever seen that? I watched that not too long ago. I'm planning to review it. So yeah, there's quite a few of them. Do you reckon take you could take on that this geezer bloke that was on but does own Misfit? No, who is that? I don't know who that is. Do you know I've never watched Misfits. I've heard a lot about it. I've never watched it. Um, I'll look him up and I'll see if I could take him. You know. Nobody care about Black and Jay guilt trips anymore. It's happened ages ago. Yeah, yeah. That's what the fatigue is. People not falling for the guilt trip anymore. Thankfully, it's about time, isn't it? Scotland are ahead of Brazil on the table. Yeah, they are weirdly. Don't think they'll beat them though. I mean, again, they went 1-0 with Haiti. Haiti's one of the worst teams in the tournament, and Scotland went 1-0 with them. Do you know that's the thing about Scotland I've never understood. I don't understand why the Scotland football team actually has fans because it has been decade after decade after decade of uninterrupted failure. Scotland are so bad at football. It's actually a meme in this country how bad they are. It's a meme how bad they are at football. Yet they've got one of the most loyal, dedicated fan base in the world. Like the Tartan Army, you can't. It's like that saying, you can't outsing the Tartan Army. The Tartan Army, they'll kick your ass. You can't beat them. Like no football firm on the planet can deal with them. Everywhere they go, they dominate, they take over. But the team is shit. The team is crap. So it's like, why do they have such a dedicated following? I don't like. Why do they have such a fan base? I don't get it. Like this, the Scottish people are. They're a nation of losers, and they love losers. They love losing. That's what it seems like to me. I just don't get it. You know, because again, if I was into a sport like that, I would at least expect if I'm spending my money to like follow them around the world and go to every away game and stuff like that, I would expect them to at least try and at least perform on a level that doesn't make us look like a bunch of dafties, basically. Like that's what I would expect, you know. I've never understood the football fandom. I've never understood it, you know. Nordic, are you saying the Saudi royal family is Zion? No, I'm not saying that they're Zionists. I'm saying that the Saudi kingdom itself was funded by British Zionism. It was British Zionism that helped to establish that kingdom, basically. It's that there are obviously different factions involved, you know. It's more complicated than that. If Inoue actually fights Rodriguez, I think Inoue is better than Rodriguez, but I think Rodriguez right now has a better ceiling or a higher ceiling because I think he's a bit younger, lot fresher. Inoue's had a lot of hard fights. He's basically reached his ceiling now, whereas I don't think Bam has. But I think in a head-to-head matchup right now, Inoue would probably win, probably on points. The excitement of football has diminished year by year. It's not what you call a working class sport anymore. It's all about greed now. Bunch of young millionaires taking cowardly Mate, that's one thing I noticed because I watched bits and pieces of the game. See the Haitian players. They reminded me of the Italian players from when they won the World Cup, right? The Haitian players were diving to the floor constantly. Like they would run to one of the Scottish players, right? Barely brush up against them and then dive to the floor as if they'd just been shot in the leg or as if they'd just been like hit over the head with a bat. They were playing like Bernard Hopkins. Like you remember Bernard Hopkins when he fought Roy Jones in the rematch, and Jones like brushed him behind the head, barely touched him, and he dives to the floor like he's just been hit with a bat. And it's like when he's fighting Calzaghe, and Calzaghe like barely clips him below the belt, and he dives to the floor like he's just been shot in the balls with a sniper rifle. That's what the Haitian players were doing. Literally just diving constantly, trying to get a penalty and a free kick. It was embarrassing. Like that was an embarrassing team. One of the most embarrassing I've ever seen. You know. Oh yeah, World Cup games are gonna have you tied up. Good time for your profession to start some get absolutely, mate. Again, I've been getting so many hours lately. It's insane. And see, because there's a lot of hysteria right now in my city. There's a lot of quote unquote civil unrest, which is all fake, by the way. I'll talk about that later. A lot of businesses have been looking for private security, and they're not just looking for any security. They're not just looking for some random guy to stand there as a deterrent. No, they're looking for guys with a reputation. They're looking for guys who can fight, basically. That's what they want. And that's why I've been getting a lot of good shifts lately. You know, are the Irish generally more conservative than Scots? Slightly. They're slightly more conservative than the Scots and the English. Not by much, but slightly. At least in my experience, you know. That's how it seems like to me. Not the Muslim countries are 90% Muslim on paper. They can't stop apostasy, their ethnic origin. Yeah, because as soon as the internet and reading material is introduced to the populace, they start leaving Islam because they find out, you know, they find out what nonsense Islam is, you know. I'm on Discord talking to an atheist. He had no argument. They never do. Because it's, why would God allow suffering? Blah, 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 blah. Why would God this? Why would God that? Why would God, the creator of all things, not do what I want? Because I'm such a narcissist, you know, and I know better than God. That's literally every one of their arguments. Boxing and football become the same. Cowardness is awarded. Yeah, literally just jump into the floor like a little bitch crying, and you know that gets them rewarded with a free kick or a penalty. What do you call Indian Arnold? Turbinator. Yeah, Turbinator. That's good. God Logic made Ali Dawa commit shirk. Yeah, I saw that. He made Ali Dawa admit Jesus is Allah because the Quran says Allah is the way, but Allah said Jesus is the way. Yeah, I saw that video. David Wood made a video about it. Great one. Ali Dawa is a complete moron. He just completely self-owns himself all the time. Yeah, how you doing, Iron Fist? God bless you. Happiness and health. Don't let global homo destroy your lives. Yep, absolutely. Don't let it destroy your lives, you know. You see Eddie Hall versus Tommy Fury. I saw highlights of it, yeah, and it looked very boring to me. Again, it was exactly the fight we thought it would be. A gimmick between two guys from completely different sports. You know, again, I'm not saying that Eddie Hall can't fight. He can. He's a big man, strong man. He can punch. He's durable and he's very competitive. But he doesn't have the physique or the genetics for boxing. See, that was what separated Eddie from Thor. Thor, despite being a world-class strongman, was also a guy who was quite slender naturally and had pretty good genetics, right? He was able to keep a long range. He was able to snap his punches straight and he was able to pace himself over 6 rounds, right? Eddie Hall, he can't throw a straight punch because he's got that big like Ninja Turtle physique. So he's got to like swing all his weight behind a punch to get it going, and it's still pretty slow. Eddie Hall, he's not built for boxing. He's more built for wrestling and MMA. That's what he's more built for. He does not have a chance at a decent level in boxing, you know. One thing you'll notice in the American boxing also is that they're the only country in the world that matters. They always think they're superior, which is proven to be false. Yeah, I mean that's the thing that they'll say. I've said this before about a guy like Sven Otke, right? They'll say he never fought in America, so how can he be good? But they'll completely ignore the fact that Sven Otke beat every single top American super middleweight of his era. Right, the number one rank or the top ranked American super middleweights of Sven Otke's era were Byron Mitchell, Charles Brewer, Thomas Tate. He beat all of them, and he beat some of them multiple times. So, how does the fact he didn't fight in America factor into it at all when he beat America's best fighters of that era? It doesn't make any sense. That was another thing. I was hoping that Del Boy would jump on this stream. I sent him a message on Twitter to see if he wants to because I watched Del Boy's video earlier, like literally right before I started this, because I commented on it last night, but I didn't have time to watch it because I was working. but I watched it today, and he was talking about the decline of American boxing, and he said something in that video which I found very interesting, and it's basically harkens to an idea that I've had for a video for a while. He talked about how American boxing in the 90s, for example, like the 80s and 90s, was so big, so popular. It was such a consequential sport. And a big part of that was you had role models like Mike Tyson, who inspired a lot of people. And Delboy was talking about why is it that despite the fact in 1989 and 1990, you had all these like young 10-year-old kids watching Mike Tyson and wanting to be just like him. Why is it that all these years later, when these guys are in their 30s, you've never had another Mike Tyson? Why have you never had another American heavyweight who has accomplished anything what Mike Tyson did or has been able to emulate Mike Tyson's style or his aura or his fandom or anything like that? Why has that not happened? Well, in my personal opinion, and I have talked about this before, but I've never gone into great detail about it, it's because the problem is it's all well and good seeing somebody do very well and being inspired by them, but the problem is there's a serious lack of education out there on the genetic factors behind boxing and sport in general. What people don't understand is that Mike Tyson was a freak of nature. They don't understand that the reason he was able to do what he was able to do in the ring was not because of his gimmicky training. It wasn't because of his coach. It wasn't because of his diet. It wasn't because of his preparation. It wasn't even because of steroids. No, it was because of his genetics. Okay. Because he had the genetics to be Mike Tyson. He was born Mike Tyson. The way that Mike Tyson fights, his style being somewhat unconventional, and with generations of young Americans trying to emulate that style, it doesn't work because it's a style that doesn't rely on boxing fundamentals, and it's a style that relies on twitch muscles and high explosivity and things like that, and being able to perform certain movement patterns that are not native to the human race, right? So when you see Mike Tyson do something like where he crouches low and he'll bob and weave 3 or 4 times, like moving side to side and throwing hooks with both hands with the exact same amount of speed and power simultaneously, the vast majority of people in the human race cannot do that. All right. If you've ever tried, right, if you're an average person with average genetics like me, right, just you don't even like try this on a punch bag, right? So like if you got a punch bag there, try holding your hands like Mike Tyson used to hold them, like that, and do the thing that Mike Tyson used to do. So bob and weave, but make sure you exaggerate the bob and weave, right? So make sure you go side to side, up and down, and keep your body on a swivel and throw hook, 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 like throw consecutive hooks with both hands and occasionally turn it into an uppercut. Constantly shift your weight onto each foot. Try doing that for 30 seconds. Try doing that on a punching bag for 30 seconds. Try doing they call it the peekaboo style, or at least they used to, right? The peekaboo boxing style. That was how Mike Tyson used to fight in all his fights, right? Try doing that on a punch bag for 30 seconds. I guarantee you, you will be knackered. Your legs will hurt, your side, your ribs will hurt, your back will hurt. You won't be able to call your muscles into contraction to throw multiple hooks like that with any degree of power. You won't be able to do it. Now, Mike Tyson was able to do it. Why is that? Because Mike Tyson had the genetic proclivity for explosivity that probably 99.9% of people don't have. Mike, Mike Tyson was able to recover from some of the most strenuous workouts you could possibly imagine. And he was able to perform movement patterns that would cause instant muscular fatigue for the average person, but he was able to do it without that fatigue. The vast majority of people can't do that. Vast majority of people do not have the genetics to do that, you know? It's simply not possible. Like I predicted, Eddie gassed, Tommy put it on him. Yeah, and that was always going to be Tommy's strategy, was to move around and just let Eddie punch himself out. That was always going to be a strategy, you know? I find it super funny when Muslims convert to Christianity. I heard these converts make very good Christians. more so than the white population. Yeah, because they stand out more. Because you don't expect an Arab to become a Christian, whereas in the ancient world, thousands of years ago, most Arabs were Christians before the Islamic Caliphate. Wonder why that is. I'd love to see Bam versus Inoue, but after seeing Vargas split his guard like that, I don't think he'd fare well. I do think Bam is better than Inoue, but Inoue is just too big, fast and explosive. Yeah. Well, yeah, I definitely would favor. I need to take this off. It's too hot. Um, I definitely think Inoue would win. I definitely do because, like I say, he's the bigger guy. He's the more explosive, and he's the better boxer technically. But that I just think Bam has a higher ceiling because he's younger and has a lot more potential right now to get better. That's all I'm saying. Nordic, now that you've been taking care of your health, you realize how much demoralizing lie the fact that studies show after 30 your muscles melt. Mate, I'm jacked these days. Look how hard I am. I'm not. I don't train for aesthetics. I don't do curls and all that. But like muscles melt in your 30s. It's bollocks, mate. I'm literally stronger now than I was at 25. I'm 32 now. I'm stronger than I was at 25. I'm fitter than I was at 25. I've got more cardio. I'm probably faster. I don't know, like maybe probably not faster, but I'm definitely stronger. I'm definitely fitter. I'm more durable. I recover so much quicker now than I ever have before. And the reason I recover is because I'm able to produce more testosterone. The reason I produce more testosterone is because I'm making the most of my genetics. And that's what happens when you train with weights, right? Training with weights causes you basically it forces your body to permit an adaptation to the training, and that adaptation just goes through the roof if you really dedicate. And I eat a lot of protein, which helps. And let's not forget my chicken and rice. No, Iron Brew, that's my PED. Iron Brew is the ultimate PED for training because it just gives you a boost of sugar and makes you feel hard. That was the thing. A lot of people don't realize this, but when Iron Brew was invented, it was invented for the Clyde workers, right? So shipbuilders on the Clyde who used to get drunk during their shift and end up making an arse of themselves. They wanted a drink that could stimulate them and make them high and make them like amped up basically, but wouldn't get them drunk. So they basically wanted a non-alcoholic alternative to whiskey and stuff like that. That was what they wanted. So that was what Iron Brew was. So Iron Brew technically is, even though it's not good for you to have too much, it technically is a PED because it does give you a kick. It does make you high for a moment, and it helps. And your bones begin cracking. I genuinely think this is demoralization agenda in order to make us mentally insecure, creating the feeling of hopelessness. Mate, what I believe it is, I believe that the government, and the mainstream media and big pharma, right, the pharmaceutical industry, wants people to basically give up on their health, give up on achieving their goals, and then basically to die sooner. I think it's part of the depopulation agenda because what's the general role of older people in society? Let's say when you reach the age of say 66, 67, you retire. Generally, if you're able to, you retire from work. Now, what do people do when they retire? Absolutely nothing. They go home, they sit in their armchair, they eat biscuits, they watch TV all day. Maybe they'll do a crossword occasionally, and they vegetate. They get fat, and then as they get older, their appetite declines, and that fat then turns into just loose skin, and they end up completely atrophied, right? So their legs stop working, they stop being able to get up the stairs. If they sit down to take a shit, they can't get back up, and they need to phone the nurse. Their brain ends up atrophying as well because the brain's a muscle. See, if you don't train your brain, if you're not constantly stimulated, your brain is just going to melt away like any muscle. You don't use it, you'll lose it basically. And then they end up senile. That's how people end up with dementia. That's how people end up in a nursing home, not being able to wipe their ass, and not being able to take care of themselves, you know. And that's how they end up dying younger. They feed they get fed a diet of carbohydrates, right? So they eat sandwiches and biscuits and just refined processed junk. That's what old people generally eat. You know, they smoke, they get drunk, they don't do any exercise. You know, doctor will tell you don't lift weights because it'll break your joints. Don't lift weights because it'll cause your bones to crack and all that. What they don't tell you is that when you lift weights and you end up with micro fractures in your bones, those micro fractures heal and the bones heal back stronger. They calcify. The same process happens with your muscles. When you lift weights and you do strenuous activity, the muscles break down. You consume protein and they heal back stronger. Now, let's say what I do in the gym. You guys know I don't train for aesthetics. I'm not a bodybuilder. I don't train for I don't train for male modeling and all that rubbish. When I go to the gym, I do my four main compound lifts. So I do the squat, the deadlift, the overhead press, and the bench press. Now, all of those lifts are normal human movement patterns. So again, when you sit down to do the toilet, you're doing a squat. So by doing a squat with a barbell, you're you're performing a normal, natural human movement pattern under a load. So you're strengthening your hips, your back, your shoulders, your quads, your thighs, your hamstrings, your calves. You're strengthening all the muscles that are involved in that movement pattern. You're making it stronger. If it's stronger, then as you age and you keep practicing that movement, you're not going to struggle to go to the toilet yourself, are you? You're not going to need a carer. You're going to be able to look after yourself. Now, when you do a deadlift, picking up something from the ground, like bending over and picking it up, that is the most basic human movement pattern there is. Every single one of us, unless you're born with like a debilitating, um, you know, metabolic condition or something like that, where you literally can't bend over. Like if you're like Mr. Glass from Unbreakable or something, like where your bones are brittle and you can't exert them at all, basically. Unless those cases are very rare. Then a deadlift is by far the most normal human movement pattern. Every single one of us has been in a situation, like, especially if you have kids or something like that, you've been in a situation where you've had to pick something up above head. So an overhead press, you take a barbell, you load it up, lift it up, and then put it back. Right, do that for a set of five. That's a basic normal human movement pattern that you're doing there, right? And a bench press. If you're laying down, you might have something on top of you. You're trying to get it off, right? Again, that's a normal. You're using your chest. All of them are going to strengthen your entire body. Old people are scared to do this because they've been brainwashed by the pharmaceutical companies and by the government and the medical industrial complex to think that that's going to kill their joints and they're never going to get up again. They're going to break their hip. Ironically enough, that's how you break your hip, by not using your muscles and not having enough muscle there to support it, you know? So, and it's again, I also do a lot of assistance exercises, right? So I'll do chin ups, I'll do power cleans, those are all for athletic performance basically. And I box, I still spar. I was sparring last week, right? I still train. So I get plenty of cardio doing that. And my point is, doing all this, I know for a fact now at 32 years old that I'm never going to slow down. Like when I'm 52, I'm still going to be doing what I'm doing. I'm still going to be as strong as fit as I am now, possibly even more, because I'm not going to slow down. You know, and I think that that's a dangerous mindset to have for somebody in my position. They want guys like us. They want us to be either fat or skinny or frail, no testosterone at all. They want us all infertile. They want us all weak. They want us all submissive. That's what they want. They don't want us to be a problem for them. You know, that's my opinion. And yeah, the whole thing about bones cracking, bones do crack, but they heal. Muscles do break, but they heal. That's the thing people need to know. And it's like, again, the reason I'm so into this right now is because I sometimes like I visit my grandmother quite often. My grandmother, she's 82 years old, right? Or 82, 83, something like that. She's in her early 80s. And I visit her quite often, right? I'm quite close to my grandmother. And See, just a couple of months ago, I know I'm kind of spiraling into a tangent here, but a couple of months ago, she couldn't walk up the stairs because she was getting so lazy that she would sit on the couch all day watching TV, eating biscuits, eating Chinese takeaway, drinking cups of tea, drinking Diet Coke, basically just running on fumes, basically smoking like a pack a day. Basically, just she was sedentary. Her arms, like she would show you her arms, they were like hanging down here, like the skin on her arms. There's no muscle, no fat, nothing. Arms are literally just hanging, right? Her legs were atrophied to the point where when she stood up, she's like, she's in a lot of pain trying to get up. She wasn't like her toilet is upstairs, right? She doesn't have a downstairs toilet, so she was doing the toilet in a bucket out back, basically, because she couldn't get upstairs. It got to the point she's just wasting away, and I've had so many conversations with her, like, "What the F are you doing? All you need to do is go outside, because she can still walk when she really tries. All you need to do is go upstairs, go outside, do something, get a bit of exercise, get a bit more protein in your diet, and you'll be fine." So the past couple of months, because she ended up in hospital, nearly 2 months ago, she ended up in hospital, right? And she had to quit smoking because she had an infection in her lung, so she couldn't breathe. She was like, I was there with her, like she was gasping like for air. She literally could not breathe. She needed to be put on a machine, and she was in hospital for about a week. I thought she was going to die, right? But I basically convinced her because she got out of hospital, like she was, because she couldn't smoke or eat any junk while she was in there, so she ended up okay. When she came back, I managed to convince her, start using the stairs every day. Just walk up every time you need the toilet, every time you want to go to sleep, go upstairs, go to your bed instead of sleeping on the couch, and basically just do something. Now she just a couple of months later, she's fine. She can she can go outside, she can walk, she can use the stairs, like she can use the bathroom herself, and that's just from stopping smoking, cutting out junk food, and just exercising. And I gave her a couple of dumbbells to use as well. And I keep telling her, I'm trying to get this idea in her head. Use your muscles. You might be in your 80s. That doesn't mean you have to just, resign yourself to death. Just because you're in your 80s, it doesn't mean you're dead. You're still alive. Make the most of it. God has blessed you with a long life. Use it. Actually do something with it. Again, like I'm quite close to my grandmother. We have a laugh together and all that, and she knows I'm right. I've been telling her this shit for years, and it's only now that she knows I'm right. It's crazy. King Kong 2005 scared me when I was younger. That scene where the guy's head was sucked into that, yeah, Lumpy. That was the guy that played Gollum as well. Stuck into that slug thing. One specific scene was cut from TV, like the movie, but it was too long. Yeah, yeah, that was horrible. That scene. But like, that guy that played Gollum. He also did the motion capture for King Kong in the movie. So when King Kong's like jumping about and doing all that chimp out stuff, he did the motion capture. I always love that scene. Do you know where the girl's dancing, and then he's like, he finds it funny and he's laughing, and then she starts juggling, and he's just all bored. He's like, "Yeah." and then he starts pushing her over and pissing himself laughing. That was brilliant. That's a funny scene. Is failing acting black then? Well, yeah, by the same logic, it is actually, yeah. Eat clean, train, pick up martial art, eating clean, non-negotiable. Yeah, yeah. You have to eat clean, and your diet has to consist of mostly protein. So eat eggs, eat meat, eat fish, eat carbs. If you're gonna lift weights, you need carbs, because unless you're a genetic freak, you need something to get your blood sugar levels where they need to be, basically. But yeah, martial art, and I would say lift weights. This works for me anyway. Lift weights and do a martial art. So I lift and I box. So that keeps me fit. I'm fitter and stronger than I've ever been. G-Man was Ade's failed project. G-Man tanked his entire channel to please Ade, shaved his head and changed his channel name. Do you know, I noticed that. I noticed, like, because G-Man boxing was, this is what I don't understand about G-Man. I don't understand why he did this because, well, I do understand why he did it, but I feel like it was a little bit of a lack of business acumen on his part because the thing I get that G-Man wanted his actual name to become a household name, like what happened with Ade, because Ade used to be called Boxing Talk with Ade, and now everyone just knows him as Ade Olapalopalo, whatever his name is, right? And that was kind of what G-Man was going for. But what I think G-Man missed, the point that he missed, and this is a mistake he made, was that G-Man Boxing in itself was a brand. Like G-Man Boxing was quite a strong brand name on YouTube. Like I don't think he realized how popular just the name G-Man Boxing was becoming. So when he changed it to his actual name, that it was a lot less catchy, it was a lot less memorable, and the audience that he'd built up weren't expecting it. It kind of reminds me of there was that channel years ago, that stupid channel. It was called Harry Potter Folklore, and he changed his channel to like Shockwave or something like that. And everybody was like, "What are you doing? Why would you change the channel name to something so random?" And like half his audience like unsubscribed and stopped watching. That's what it reminds me of. It's like when you have a channel name that's a specific brand that people recognize. An even better example of that would be Classic Game Room when he changed his channel name to Lord Carnage, and people were like, "What on earth are you doing?" Like, Classic Game Room is a famous brand name channel. Why would you change it to something nobody recognizes? It's daft, you know. I thought Green Street was shite, to be honest. Football Factory was a better representation of football hooligan culture than the band. Do you know? I disagree. I didn't like Football Factory. Like I tell you, I did like Rise of the Foot Soldier, the first one. That was a good movie. But I didn't like Football Factory, the one with Danny Dyer. I didn't like that. I preferred Green Street. I think probably the reason you think that is because Green Street was made by Americans, wasn't it? Whereas Football Factory was actually made by Brits who probably knew football hooligans and that. But I thought that was the whole point of Green Street, was that it's an American being brought over here and being like fascinated by the subculture and getting caught up in it. And that's the whole vibe I like with Green Street. Is like Elijah Wood's character is like some twink American university student studying journalism, and he's a total pussy, never been in a fight and all that, from some white suburb in America. And then he ends up in London in like some like shithole football hooligan cesspit. And he ends up in his first ever fist fight and he gets a taste for it. He gets a sense of tribalism and he gets caught up in that culture. I find that aspect of that movie interesting. And I think it was a woman who wrote the script for that movie, and her dad was a football hooligan and stuff. And I just think it was an interesting look at the subculture. It wasn't like a flat out comedy like Football Factory was, which I didn't really like that much. But I kind of like the way Green Street is written personally. Football is a normie sport. Yeah, it is absolutely. I don't like it personally. I know some normies who got fed up with it. Yeah, I don't see how you couldn't get fed up with watching guys kick a ball about. You know, Speaking of darky fatigue, there was one of the ignorant black women black bitch screaming, yelling, apologies in the Hagia Sophia, had to be physically thrown out. Such an ignorant, maladapted group of people. What you'll notice about blacks, and more specifically American blacks, they're the worst. They have no physical intervention skills or de-escalation skills. That's why they just always resort to violence. Only 6 2-minute rounds is insanely short. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? In MMA, because Eddie doesn't have the stamina for it. That's why. In MMA, Eddie would slam Tommy in the gut. Yeah, in MMA, Eddie would do to Tommy probably what he did to Pudinovsky. He'd take him out quick. There was a brown guy that knocked out a black guy that Nordic retweeted another black guy laughing at him. What was that again? Yeah, there was something like that on Twitter, wasn't there? Yeah, it's a blur to me. See all the stuff I see on Twitter, right? It's all it's all a it's all a blur to me. Like I forget a lot of it. I turn into a right vulgar cunt when I'm on Twitter. I really do. But can you blame me? If Scotland is the nation of losers, then England is the nation of bottle jobbers in the world. Oh, they're both crap. Like England and Scotland football teams are both terrible, but Scotland is worse. Scotland is far worse. By far. Every race or group of people have this problem. They don't call out their own for messing up, but love pointing fingers. Yeah, the World Cup game is good right now, Nordic. You should tune in. Why? Well, who's playing right now? I wonder. In these dangerous times, it's pretty crazy they don't let you carry a weapon. Do you know, there was a guy yesterday talking to me while I was on my shift, and he was saying to me, why are you doing this job? And I was like, he's like, how much do you get paid? And I told him, and he's like, are you kidding me? He's like, that's terrible. He's like, you should come and work for me. Like he owns some like steel company or something. And I was like, I've been all good at that, mate. I'm too much of a spaz and all that. I'm only good at this. And he's like, you can't enjoy doing this. And I'm like, well, I do. And he's like, he went like that to me. And he's like, if I had a knife, I could just pull it out and stab you, and there's nothing you could do. And I said to him, I was like, mate, you're welcome to try. It won't go the way you think. I was like, I'm a difficult man to kill and all that. And he found that weird that I had that mindset. The way it's going now, I see the UK becoming a technocracy with cameras everywhere. Microphone. Well, it already is that. It's the most watched country in the world. It is. It's surveillance state, basically. I don't have body armor. No, I am thinking of getting a stab-proof vest. I've been saying that for a while. A stab-proof vest and stab-proof sleeves, I think would make sense. Hopkins' crying moments in the ring were beyond pathetic. Did it to get a break. Me and my dad watched Kawasaki bout. Thought Joe Defo won the fight. Yeah, that was a horrible fight, wasn't it? Like, it was competitive, but it wouldn't have been competitive if Hopkins wasn't allowed to cheat all night. If he wasn't allowed to clinch and jump to the floor and spoil and complain, If I was a referee, I'd have waved the fight off. I'd have called it a TKO when Hopkins did that. Like, oh, you don't want to continue? Okay, fight's over. That's what I would have done, Scotland will celebrate their greatest World Cup achievement in history this year when England lose. Yeah, when England lose on penalties. Yeah, when England lose, Scotland celebrates like they won. Like that. How like embarrassing is that? That's considered a win for Scotland. But it's not the same the other way around. Like, I don't think English fans celebrate when Scottish football team loses, but the Scotland fans, they celebrate when the England team loses. I've never understood that. After watching a Richard Dawkins video, I agree with what you said last year. He's one of the dumbest people in the world, mate. He literally cannot stick to one standard. He changes his mind like one interview to the next. It's insane. And the amount of fallacies he comes out with, I don't even know where to start. Football teaches players to cry like bitches. It's not a man's sport. Yeah, it's a sport for wimps, and who like jumping to the floor. We committed shook, and we're proud of that. We're proud of that. When I spoke to that atheist 5 minutes ago, gave him an argument, and he kept saying the argument doesn't work. I asked why it doesn't. He kept saying, good for you, good for you. Yeah, well, that sounds to me like a concession. He's conceded that you were right, I should have bet on Eddie Tommy fight. Would have got it exactly. Yeah, would have been a smart bet. It would have. People think Ali Darwell will come to Christ. I hope he does. I pray that he does come to Christ. That would be great, and lets go of his pride and becomes born again. I'm giving soccer another year, then I'm tapping out completely. I'm tired of how dumb fans are. Yeah. Me personally, mate, I've just never had any interest in football. I've always found it stupid. I've always found it boring, Eddie is a small man when it comes to the world of strongman, humongous to us, not to the big and strong man. Makes his strength impressive. The first man to lift 500 kilograms off the floor, yeah. And then Thor Bjornsson beat it by like 1 kilogram. He ended up lifting 501 kilograms, didn't he? I know there's some controversy about that. People say that the weights were weighed by his dad or whatever. None of us really know, do we? But all I know is Thor is a much better athlete than Eddie, because Thor actually did compete in boxing successfully. I think he's undefeated, and he beat Eddie in boxing, and he's lifted more weight than Eddie since anyway. because he had to lose a lot of mass to compete in boxing. But when he went back into strongman, he put a lot of mass back on, and he's back up to pretty much his peak strength now. I think he's stronger than ever now, Eddie. Sorry, Bjornsson. Bjornsson is stronger than ever now than he ever was. Football makes my dad some cash. That's the only good thing I can say. Well, does he bet on it? I guess. Richard Torres reminds me of Randall Tex Cobb without the chin. He does look like him. And yeah, he got ironed out recently, didn't he, by that other hype job, Sanchez. An English officer, William Shakespeare, fought with Al Saud against an Arab tribe called Shamar. Al Saud had one cannon, which was manned by the English officer who got killed and buried in Kuwait. Oh, really? I need to look that up. Hall's achievements in strongman are very impressive. Pure mental fortitude. Hall was built for this. Hall, however, had immense grit. Mariusz Budanovsky was phenomenal. Mariusz Budanovsky, I've said this about him before. In my opinion, Mariusz Budanovsky is the most well-rounded athlete I've ever seen, because he wasn't as like bulked up and as massive as Hall or Bjornsson, but he was almost as strong. He was a guy who could do like full range of motion, reverse hand pull-ups. There's a video of him doing a whole bunch of pull-ups at one of his heaviest body weights, which is surprising, because usually world-class strongman are not able to do that. He was a 5-time world's strongest man. He also competed in MMA, was able to go like neck and neck with guys like Tim Sylvia, world-class fighters. He beat up Butterbean. He had I think he competed in MMA for like 20 years or something. He's like nearly 50 now. And I know he lost to Eddie like last year or something, but I think he would have beaten Eddie in his prime. I think Budanovsky he was very explosive, very strong, very robust, very fit, very durable, and very technically good doing everything he did. I think he was probably the most well-rounded athlete I've ever seen in any sport, I think it's a mixture of everything. American heavyweight weren't as great as we thought. The Europeans have taken over social climate and sports in America, yeah. But again, I feel like Americans in particular follow the wrong role models because they don't understand that guys like Roy Jones and Mike Tyson were not representative of what the average man is capable of. Whereas if you look at a guy like Sven Otke or someone like, I don't know, somebody who's not a genetic freak but is just a world-class technical boxer, that would be a good foundation to have to kind of try and emulate than someone like Mike Tyson, who can do things physically that most people can't do. Nordic dodging punches in the street, absolutely. I'm always ready to move. I'm too quick. I've never lost a fight on the cobbles. Hey, I'm undefeated on the doors so far. I am. Although this Friday I did end up on the floor, but that was because I was breaking up a fight between these cokeheads, and I ended up getting dragged down with them. I've got it on camera. Again, maybe I'll upload it one day. We'll see. I also did some private security work for a boy band recently, and the opening of a new restaurant, which was I've got some interesting footage there. That's quite funny. I think Hall, in certain ways, you can argue is more impressive than Thor. Thor's stronger and more gifted and bigger, but Eddie being smaller, showing amazing feats of strength despite his stature. Yeah. What I will say about Eddie, the dude can endure pain. Like when he lifted that 500k deadlift and he was bleeding out his nose, looked like he was going to pass out, he still got it to a lockout position and he fought through the pain barrier. Takes a seriously tough and competitive man to do that. So what I will say, Eddie, for all his faults, dude is tough. He is tough. One of the toughest men out there. One of the most competitive men out there. Like, have you ever seen when there's that video Eddie Hall uploaded to his channel where he competes in a sumo tournament and he takes on every single one of these guys, experienced sumo wrestlers, and just based on sheer strength and competitive nature, he beats all of them. And he ends up winning the tournament. It's crazy. The most fundamentally sound boxer for me, it's got to be right now probably Usyk. Sven Otke is definitely up there. Again, we're not talking about just greatness here. We're talking about just fundamentals. So A guy like Felix Sturm had tremendous fundamentals. You know, try to think of other guys. The Klitschko's, both of them, Vladimir and Vitaly, they had tremendous fundamentals. Ruslan Chagayev, he had tremendous fundamentals. Sugar Ray Leonard actually had amazing fundamentals. Believe it or not, he did. Um, he was underrated for his era. There was there's a lot of guys I can think of who had great fundamentals, but greatness generally comes from a variety of different attributes, you know, than just fundamentals. Fundamentals are a good basis to have, though, you know. But I think for me, probably Usyk. Great point about genetics in boxing. When I got into boxing years ago, I liked Ryan Garcia, try to copy his way of fighting. I'm not nearly as athletic, just practice flaws. Yeah. See, the problem is, again, Ryan Garcia is another example. He's not as freakish as someone like Mike Tyson, but you look at the way someone like Ryan Garcia or someone like Mike Tyson boxes, they do things that are fundamentally wrong. So the way that Mike Tyson punches, where he's got a neutral stance and he bends all the way down and there's all this crazy exaggerated movement and he's like he comes up with these crazy bob and weave hooks. Fundamentally, you're going to get knocked out doing that because you're going to knacker yourself out. You're not going to be able to call your muscles into contraction quick enough to perform those movement patterns because they're not normal human movement patterns. So let's say you go to the gym and you do those things and you practice those things and you intend to implement those things into your fights, right? You're essentially practicing doing it wrong. You're practicing performing the punches wrong. You're practicing boxing wrong, incorrectly. An incorrect technique is what will get you knocked out. You know, whereas what you should be doing is learning the fundamentals of boxing, learning how to stand, learning a high guard, learning how to throw a jab, learning how to turn your jab into a right hand, how to step into it, how to move your head, how to step off the line, how to keep your defense reactive. You know, tuck behind your shoulders, slip and slide and move. And it all comes from your feet, right? I forgot to mention footwork is how you should start, right? Learn how to balance, learn how to move forward, move backwards. Like when I was training with Scott Harrison, that's the first thing he did with me. He asked me, "Have you boxed before?" I was like, "Little bit." And he's like, "Come here, step in the ring." It was like, "Show me how to stand." And he was like, "Put your feet here, move forward, move backwards, right? Move side, move down." It was watching my feet, and he was like, "This is what you do, right? Just keep practicing that." For a couple of rounds, he was having me move forward and back. That's what you should be doing in a boxing ring. You should be learning how to box, how to move properly. Before you even start throwing punches, you need to get your bottom half in order, right? You need to have your legs and your feet where they need to be to deliver a punch and to keep your balance. That's what you should be working on. Once you've figured all that stuff out, once you've got boxing 101 well and truly dealt with, then you can start practicing other shit. You can practice all the complicated stuff that relies on your genetic potential. Once you've made the most out of your own fundamentals, then you can start looking into that stuff. But most boxing coaches don't do that. Most boxing coaches are like, "Oh, well, Mike Tyson did this crazy ab workout and he bent and waist, you know, he bent at the waist and did all this bob and weaving stuff. So you do what he did in training and you'll be able to do the same thing." That's not how it works. That's not how the human body works. We're all different, you know? Kind of like how if you see Eddie Hall, because we're talking about Eddie Hall here, he's one of the subjects of this stream, right? Eddie Hall performing a deadlift, one of the strongest deadlifters of all time, record-breaking deadlifter. Have you ever seen a video of Eddie Hall trying to coach the deadlift? Have you seen him like trying to show his son how to deadlift? The guy's clueless. He has no idea what he's doing. Like as a coach, like trying to teach his son to lift the way he lifted, it doesn't work. Like the form is awful and the technique is really, really amateurish. And that's because just because it worked for Eddie Hall doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody. Just because it worked for Mike Tyson doesn't mean it's going to work for everybody, you know? The thing about Mike is people act as if he was completely shot after the Douglas fight. He was still competitive through the 90s and 2000s. He wasn't shot, just not as consistent and focused, yeah. And look, even if he was shot, he was still a freak. Mike Tyson right now in his 60s still has faster hands and hits harder than the average guy of his size and weight. he's still an athletic freak, so he still had a lot of his natural ability, you know? Tyson was a freak athlete, but what made him truly special was his devotion to boxing. When he was found by Cuss to become a champ, he ate, slept, and breathed boxing. He was a rope. Oh yeah, without a doubt. When Cuss had Tyson as a young guy, he was absolutely dedicated to training, and he definitely lost dedication over the years, which is just what happens with guys who make a lot of money. A lot, generally, you know. Doth speed really kills, as they say? Well, yeah, speed helps. Speed helps for sure. Tommy Fury has a nice gig going for him, getting paid to beat up non-boxers and barely taking any real damage. Eh? Good luck to him. He's making money, but I mean, it's nepotism, right? But he's making money, you know. Man, if you have an amateur debut, you crush your opponent. I actually feel bad for your opponent because they're getting stopped. I appreciate that, man. I'm hoping to have an amateur debut again. It's just so bloody difficult. Like this country's so pernickety about competition. You know, it's difficult. And I sparred last week with these three guys. I was actually talking about it on my other channel. But well, I did I think 3 or 4 sparring sessions in the past couple of weeks, and each one I sparred about 5 or 6 rounds. I got my nose bust a couple of weeks ago. I was talking about that on here. A guy caught me with an uppercut. But a couple of the guys I sparred with was heavyweights, and one of the heavyweights I was in with, basically, like I was like slipping under his jab and like coming up with the left hook, and he was trying to keep me at long range. It got to the point I started feeling the pace because he caught me on the way in with some really good shots. So I just went, oh screw this! I bit down on my gum shield, and I literally just started swinging because I noticed he kept moving to the left, right? Because he was trying to avoid my jab, right? So I kept swinging my right hand, literally just full force to his body, like bam. And see when he would go like that to block my body, my fist hit his elbows, and he was just like, oh, oh. And then I was just hitting this guy with big body shots. After the round, he came up to me, and he said to me, he was like, big, he was like, mate, you're effing strong. And I was like, cheers, mate. And he was like, no, seriously, your core, and those body shots, and your arms, your shoulders, everything because he weighed about 107 kilograms, this guy, and he was about 6'3". He was a lot bigger and heavier than me. He was like, dude, I could not believe how strong you were. That's what he was saying to me in sparring. I was like, oh, I appreciate that, man. Cheers. But yeah, that was a good spar. Oh man, I wish I got it on. I wish I got it on camera as well. It was a good one. Are you a cruiserweight? Yeah. Right now, I weighed myself 2 weeks ago. I was 89 kilograms, I think. It was like 89.5 kilograms. Although I'd had a big dinner that day, so I probably was a little bit heavier than I've been walking about that particular day. That was a day I was one of the days I was sparring, and I think that's about 14 stone. So maybe about 200 and, if I'm not mistaken, is that about 210 pounds, something like that. So I'm jacked at the moment. I'm big. Like as you can see, I'm not ripped right now, but I'm not fat either. I'm jacked. I'm just a big, strong guy at the moment, and I'm lifting well above my body weight. So my next squat workout that I'm planning to do because my last squat workout the other day I did 107.5 for 3 sets of 5. A few days before it, I did a light day where I was doing like 90 to 100k, and I was doing sets of 10. But for 3 sets of 5, I'm on 107.5. My next workout, I'm planning to do 110k for 3 sets of 5. So I'm really going to push it for my next squat workout because that's my goal right now. Because again, I weigh about 210 pounds at the moment. I am planning to drop weight a little bit to possibly compete, but I want all my lifts to be more than my body weight because a couple of years back when I was squatting a bit heavier, I weighed a lot heavier. I bulked up for it. But now what I want to do is I want to stay under 90 kilograms, but I want to squat, deadlift, and press well over that. So my deadlift right now is the last deadlift workout I did was 125k for 3 sets of 5. And that's without straps or anything, right? I've got straps. With straps, I could deadlift a lot more. But yeah, 125 for 3 sets of 5. That was my last deadlift workout. And my next squat workout is hopefully going to be 110 for 3 sets of 5. My bench press, my last bench press was this morning actually for like when I finished work. That was 85. I probably could have benched a lot more if I wasn't so tired. I probably could have benched a lot more. In the past, I've pressed 70 for 4 sets of 5. That's my personal record. My personal record for the bench is 90 for 3 sets of 5. Again, that was when I was a bit heavier. So my goal with all the weight, the reason I'm telling you all this is the goal with all my weights is for all of them to be above my body weight. I think that's a good measure of strength. If you can lift more than your body weight for sets of 5 on all the main human movement patterns, that's when you're well above average strength, I think. That's just my opinion, you know. Um, so that's my goal with it. Tyson was a very good boxer, just not a god like many on earth, like many believe. Yeah, many people literally believe that before Mike Tyson fought Buster Douglas, he was literally unbeatable. People literally think that, which is insane to me because it's not like he didn't have hard fights before then. Like it's not like he didn't go the distance. He went the distance with guys who were like journeymen before then. He wasn't unbeatable. He wasn't unfigure outable. You know, he was a very flawed fighter. I saw some pros sparring in the gym last time I was in there. Black dude beat up some Mexican dude. He was bigger though. Yeah, I sparred a couple of black guys recently. Do you remember I was telling you guys before months ago? There's a guy in my gym that looks like Deontay Wilder. I sparred with him. I sparred a couple of that guy's good by the way, really good boxer. I actually don't know how many fights he's had, but I'm assuming he's competed because he was really really good. He's one of these guys like constantly feinting, constantly like controlling you with a jab, and like, bam, 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 like he's got really really quick hands. This guy, and he was quite tall as well. That was a difficult spar. I sparred with him recently. That was the first time I ever. Well, no, I did do touch sparring with him one time before. That was the first like full contact spar I did with him. Something with Mike Tyson knockouts you don't see with other boxers. Yeah, yeah, because again, that's the explosivity. What you're on about there is when Mike Tyson explodes on an opponent with that kind of movement pattern, similar with Roy Jones, opponents' central nervous systems don't know how to react to it because it comes so quickly and so suddenly. It's like, say if you're just walking down the street and you bump into a lamppost, like bang, oh shit. Like you might not have hit the lamppost very hard, but just the fact that you walked right into it without tensing, you'll be like, ah man, you'll feel like your teeth have just been knocked out and you'll panic. You'll go into shock. That's what it's like fighting Mike Tyson because his punches come from the strangest angles. They come so suddenly, one after the other. Your body and your central nervous system doesn't know how to react to it, and you end up going into shock and getting taken out quickly. That's what happens. It's a similar like again, if somebody opens a door in your face, it's a shock. Your body's not able to react to it quickly enough to recover or to prevent a knockout or to prevent shock or to prevent you being off balance and completely there for the taking. That's what happens, you know. Yeah, yeah. Nordic roasting boomers and Gen X basically. I've been doing that a lot. You know. When I was a kid, my dad wanted me to be in shape. He'd make me bike miles every day. Wish he didn't. If he made me do resistance training, would be more beneficial than cardio. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that cardio is bad for you. Cardio is good. I do cardio. I still sometimes run. I still sometimes go on a treadmill. I do like some high intensity interval training. And again, I'm on my feet all day. That's basically cardio. And I love riding bikes and stuff and going for walks. But like, it should be supplementary. Like resistance training, strength and conditioning, stuff like that should be your main training and whatever practice you want to do for your sport. Cardio should be supplementary. It should be something to just keep you fit and keep you keep anaerobic health good or your cardiovascular efficiency. You want to keep that up as you train and as you get strong. There's nothing wrong with that, but it should, like I said, it shouldn't be the main focus of your training. You know, as far as I'm concerned. Where am I? Losing my place in the chat here. Got a lot of comments today, a lot more than I was expecting. Yeah, yeah. Most kids have invisible or fake jobs, you know, that don't pay them a living wage. About Tyson in the 90s, it's amazing when you think that they're a case of freak athleticism over pure skill. And again, you're trying to emulate an athlete who was a freak who can do things you physically can't do. I've talked about this many times. You could have the same stack, like the same steroids that Roy Jones had. You could do the same training techniques Roy Jones did and do that for 5 years, have the best strength and conditioning program that's ever been devised. You're still not going to be Roy Jones. You're not going to be able to do what Roy Jones did in the ring. But you learn how to box fundamentally. You can make the most and you get strong. You can make the most out of what your genetics has to offer, you know? When I worked at a store, I was constantly helping old people with their groceries. Made me realize how frail people get over time, mate. It's really sad. Again, my grandmother, it's embarrassing to talk about, but she's so lazy. She'll get up and shit in a bucket or something. I'm like, who does that? I would be mortified if I did that and people found out about it. But she's so old that she doesn't care what people think. That's again, we have a laugh about it, but it's like, how can you be like that? How can you just? And it's like when I used to work in a care home, right? And there was old guys in the care home who needed the nurses to come and wipe their asses for them and put their pants on and all that. Mate, I know for a fact, even if I was 90 years old, and some of these guys weren't even that old, some of these guys in their 60s and 70s, I'm not even joking, right? If I was that age, right, and any age, and I was in some sort of care home, and I needed some like pretty like 19-year-old young girl nurse to come in and wipe my ass for me and dress me, I'd be embarrassed. I wouldn't want to live anymore. I'd be mortified. I'd be like, this is no life. What am I even doing here? If I was in a situation where I'm like, I can't even put my slippers on. I need some young Zoomer to come in and put my slippers on for me because I can't be arsed doing it. I would feel like a vegetable. I would feel like a waste of life. But these boomers, man, they don't care. These boomers, they seem to like having people wipe their ass for them. They seem to like having people like run about after them and do all their stuff. It's kind of like my nana, for example. I'll go and do the shopping for her, right? Because when I go up and visit her, I'll generally make sure she's got groceries in, right? So I'll go get the food, get the messages and all that. I'll put food in the fridge, in the cupboards. I'll get her all the stuff she needs, anything she could possibly want, and she doesn't touch it. And she orders a Chinese just because she's too lazy to get up and fry an egg or cook something. It's embarrassing, man. It really is. Again, I love my grandmother. I'll never disrespect her, but man, she's a pain in the ass sometimes. She's a boomer after all. What do you expect? If you're American, there's a direct correlation you compare to black boxers, black American football. Yeah. Well, American football is all about the standing vertical anyway. The standing vertical jump and how explosive you are. That's how you get chosen for the team. My grandma got in a car accident months ago and broke her leg. Sorry about that, man. She was determined to start walking again. Wouldn't let us stop her. Fully back to that's good. I love that. That's good. I love hearing stories about old people who don't allow themselves to to atrophy. They actually just do things for themselves and they don't moan about it. They just go out and do it. I love hearing that. Like a Clint Eastwood type or something. But it's like my mate, right? My best friend is a personal trainer, and he's a really good one too. Now his grandmother is, I think she's 93 or 94, so his grandmother's a lot older than my grandmother. Um, and she for a while she couldn't walk without a stick, right? Because again, she's in her 90s. What do you expect? But basically, he got her going to the gym, and he gave her some exercises to do, and he showed her, taught her a little bit about diet, exercise, and just certain movement patterns that strengthen people even in their old age. After a few months of training, she can now walk without a stick. She can walk normally. She still drives and it's insane. And I told my grandmother about this, right? Because again, obviously he's my best mate. I'm quite close with his family, and he's cool with my gran as well when they meet each other and all that. And like I told my nana about this, and she was like proper inspired by it. It was like, I think that's part of the reason she started going up the stairs again and working out and that. It's crazy, isn't it? How things work out. But that's all it takes is a bit of inspiration sometimes, you know? Correct on doing weights, legs and lower back. First area to go as people age. Get strong. Yeah, got to keep strong late in life. Yeah. So, like I said, use it or you'll lose it. If you don't use your muscles, you'll lose them and they'll atrophy. And that is the main killer of elderly people. That's why they say, like, you know, if you a lot of old people, they fall over, they don't get back up because they fall over and break their hip and they don't have enough gut muscle or back muscle or leg muscle or like chest muscle to support them, you know, because they don't do anything because they're retired and they sit about letting everybody else do everything for them, you know. They're not superhumans. Their sport aren't the only expression of athleticism. There are loads of sports not shown on TV that don't fare well marketing. Well, yeah, kickboxing is a prime example of that. I mean, kickboxers are the best strikers in the world, but kickboxing has never been anywhere near as popular as boxing, has it? And it's nowhere near as popular as MMA, you know, which is a shame, really. Something interesting is the correlation between race and CTE. You notice the vast majority of boxers who are punch drunk are black. Well, that's probably because a lot of them have that bullshit Floyd Mayweather, James Toney, Philly shell style, which gets them hit a lot. And what they don't realize is you can't get away with that style if your fights are real. You know, that's what they don't get. Who decided that only black Americans are athletic? It's unscientific and irrational. Well, I mean, on that subject, every single record breaking weightlifter of all time is white. Literally every single one. Now, blacks have the fastest record breaking runners and the fastest record breaking jumpers. So that they when it comes to twitch muscles and standing vertical and things like that, all that stuff is dominated by blacks. When it comes to strength and conditioning, those sports are dominated by whites, right? Gymnastics dominated by whites, strongman, all weightlifting, like even Olympic weightlifting, it's all dominated by whites, right? When it comes to combat sports, it's relatively mixed, right? Because combat sports is a mixture of different athletic traits, you know. But generally, when all things are fair and equal, mostly whites dominate. Let's be honest. So it's all a load of nonsense, you know. So athletic, they have to cherry pick bums. My granddad, who's 81 in July, is in ill health at the moment. He suffered a stroke from a double bypass years ago. Oh, sorry, man. He's got prostate cancer. I don't think he's going to be alive much longer. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Again, I worry about my grandmother all the time because I'm really close to her and I'm in the same boat as you, man. Like, she's had a lot of health problems and yeah, it's sad to see them go like that, and it's sad when they don't take care of themselves when they should and easily could, you know. When more Europeans and Mexicans and Asians had the chance to compete, there was the dominance in pro boxing started fading immediately. Some of them were legitimately good, but people act as if they're gods. Yeah. Well, Muhammad Ali's the prime example of that, isn't he? He's the prime example. Nowhere near as good as people say he was. Good, but just not that good, you know. Um, Eat carbs, not crap. Yeah, yeah. So some carbs are good for like carbs are good for recovery. Sorry for energy. Protein's good for recovery. Carbs are good for energy. They get your blood sugar levels where they need to be. You all right? You okay? Okay. They get your blood sugar levels exactly where they need to be. Can I see my bottle over, please? Is my wee glass there as well? There it is. There. Ah, thank you. Thank you. What was I saying? Yeah, carbs are good for getting your blood sugar levels where they need to be to prepare you for a particular sporting event, whereas protein is good for after the fact. So it's good to have protein after you've been training or after you've competed and whatnot, so you can recover from it. It goes without saying. I'm just pouring an iron brew. That was great that she came in there because it means I didn't have to get off the couch. It means I didn't have to get my iron brew. She can get it for me. Awesome. Because I could not be arsed getting up to get it. Here I am talking about having unlimited energy. I guess I'm busy right now. G-Man is kind of boring to watch now. I'll be honest, I've not watched him in a long time. I've got nothing against G-Man, but I've not watched him in a long time. You know, nice guy if you want to drink with, but his takes are a bit redundant. Yeah. Well, I did say about him before, didn't I? And I say this in the nicest way possible. He plays the game. He knew how to game the algorithm and get all the normies to watch his channel by not standing out too much and just parroting the mainstream narrative. G-Man and Ade don't know boxing, especially Ade. Ade should have been a Blue Peter presenter. Yeah, I don't even know that much about Ade. I've never paid a lot of attention to Ade's content. Never really been that interesting. The fat guy was easily the best character in the football. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Marching Powder wasn't good. That's another reason Danny Dyer. Mate, Danny Dyer. Yeah, I forgot the fat guy's name. I know. Danny Dyer is the fakest hard man ever. Like, I can't buy Danny Dyer. This is a problem with a movie like The Football Factory. I can't buy Danny Dyer as a hard man. He's not hard. I don't care. Like, they put him in EastEnders and he's supposed to be the new hard man, and they put him in all these crappy like B movies, and he was always the tough guy. I'm like, Danny Dyer's not a tough guy. Nobody's intimidated by Danny Dyer. Nobody finds him tough. I know he punches harder than Carl Froch, according to the punch machine they both hit, but look that up, by the way. But yeah, he's not hard. It's Danny Dyer. Danny Dyer was in Vice City, if you guys remember, and San Andreas. He was in both of them. I won't be watching a minute of the World Cup. I don't blame you. I don't even like football anyway. Like G-Man, but on the Usyk Verhoeven stream, he's on the chat. He was saying Dave Allen would beat Verhoeven. Oh, come on, man. He must have been taking the mix, surely. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit, mate. God bless. I don't know if Basebots in Basement's okay. He's quite active on Twitter still, but he's not been on YouTube in a long time. I hope he comes back though. With my granddad on my mind and being an adult in my late 20s now, I've been thinking a lot about my own immortality and being really anxious about it. It's making me lose some sleep. And see, that's not a good thing. You don't want to lose sleep. I know I'm one to talk. I've not been sleeping much lately, but that's because of my job. That's why. You don't want to lose sleep. Sleep is very important. Try to switch off entirely when you go to bed, and try not to worry about anything. Just when you're asleep, just knacker yourself out. Go to sleep. Don't think about anything. Just worry about all that crap in the morning. When it's relevant. When you're trying to get some sleep, it's important for recovery. You got to give your brain and your body a rest, Well, that would be an act of God, wouldn't it? And if Christianity did take over those countries, they would all be better off in every way, shape, and form. Look, it's worth a bet. AJ's chinny, and Pringles, apparently, according to his record, can punch. So who knows, Thor lifted 500k way easier than Eddie. Yeah, well, that's true. He didn't bleed at the nose and look like he was about to spit his guts out and all that. Because I think he has the genetics for it, which makes Eddie's lift more impressive when you think about it. Because he had to, like I said earlier, he had to really grind through the pain barrier. Like, to be strong, you got to endure pain, and to be as strong as someone like Thor or Eddie, you got to be able to endure pain, and you got to be a freak, Blacks follow ghetto culture, saying the N word in music, yeah. And if they can say it, I can say it. Why not? Now that the Soviet bloc has opened at heavyweight, Europeans have ran the division for 3 decades. Yeah, they have. Because of communism, they weren't allowed to, because they were just stuck in the amateurs. But since they were allowed to compete in pros, Americans have never been able to keep up, Wilder's the best they've had, Boxing at your height seems pointless since you have a start. Well, why is it pointless? I mean, it keeps me fit. It helps me defend myself. Why not? I don't see an issue with it. Golovkin had Great fundamentals. Yeah, yeah, he did. That's a good point. Golovkin did have great fundamentals. Didn't always use them, but they were great, you know. Yeah, Bam's fight last night was good and competitive. I've still not seen it. I mean to though. I mean to watch it. Tyson's stance is very square when he punches. Square stance works in Muay Thai and MMA, not in boxing. The reason it works in Muay Thai and MMA is because you can knee, and when you're standing in a neutral square stance, you want to be able to wind up, and when you wind up, if you disguise it properly, Baz Rutten talks about this. Your opponent doesn't know whether you're going to throw a punch, whether you're going to throw a roundhouse kick, whether you're going to throw a knee, whether you're going to throw like a front kick. Like your opponent doesn't know what you're going to do. You could wind and then bam, just come with a big roundhouse kick, or you could wham and drive your knee into your opponent's chest, or you could, and then you could just throw a jam, or you could just throw a big right hand, like, or what you can do is feint with a body shot and then bam, jump and hit your opponent with a knee. There's a lot more nuances to something like Muay Thai and MMA than there is in boxing, so you can get away with a lack of fundamentals. You can't as much in boxing because there's only a certain amount of things you can do in boxing. Like if you're square on in boxing, what you're going to do? You're going to throw one of the main punches, aren't you? And they're not as easy to disguise when you don't have to also watch for knees and kicks, basically, you know. That's why it works more in Muay Thai, for example. Yeah, Ryan Garcia won the genetic lottery. Look, great looks and great at boxing. He didn't inherit a good chin though, so he had almost everything in regards to the genetic lottery. Yeah, footwork important for balance and shifting weight when punching. And you'll be surprised how many gyms don't teach footwork. There are so many. I've been to boxing gyms. They don't teach you footwork at all. They don't even teach you how to turn your feet as you're turning over a punch and how to move forward, backwards, side to side. Like they don't teach you how to do that in a fluid boxing motion, you know? It's interesting. Oh, Ricardo Lopez was fantastic. Fantastic boxer. I need to make a video about him one day. Salvador was great as well. True. Nordic, I've been wondering what you make of Carlos Monzon's career. Dude was a psycho, but he was a great fighter. You know, you think he was great. And who'd you favor between him and Hagler? Triple G's far too powerful for both of them. But Hagler and Monzon's an interesting fight. Like, Hagler was probably more of a freak athletically, but Monzon was a better boxer. He's probably much tougher, you know. I don't really know who I'd pick between them. Maybe Monzon, if gun to my head. Yeah, absolutely. Prime Povetkin versus Prime Usyk. Usyk on points, I think he would have to survive a scare. He would get hit several times because Povetkin was very sneaky on how he would set up his punches, and Povetkin's punching technique was probably better than Usyk's, and he hit harder. And he's probably more explosive too. Usyk just a lot fitter and a lot more technically skilled. So I think Usyk on points in a great fight. He said Nordic is the hardest bouncer. Yeah, I'm the hardest bouncer in Scotland, isn't it? I am, absolutely. Nordic getting abs? No, I'm not getting abs. Shall I show you guys my abs? I've never shown you guys my abs before, or my lack of. I'm going to do that. Here, this is an OnlyFans stream. There we are. See? I ain't got no abs. Ow. And I just put a muscle in my leg. I just put a muscle in my leg, man. That was sore. I hate that. I hate it when that happens. Do you know your calves when they just seize up and go, like, I hate that. It usually happens when you put them into an awkward position. Again, I was standing for 15 hours yesterday and I went to the gym. So cut my abs a little bit. Cut my calves a little bit of slack. I'm trying to get in a position where I can show my, again, this is a bodybuilding channel now. There. See, I don't have any abs. I don't have any. See it in the light. I don't have any abs. Literally don't have any. I don't think it's even like genetically possible for me to get abs. I could, not unless I did like If I did sit-ups, like, every minute of the day for, like, 10 years, I might get abs, maybe, who knows? But I'd never be a I don't have the genetics to be a contest bodybuilder, that'd never happen, you know? Madrimov is not technically elite, that's why he doesn't have any amateur accomplishments. Yeah, yeah, Madrimov is fast and explosive, but defensively very poor and, quite easy to hit, in my opinion, like and not only that, his footwork's quite poor too. Feints too much, doesn't punch enough, seems to lack stamina and lacks accuracy. Quite a, a decent fighter, but quite an overrated fighter. Crawford is a beast, man. Best welterweight since Leonard. I don't think Crawford's very good technically, but what I will say about Crawford is the dude is strong. Like the dude is insanely strong. Oh, I've got my house coat under my arse. Just moving it. Like Crawford can deadlift, I think, like over 400 pounds. And for a guy at his weight, that's insane. It is, man. He is. Like, where was I? I wish we saw Crawford versus Janibek in a real fight. I'd have given Janibek a very good chance to win. Yeah, I think Janibek's too big too big for Crawford. Crawford would not have been very good at middleweight. And I know he beat Canelo. Canelo. I would beat Canelo. Canelo's a bum. It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, yeah. De La Hoya would be a nightmare for Crawford because De La Hoya had a great jab, and in his prime, his lateral movement was very good. So I feel like Oscar would just outbox him. I don't think he'd put a beating on him, and I don't think he'd knock him out. I think he'd just outbox him, win on points. He would kind of do what he did to what's his name? What he did to Felix Trinidad early, where he was able to like score some points. But I don't think I don't think Crawford would be able to put the late beating on him that Trinidad did and force him into retreat. You know, Trinidad was a lot tougher and hit harder than Crawford, in my opinion. People calling Crawford as elite as SRL is a joke. Yeah, Leonard's leagues above Crawford. Leagues above Crawford. LDBC sent Wilder close. Yeah, they sent him to kick my ass. It was a good spar, by the way. Like, I would say I got the better of it because I just backed him up the whole time. Like, it was weird because I chose not to wear a head guard because I hate wearing head guards. He wanted to wear one, right? And basically, I was basically just holding my high guard like I do. He's jabbing and he's feinting and he's like, he does this thing where he'll like feint the jab and then he'll throw a left hook. He did that a few times and I just kept blocking it. I was blocking everything. Occasionally he clipped me with a shot, but it wasn't, I was able to ride it. And then I would kind of just back him to the ropes and bam, I was hitting him with big hooks to the body, mostly left hooks, right? And he was constantly moving. He couldn't move me back at all. But he landed some good shots, like on the way in. Like his hand speed was very good. This guy, ironically, he's a better technical boxer than the actual Wilder. He's just not as big or as powerful. But like, he caught me with some decent shots. But I think I'd say I got the better of it because again, I made him retreat, and the shots I landed were more telling. I would say, it was one of them. It was a competitive spar. Was that a good black, not the race bit? I don't really know him that well. I've only spoke to him a couple of times at the gym. I don't know him very well though. There's a few black guys that go to that gym. I've sparred with a couple of them. Do you plan on getting testosterone boosts? No, I don't because I don't think I'll need them. If I absolutely need them, let's say I get to like 55 years old and my testosterone levels just plummet, which I don't think they will. Then I'd consider it. I'd consider getting TRT, but I don't think there's any need for it. Like, obviously, right now, there's no need for it. I don't think there ever will be. I feel like if I keep training and I keep myself active my whole life, I'll never need it, probably. But you never know. We'll see in the future. Where was I? Hold on. Nodi, have you talked about Bam yet? Yeah, I think Inoue right now in a head-to-head matchup would beat Bam. I do. But I think Bam's ceiling is higher because he's younger and much fresher, taken much less damage, had much less hard fights. So I feel like he can improve. I do. I really think he can improve. and come back and become a better fighter in the future. Right now, I think Inoue would win if they fought at the moment. Crawford is phenomenal, man. Can fight equally from both stances, has power in both hands, great balance, strong, total dog. Don't think Oscar can be. I disagree. Now, Crawford is a dog. Crawford is tough and he's very strong, but I think technically he's very limited. And I think Oscar had a kind of style to beat him. Oscar had a very, very good jab, and was very, very hard to time while he was moving and throwing combos. So I feel like that would have been a hard fight. Oh, we've got a contribution here from Nutmix. Make yourself a beef burger if you like. Oh, appreciate that, man. God bless you, man. Thanks to Nutmix for the contribution. God bless you, man. Appreciate that very much. Let me find my place in the chat. Here we are. Inoue destroys Bam. Bam's getting hit a lot. Yeah, but again, Bam's a young guy. He's still learning. And I think he can get better, Loma has the best jab of the last 20 years. Bam's punching combination, Bam's combination punching footwork is great as Loma's, but he doesn't have Loma's jab. Loma's jab was very good. I do think he kind of abandoned it, though. He stopped using it much later. Same with Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor had a fantastic jab. See, if you look at his early fights, same with Lomachenko, right? If you look at their amateur fights and their jab, and their early pro fights, look at the jab. It's fantastic. They stopped using it, and it became all about the pivots and the bam, 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 like fancy pants, southpaw, slickster stuff. Like they just forgot about the jab and long range boxing. I don't know what that was all about, Oh, your thoughts on the enhanced games? A lot of the pro ped using the Tech Bro transfer. Here's my opinion on the enhanced games. I've got a lot to say about this. Now, a lot of people were going on about, it was a failure because there wasn't many records broken. But here's the point. What a lot of people don't seem to understand is that those records that were supposed to have been broken were already enhanced. What these people don't understand is the difference between the enhanced games and the Olympics or any tournament whatsoever that involves strength and conditioning. The difference is that the enhanced games was transparent about it, that there was no testing. That's all it was, right? The Olympics, every single top level athlete in the Olympics is probably on PEDs. They've got Victor Conti types in their corner teaching them how to beat the testing, or they're not even being tested due to state sponsored doping. So any record that already existed was probably already an enhanced record. That's what people are missing, I'd take a massive log on George Floyd's grave. So would I. Just out of spite, just to piss off the lefties, Every time I go to a cousin's house, I see her feeding the kids some sort of fast food almost daily. No wonder these kids upset with something, mate. Look, fast food's okay from time to time, but come on, man. Like, feeding the kid fast food every day is horrible. At least give your kids some protein, give your kids some carbs, like give your kids some supplements, give them something that their body can use for energy and recovery. Don't just feed them goy slop. Goy slop is not for kids, all right? Goy slop is like from when you're on a night out, you want a greasy kebab or something. It's not for your everyday diet, Certainly shouldn't be feeding it to your kids, man. I hate it when I see parents like taking their kids to McDonald's all the time and feeding them crisps all the time and stuff. I just can't get my head around it. I really can't, Why are you messing up your kids, man? Like, why do that? Shout out to Hawker. God bless you, man. YouTube telling me you're live 1 hour later. Typical YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's hiding my stuff from even my own audience, isn't it? It's true. Yeah, that's because I speak too much truth, isn't it? Tommy Huns has a similar story where he couldn't walk recently, was able to get back to walking now. Oh, that's good. Well, again, I was like that a few years back when I was having my gout pains in my feet, and nowadays you can't get me off my feet very long, It is what it is. Triple jump and high jump is still white record holders. Is that right? I didn't know that. I know every single record-breaking lifter is white. I don't know about jumping sports though. I'll need to look into that. I'll need to look that up. Africans tend to have long limbs and narrow hips, makes their body more ideal for running and jumping. Oh, I take it the whites that broke those records must just be very, very, like, they must just be very dedicated athletes where they've practiced their, because there is a technique element to jumping, so they probably just have better technique at doing it, you know? A white man just ran 9.89, which is an elite 100-meter time. Really? Impressive. I didn't know about that. Again, I don't follow all sports, so it's like how I follow boxing's the only sport I really follow, but I dabble in weightlifting because it's something I do. So I look up a lot of weightlifting content and stuff. But I wasn't aware of that record, or I wasn't aware of that accomplishment. You know, I recently watched Tony's bout against Ratman one and Peter one. Had the Ratman bout the same as Lederman, 16-1-12. Tony's head was practically jabbed. I had it much wider than that. He was hit often in that bout. I think I had it 10-2 to Ratman or 11-1 or something. Both the Peter Tony fights, neither one of them were close, in my opinion. I thought Samuel Peter won both clearly. The second one, he won every round, in my opinion. I think the first one, he won like 9 rounds or something. And in the second one, I think he scored a knockdown too. They were, again, the media totally lied and claimed they were robberies. Samuel Peter won both fights. And Ratman got robbed in the rematch too. Tony headbutted him. They opened up a cut. Referee gave him a TKO. And then it got overturned by the commission, and rightfully so, you know. Yeah, I seen that. The young white guy is very fast. All the college Division One rejected him, setting records right now. Well, they've got egg on their face for rejecting him, haven't they? Good on him, man. I hope he keeps it up. I hope he keeps breaking records then. My grandma, 81, her biggest flaw is sickness. Pickiness. She hardly wants to eat, complains how she feels all day. Wish she would just eat some meat. Mate, my nana is the same. She will not eat healthy food. If it's not absolute slop, she won't eat it. If it's not like a biscuit or white bread or whatever, she just moans about it. I'll make her like a beautiful sandwich, and she'll be like, "I didn't want that. I can eat that." I'm like, Nana, just shut up and eat it. Like the way me and my Nana, like, we banter sometimes. I'm like, Nana, shut up, stop moaning, and just eat it. She'll be like, you show some respect. Shut your mouth. And like, it's quite funny the way we talk to each other. But it's like I try to get her eat health. I'll make my nana a cup of tea and a sandwich or something, and I'll give her some strawberries, and she's like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Strawberries? I can't eat all that." I'm like, "Nana, just shut up and eat it." And then she eats it, and it's nice, and she likes it, but she doesn't acknowledge that she likes it. Like when I give her fruit, like strawberries and grapes. I remember one time I made my nana steak, right? I made her a steak dinner. Like, it was beautiful sirloin steak. I cooked it like medium rare, seasoned it really nicely. I gave her it, and she looked at it. She's like, typical boomer shit. She's just moaning. She's like, "Oh, that's too pink. I can't eat that. You've no cooked that." I know. I'm like, Nana, just eat it, right? Just bloody eat it. She ate the whole thing. I'm talking like the whole, like, and I know she's very picky with food. If she doesn't like something, she won't finish it. She ate the whole thing, every single morsel of it, and like pure cleared the plate, loved it. I could just see how nice it was. And then she's like talking to my mum on the phone. She's like, he he made me a steak. It was too pink, and all that. You just ate the whole thing. She cracks me up, my nana. She's funny, but like, but later on she admitted, "Aye, that was really nice." She did. If white actually did 100-meter, they would be getting the same times the black, fast twitch, Talmudic American propaganda. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me. The Peter slugfest was good, but thought Peter won. But Tony did better. Tony did better in the first fight, but he didn't do enough to win. Not even close. You know, Peter was technically good as Ratman. I don't think Peter was technically good as Ratman, but tougher, probably harder hitting. Do you know, I slightly disagree there. I think Peter was technically a little bit better than Ratman, actually, but Rackman was a lot fitter than Peter. He was in much better shape. Peter was the harder puncher, definitely, but I think Peter actually had good upper body movement and fluidity for a guy his size. He actually wasn't that easy to hit. It's just that because Tony was shorter arms, and was more astute on the inside, a little bit quicker, and a little bit more explosive too. He was able to catch Peter here and there. But from long range, Peter dominated it. It was hitting him to the body all night. It was like Peter figured him out and won easily. I thought, Rackman was kind of a bit more basic. Like he would just pummel you with the jab and look to take you out with the big right. He was a bit more predictable, I think. But maybe his technique was slightly better. He just wasn't as like fluid as Peter was. I don't think. I think Peter was a better fighter than Rackman. I picked Peter over him slightly. A bunch of racist track codes. Yeah, racist against the white kid. They probably just have this. Again, it's that propaganda he referenced earlier. They probably just think, oh, he's white, so he'll never be able to run as fast as the blacks. Whereas he just proved them wrong, didn't he? So against all odds, he went and did it. Muhammad Ali, man. Yeah, that's how I say it. Muhammad Ali, man. Anthony Joshua, man. Yeah, they wild, man. Hey, man, the brothers are technical, man. Mohawk, JB Joe Fraser, Ken Norton, man. Muhammad Ali, man. I'm sorry about that. Blacks have a minuscule advantage at the 100, 200, 400, the 800, 1600 marathon race. They're all very mixed with tons of white representation. Yeah. That's quite interesting. I'll need to look into running sports and what the records are. And I don't really know that sport very well. I'm rubbish at running, so I wouldn't know. Blacks be so athletic for being 3.3 seconds faster than white men at the 100-meter, man. Yeah. They more athletic. They got more skill. They're more athletic. They more technical. They're more skill. They're more technique. They're more defense. The class. The class and the class and the class and the class. Tony was like Ali in his heavyweight bouts where he would fight in bursts, like in the opening, burst into energy in rounds, got the crowd going, flashy and taunt, yeah. But he wasn't being very effective, was he? For the most part, When did it become blasphemy to criticize Muhammad Ali? Before my time, it's been blasphemy to criticize him as long as I can remember. Two things you're not allowed to do. You're not allowed to criticize IL. You're not allowed to criticize. Well, you are allowed to criticize IL. They do it all the time. I was in a pub. Was this yesterday or the day before? Yeah, this was yesterday. A guy showed up to a pub I was working. Big, massive Iran flag, right? It was an Iranian guy actually, and he had a badge on his chest. It said "Free Iran," and I was like, mate, are you kidding me? I'm not gonna let you in with that, like because we're not allowed like football colours or like political stuff in that particular venue. I'm like, mate, I can't let you in with that. And he was like, oh, why not? And I was like, here, give it here, and I'll take it and I'll put it behind the door for you. So I did that and I let him in. But it's like you're allowed to do stuff like that. You're allowed to march through the street with Iran flags and death to Israel and free Palestine. You're allowed to do that now. That's again, the days of not being allowed to criticize Israel and getting thrown in jail for it, those days are long gone. It's fair game now. Israel has become public enemy number one for all factions, pretty much. Moments like that gain judges' attention. Rounds redundant, a bit boring. Sway it to Ali and Tony, not doing much, stealing a win. Yeah, well, that's one of the things they say that Ray Leonard was good at. Just throwing a quick burst of like flashy combos towards the end of a round and taking the round on the scorecard, That's what they say he was very good at. Muhammad Ali, part of the planned globalist boxer, is as much of an actor as Mike Tyson and Jake Paul are. He probably had as many fixed fights. I mean, look at the Liston fights. Look, come on, man. I had some guys say, oh, there was no evidence that the fight was fixed. I'm like, well, there's no evidence that any fight ever was fixed. I mean, this is what I should have said to that guy who said that. I should have said, what evidence do you have that Jorge Kawagi's fights were fixed? That's what I should have asked him. I'm going to do that from now on. When people say, "Oh, you have no evidence that the fights were fixed," I'm going to say, "So whatever." So were Jorge Kawagi's fights fixed? And he'll probably say yes, right? I'll be like, "What evidence do you have for that? What evidence do you have that Jorge Kawagi's fights were fixed?" And they go, "Oh, well, they obviously were." Well, that's not evidence. That's not evidence. I already said Muhammad Ali and Sonny Liston was obviously fixed, right? So there's as much evidence for those fights being fixed as there are for Kawagi's, and that's zero. This is not a forensic murder investigation. you're never going to be able to prove a fight was fixed definitively, right? So what do you mean there's no evidence? It's such a stupid, redundant thing to say when people come up with this stuff, you know? We know what a fixed fight looks like. We don't need to get technical and start looking for forensic evidence, you know? Personally, I can't stand Muhammad Ali. Awful man, awful character. Guy was a dickhead, but I do think he was a product of his time. That's what I will say, you know? Did Muhammad Ali ever throw a body shot? He hardly ever went to the body. It was similar to Vladimir Klitschko, except Vladimir Klitschko didn't go to the body because he was tall and he basically like he didn't want to leave himself open for counters, right? But basically, Muhammad Ali, he just didn't seem to know how to shorten his punches to go to the body. He just didn't seem to know how to do it. And also, Muhammad Ali, one of his biggest flaws, even worse than that, he didn't know how to not take the or no how to take the lead. So Muhammad Ali needed you to go at him and do something for him to counter, for him to do all that flashy shit from the outside, right? If he was forced to take the lead, like let's say Muhammad Ali were to fight some of these Cuban guys who just probe and make you lead and try to counter, Muhammad Ali would not know how to deal with that. It's like that old saying of counter punchers beat boxers. In Muhammad Ali's case, that would be particularly true. If any good modern counterpuncher fought him and forced him to take the lead, he wouldn't know what to do because he wouldn't have anything presented to him as a target. He would have to create opportunities. He didn't have the lead hand control or the anticipation to do that, you know? Um, what what also what was I say? Why it's also do fine is explosive sports such as discus or javelin throwing or sprint swimming events. Vladimir Klitschko was an example of an explosive heavyweight. Yeah. Well, my best mate, who I was talking about earlier, who is a personal trainer, he's also he was an amateur kickboxer and boxer, and he was an unlicensed boxer as well. He broke a local record for javelin throw. He was a great javelin thrower. That was another thing he was great at. He's a white guy as well. Like I think he could throw a javelin like faster than or further than like anyone in the city of his like age and weight group. So I've known a lot of white guys who are good at, like you say, throwing explosives. Like again, all the best baseball players were white because again, you need throwing as a specific athletic adaptation. Like there's a technical element to it, but it does rely on explosivity. Again, all the best Olympic weightlifters are all white, every single one of them, and that's that's strength displayed quickly. It's explosivity, you know. Extremely rarely did Ali go to the body, and his body was punished so many times by the likes of Chavallo, Fraser, Norton, Foreman, etc. Surprised he never went down from a body shot. Tougher. Oh, Ali was tough. He was a hard man, very tough, and he relied on being tough, you know, because his defense wasn't that good. But also, Ali took stimulants, amphetamines, which allowed him to endure pain, kind of like Floyd Mayweather when he took xylocaine, allowed him to endure pain more than the average fighter, you know, which explains why he was pissing blood after getting hit to the body all night. But he was able to stand on his feet because the guy was off his face on amphetamines and stimulants, you know. I'm talking about Mayweather, but it's the same case with Ali, you know. Ali was the greatest because he went life and death with the most opponents and had the most gift decisions, I guess. Yeah. The James Toney of his age, of his era. A bladed stance is more common in karate and taekwondo, but it limits your weapons and it shows your opponent that you're looking for spinning kicks, which are the most powerful but are hard to land. Yeah. Spinning kicks are a big gamble. Unless you know for a fact that you've got your opponent exactly where you want him to be, you can make a real ass of yourself throwing a spinning kick. Don't get me wrong, I've seen great spinning kicks. I've seen him take guys out. Have you ever seen that clip of Eddie Hall sparring with Jesse Enkamp? I think Jesse Enkamp landed a couple of spinning kicks to his body, and Eddie Hall had no idea how to deal with it. That Jesse Enkamp, I would like to see that guy compete in some sort of capacity because he can fight. He can, you know. But spinning kicks very effective if you can land them, but difficult to land because they leave you off balance. You know. Didn't Monzon throw his wife out a hotel? Yeah. Dude was a psycho. It was. Spinning kicks are best for putting on karate demonstration. Yeah, because they look great on camera as well. See in action movies and all that, like They look fantastic on camera. They do. I got some abs. I'm 5'10", 165. I'll be around 170, 180 when I'm your age. Yeah, that's all right then. That's a good weight. I don't know how. I don't know what your like musculature is like though. Like, are you a big guy built, like, or are you just skinny and tall and 5'10"? Because you're like 2 inches taller than me. But you're a lot lighter than me. Again, I weigh about 210 pounds, or at least I did when I last weighed. But I'm big, and again, I deadlift and squat way more than my body weight for reps. Now, somebody who's overweight, like if a person is obese, I would argue an obese person would not be able to squat more than their body weight for 3 sets of 5. I don't think they would, because an obese person has too much superfluous weight. Now, if you're able to stand on your feet 15 hours, getting into altercations and things like that, and if you're able to run 5 miles, if you're able to do full body weight chin ups, you're not obese. So a guy at my weight, again, I'm fitter, stronger than I've ever been at 32 years old. I'm actually at a very healthy walking around weight. If I was to compete in boxing, I would need to get down to like 170, 180 at least, if not lower, which would be, I'd be emaciated, but I'd need to do it to give myself the best chance of competing. Otherwise, I'd be fighting guys 6'4" and 5, you know. And I've been, listen, I've sparred guys that size. I have, and I've done all right, but it's different sparring to being in an actual registered competition, you know, where there's something on the line. Lay off the iron brew. Oh, I'll have to if I need to if I'm going to lose weight, I'll need to lay off the iron brew. You know, Nordic showing his nips, getting drunk on the iron. Do you want to see my nips? I'll show it. No, I'm just kidding. Should I like stand up and take my vest off? Should I? I don't know. The lighting in here isn't very good, so. But I'm not a bodybuilder, so who gives a crap? I don't know. Because again, people seem to think that I'm like a fat guy, or people think I'm still fat. I used to be a fat guy. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not. I'm not a fat guy these days. I'm like, because again, I'm stronger and fitter than I've ever been. You know, I'm seeing this on my big T. What you see in my like chiseled bloody Arnold Schwarzenegger physique on your big ass TV. Look at you, eh? Ali was great for his era, but not a demigod. Yeah, he needs to grow hair on it. It'll scare the crew. Yeah, I ain't got much hair on my body. I've got hair on my belly. I've not got a lot of hair on my chest though. I've got like a few small long ones, you know. I guess my testosterone levels aren't that high yet. Nordic has a gut. Hey, it's called muscle, gut muscle. See when you do a squat, this is the thing, right? A lot of people don't realize, because people think having visible six-pack abs means that you're healthy. It doesn't. Because see, when you do a squat, right? What do you think it is that supports your back? When you have a big barbell on your back or something heavy, and you squat down, right? You do, let's say you do a good morning, so you lean forward and you squat down like you're going to do the toilet, but you're leaning forward at the same time. When you have that weight on your back and you need to push it up, right? You need to really work hard to grind it up. What do you think it is that supports your back and prevents you from snapping in two? It's your gut. Your gut supports your back. So when you see these like power lifters, like if you've ever seen a professional power lifter, do any of these guys have six packs? Maybe like 5% of them, if not. And those are the ones on a lot of steroids, and those are the ones with way above average genetics, right? In terms of maintaining a low body fat percentage while still being strong and healthy, you know. But generally, your gut is what supports your back and prevents you from breaking your back and keeps your back and your core stable. So every single power lifter that you see who's lifting a lot of weights has a belly, right? They have a bit of a pot. It looks like a pot belly. It looks like they've got a dad bod. But if you were to actually feel these guys, like again, if you feel my belly, right? See me squeezing my chest. Not a lot comes off it, does it? It's not jiggling, is it? If you were to see the same with my ribs and my midsection, it's not jiggling. When I grab it, it's actually really firm and strong. That's because it's gut muscle. Now there's body fat there too, because the body fat is the outer layer which surrounds your gut. That's where your body stores a lot of its energy reserves and a lot of it's fat, right? It stores it in your lower abdomen, right? That that helps to cushion and support the gut muscle, and the gut muscle helps to support the back. So again, you guys have seen videos of me squatting. I can squat well over my body weight for a lot of reps, and I wouldn't be able to do that probably if I had like really, really lean, visible six pack abs. Like, how many skinny guys do you see with visible six pack abs that can squat more than their body weight for reps? Very few. And again, the ones that can are genetic outliers, right? It doesn't happen very often, does it? You know, go and look at, like, see if you go on like there's a lot of fitness influencers on sites like TikTok, and it's all these skinny guys and twinks and whatnot who are all on steroids and all using fake weights and stuff like that. How many of those guys can actually squat as much as me? How many of those guys can do the kind of lifts I can do, and still be able to run 5 miles and do chin ups and like and spar 12 rounds? I can spar 12 rounds. Most people can't. So would a fat guy be able to do the things I'm doing? I don't think so. You know, it seems like Golovkin make a great boxing. I agree. Golovkin's punching technique, some of the best I've ever seen. Balance is some of the best I've ever seen. Like the dude is very, very knowledgeable about how to box properly and fundamentally. Certain men can't stay healthy or high energy. I'm at low body fat. Some men have to be a bit over 20% to feel their best. Some men feel their best 12 to 14% body fat. Yeah, that's the thing. And a lot of people don't understand, right? See 20% body fat. 20% body fat is not fat. You are nowhere near obese at 20% body fat. People don't realize that. People think because of 2000s diet culture and because of like TikTok influencers and shit like that. These guys who are on copious amounts of anabolic steroids, guys like Athlete X, right, who probably sits around all day doing sit-ups, eating a low calorie, low carb diet, and basically just pumping all the time, right, constantly doing hypertrophy work. These guys have to work. They have to live like a prisoner to maintain that body fat percentage. And they're nowhere near as strong or as healthy as they make themselves out to be. Because again, it's all about aesthetics for them. They're basically male models / bodybuilders. So for the average person who doesn't have favorable genetics, maintaining 10% or even 12% body fat is not sustainable. You're going to be emaciated at that body fat percentage. 20% body fat, the vast majority of people who you see walking around who are healthy, strong, fit, active, working class people are 20% body fat or more, most. Now, a person who's obese, who's probably a fat slob, is someone who's probably around 30 to 35% body fat. That's the guys who are 30 to 35% body fat are not guys who go to the gym. They're not guys who train. They're not guys who lift. They're not guys who do martial arts. They're not guys who do chin-ups. Like somebody who's 35% body fat, unless he's an absolute freak of nature, like someone like Tyson Fury or Andy Ruiz, right? Those are genetic outliers, or Butterbean or John McDermott or someone, right? Unless they're a freak of nature, you would not be able to do chin-ups at 30% body fat. You'll not be able to run 5 miles at 30 to 35% body fat. You wouldn't be able to stand on your feet all day and do a 15-hour shift at 30 to 35% body fat. People at that body fat percentage sit on their ass all day, eating carbs, watching TV. They don't train. But somebody who's 20% body fat and is somebody who could be more healthy than you will ever be at that way. But there seems to be this narrative that 20% body fat is obese, or like you're practically pre-diabetic at that age. Like what? 20% body fat isn't even underweight. I mean, it isn't even overweight. I wouldn't consider it. Natural yeah, I've got a natural HGH gut, an iron brew gut. Nordic is the free nip. Yeah, yeah. I should start an OnlyFans, shouldn't I? Like, I genuinely should. Why not? I've actually got good triceps. Like, it's hard to see in this lighting, but see in the in the right lighting conditions, my triceps are jacked. They are. I don't even really train triceps. That's mostly from deadlifts and throwing punches because that relies on the tricep. You know, there's no hurting Nordic to the body. Nah, my body's padded, isn't it? It's stacked. I've got that Tyson Fury physique, except I'm like a foot shorter. In fact, I'm like over a foot shorter than him. You know, I'd pick Ali to beat Tyson because I think Ali would be mentally stronger over 12, 15 rounds. Make Tyson look foolish in the press conferences. He could possibly do the same thing to Tyson that he did to Foreman, where he just gets in his head, makes him tire himself out. Yeah, I could see Tyson getting emotional and overall aggressive, but I feel like Tyson, his explosivity and his quickness was a lot better than Foreman's. So even though he wasn't as strong or as tough as Foreman, I think he might get to Ali quick enough to take him out early. So I can see what you're saying, though. I think Team Wilder made a smart business decision in ducking the fight with Povetkin in Russia. Povetkin would have knocked him out. It would have sparked him, in my opinion. You know, you have to lower your body fat percentage even more for abs. 15%. Yeah. That's what visible abs are. Visible six-pack abs are low body fat percentage. Again, 15% lower. That's all they are. So when you see a guy like Athlean X and all these like V Shred, all these YouTubers, and they got these like perfect, like chiseled abs, they didn't get those abs from doing those stupid gimmicky workouts that they do. They got those abs for having a calorie deficit and maintaining a low body fat percentage, because that's what visible six-pack abs are. Now, visible six-pack abs do not make you stronger. They don't make you fitter. They don't make you healthier. All they do, they don't even make you more attractive to women. All they do is make other men look at you online and say, wow, you've got nice abs. They appeal to other men. That's what they do. Now, I would rather, personally, this is my opinion, I would rather be able to run 5 miles, to do, let's say, 12 chin-ups, to be able to spar 12 rounds, and to be able to lift significantly more than my body weight for reps. I would rather be able to do all that than have a nice, sexy Anthony Joshua six-pack. Because again, I put let's say I've got a an amazing like male model six-pack where I look like Arnold or something. What good is that going to do me when I put my shirt on? Absolutely nothing. But if I'm strong and fit, that's going to help me. Being fit and strong actually helps you physically. It's functional, you know. Right, where was I? I've got so many comments here. I actually think Mike Tyson didn't have a glass chin. No, he didn't have a glass chin. Most of his knockouts were due to fatigue, you know. To me, he had a good chin. He would mentally capitulate when someone was better. Similar to Dubois, yeah. Dubois kind of takes a knee when he gets hit, doesn't he? It's bloody difficult to lose belly fat when you get past 30. Yeah, true. And that's the thing. You don't need to lose belly fat. This is the thing I forgot to mention. See, when I was talking about Steven Seagal, now people I know I talked about Steven Seagal before, right? People talk about Steven Seagal being a fat ass, right? There's always a big fat guy. He's fat. He eats buffets. Blah blah blah. Steven Seagal isn't actually fat. Now, Steven Seagal is 6'5", right? And he's 70. How old is he? What, 73? Or so? He might be older. He might be 75. He's got a pot belly, right? But if you look at his arms, his neck, his face, his frame, his chest, he's quite a slender guy. He's not actually that fat. The reason why he has a big belly is because he has an underactive thyroid. He has a thyroid condition. Now, thyroid conditions, or having an underactive thyroid, is very, very common of men of that age. That's why you see so many guys who are active, fit, healthy guys, but they've got a big beer belly, a big gut. That's to do with your thyroid, right? And your body stores a lot of its excess fat in the midsection. Now that gut doesn't mean that you're unhealthy. It doesn't mean you're on the verge of getting a heart attack or anything like that. No, it just means you've got a lot of fat stored up in your midsection that's hard to get rid of, because that's where your body puts it. You know, it's It doesn't distribute it evenly through the body. It puts it all in one place. That's very common of guys of that age. And you'll see a lot of guys like former competitive power lifters who were like deadlifting and squatting in the 600s in their prime. When they get to their 60s and 70s, because they've built up a lot of body weight over the years for competing, they end up with like an underactive thyroid and all that, and the body stores a lot of the fat in their midsection. But these guys aren't actually fat asses. They're not like lazy sedentary slobs. That's just where the body decides to store most of its fat, and it's actually functional because, as I said earlier, it supports your back. A lot of people don't realize that. Like, there's no reason to lose belly fat. Don't worry about belly fat. Belly fat's not a problem. Work on making your body, every inch of your body, non-superfluous, so you're actually using the weight that you've got. Yeah. Yeah, you get abs if you do like Oscar De La Hoya did. Yeah, what, wearing fishnets. Yeah, Leonard was a great inside fighter, very rare. He actually could stand in the pocket and shorten his punches like he did it in the Duran rematch. I've been watching some videos recently, all the bodybuilders that are dropping dead in their 20s, and yeah, and I know about that. And the reason why is dehydration, PEDs, which a lot of bodybuilders take anabolic steroids and diuretics so that they can get to as low a body fat percentage as possible, just so that they could stand on stage and say, look at me muscles, and me abs and all that, and then collapse right after from dehydration and lack of nutrition. Starvelings. That's what they are. Like, bodybuilding is such a dangerous sport. Like, credit to anyone who has the self control and impulse control to actually do it, but it's a very dangerous sport. It's not good for your health, and the reward just isn't worth it, in my opinion. Unless you're getting paid for it, which the vast majority of bodybuilders don't. It's not worth it. You're better off training for strength and conditioning. You'll have a better quality of life. Not as bad as Dubois. Tyson would still try, but he was never as intimidating when someone wanted it more than him. Douglas proved it. Yeah, Tyson could be mentally broken, and that's why I've always said someone like Usyk or Povetkin, guys who just wouldn't be denied, they would stop him, in my opinion. They absolutely would. Um, Calories in versus calories out, it can be done, but your best bet is to be meticulous about the quality of your nutrition, vegetables, fruit, meat, fish, etc. Well, what I do, see, when I train, like, so to give an example, what I did, see, on Friday, because I did a 5 hour shift on Friday, right before it, I went to the gym and I did my squats, my deadlifts, and my bench press, right after that, I went to this burger place and I got this big ass burger. So it was like a big beef patty. It had chicken on it. So like it had beef, fried chicken, bacon, and cheese. So it was just a big massive burger and a side of chips, right? I had that because I wanted as much protein as possible in the meal, and I wanted a side of carbs too. So I got the fries with it because I had a long shift ahead of me, right? So I did that. The following day, so before I did my 15-hour shift, I got this thing. So it was like I went to this local, it's like a local corner shop slash butchers near me. And they sell, it's like these pre-packaged, like chicken meals. So they do like, it's all like freshly, local produce and all that. So they have like chicken curry, beef curry, chicken satay. The one I got was a chicken chow mein. So not kind of like the chicken chow mein you get out the Chinese, but a lot less oily and a lot more fresh, right? So I got one of them. I had a chicken. I had a like kind of a homemade chicken chow mein, and then I had two link sausages with it. So just to get a bit extra protein, I had that, and then I went and did my 15-hour shift. I think I had like on my break, I had a hot chocolate or something. So like, I just felt like a bit of sugar. But like, I also did when I finished my 15-hour shift, I went to the gym and I did my, like I said, my overhead press and my bench press, right? So it's like, I make sure, if I know I'm going to be training and I know I'm going to be on my feet working, I make sure that I get a meal where I have a large amount of protein and a little bit of carbs on the side, because the carbs are going to get my blood sugar levels where they need to be, and the protein is going to help me recover. I'm always thinking about recovery. Like, that's why I eat now. I don't just eat for the sake of eating. I eat for purely for energy and recovery. You know, I'm surprised he didn't ask you to take your top off again. I'm tempted to just take my top off. You know, I just I don't like showing off like that. It's like it's I don't know, man. I'm not gay. Like, you guys are all men. Why would I want to take my top off for you guys? You're all guys, you know. Here's what I'll do. Here's what I'll do. See when I do my next squat workout, I'll record it. So I told you guys before, I'm gonna attempt 110k for 3 sets of 5 on the squat. I'll record that and I'll upload it. I'll do that. It's the best I can do. I'm not turning into some topless, gay boy, like um Instagram or OnlyFans model. I'm not doing that. That's mortifying, you know. I'm not having you guys sitting there with your dicks in your hands going, "Oh, look at his abs," you know. I'm not having that, guys. That ain't happening. No. I'm not having you guys think about this stream when you're in the bath later. No, that's not happening. Vargas took the first 4 rounds from Bam, then Bam knocked him out in the 6th. Seems like Bam took his time then and then took him out after, you know. Wait, I'm losing my space here. There is no reason for TRT, HTR if you don't have any health issues. Just follow a healthy lifestyle. Yeah. Do you know, that sickens me when I see guys, young guys in their like late teens, early 20s taking TRT. What are you doing? You're basically preventing your balls from being able to produce testosterone naturally by doing that. Just destroying your health, basically. That's what you're doing. TRT is for guys in their 50s who can't get a boner anymore and have no energy to do anything, who can't be arsed with anything or anyone. That's who TRT's for. It's not for young guys who want six-pack abs and big muscles. You get that by lifting and training, you know, and being disciplined with your diet and lifestyle. Josh Taylor had a very short prime. He's probably a raging alcoholic. He is a raging alcoholic and a junkie. He is. But Josh Taylor in his prime was one of the best fighters I've seen. Like, if Josh Taylor had stayed humble, had stayed motivated, and kept learning, because he was fast tracked and he had too much success too quickly. If he had even a shred of the dedication that someone like Ricky Burns had, for example, or let's say he had a shred of the dedication that someone like Usyk had, he would have been a pound for pound great, in my opinion. But it was never meant to be. He's Scottish, so naturally he's retarded. Scottish people are all retarded. Every single one of them. They're stupid. It's just it's just the way we are. We're stupid people, and we make stupid decisions, right? Again, I had the opportunity to be a very good amateur boxer, and I pissed it up the wall, you know. Taylor did the same thing after achieving his dreams, you know. Muslims who converted to Christ say they were grateful to be in the West as they might never have known Christ. Yeah, absolutely. Because if they weren't in the West, they would never have gotten the opportunity to hear the gospel, would have thought. Bam is not that good. He had some snack power, that's it. No, but he's a young guy who has a lot of potential, and he doesn't have a whole lot of competition right now, does he? So I just see him getting better and better over the next few years, you know. And I see him overtaking Inoue at some point. Where am I? Raising a sword in solidarity or something. Taking a knee for anything is gay, yeah. Yeah, raise a sword. Gingerly touch our tips. That's much less gay. She thinks you're trying to kill her. Typical boomer when you ask him about her wealth. Yeah, even though she doesn't have any wealth, like my nana's broke, she probably still thinks I'm trying to kill her. You know, no, listen. I would be heartbroken if my grandmother. Look, when my grandmother dies, I'll be heartbroken because I'm so close to her. Like my granddad, right? He was 62 when he died. He died 21, 22 years ago, something like that. He was a few years older than my gran. I was only 10 when he died, right? I was very close to my granddad when I was a little boy because I didn't have a dad, right? So my granddad was like my dad. I think I even said when I was like 2 years old, I said, I've got a daddy. It's my granddad. I think I said that. Apparently, I don't remember this. Apparently, I said that when I was 2 years old. I said, my granddad's like my daddy, right? I was very close to him. Now, my granddad, I moved away down south, as you know, and by around about the time I moved, my granddad ended up with a stroke. So and he went from being like a strong, like really like my granddad was a tough dude. Like, he was a tough old boy. He was, and he was well respected. Everybody loved him. Right. He went from being this strong, like alpha male type guy who everybody loved, everybody respected, to being basically a cripple. He could barely walk without his stick. He couldn't talk properly because of his stroke, and his health just plummeted. Right, he ended up he went from literally being that to being just a vegetable in just a few years. And when I was 10 years old, he died, all right, at the age of 62. So he was very young when he died. And it was I didn't realize how much it affected me until probably about 10, 15 years later, when I realized that, like, how much of a loss that was. So like I developed because when I moved back to Scotland, initially my nana took me. This is why I always check on my nana. Always visit her a few times a week. I always look after her. It's because she took me in when I first moved up here, and I was a right dickhead, right? She took me in, supported me, like looked after me, helped me get back on my feet and stuff like that. So like I developed such a close bond with my nana because she had no one else basically. So it's like, see, if she does die, when she dies, I'll be heartbroken. I'll never be the same again when that happens. Like I'm a lot closer to my grandmother than most people are to their grandparents. It's one of them, you know. It will honestly be. I'll never be the same after it, you know. Um, a lot of the old school steak, cooked well done, might as well eat a burger. Yeah. Do you know, there's that butcher I was talking about earlier, the one that I get my steaks from. They also do these. They call them grill steaks. They sell two of them in a packet for like 169 or something. But was it 269? I forget. But they actually they call them grill steaks. They actually look like burger. They're like they're oval shaped, but it's minced beef like pushed together in the shape of an oval, and it just looks like burger to me. But they call them grill steaks. But oh, they're beautiful, man. I love making them sometimes. They're beautiful. Yeah. Imagine taking the knee for leftism. I mean, come on. The most based conservative pundit? Um, don't know, man. I mean, it was Charlie Kirk without a doubt for a while. Right now, I'd say probably probably Mark Dice or someone like that. He's really based. Go check him out. Don't always agree with him, but dude has got balls of steel. He's super based. He is, you know. The older generation will say, "You get what you've been given." When we were kids, now the opposite roles when they get old. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. A lot of people, they don't want anything to do with their parents and grandparents because of the way they are. Like my grandmother's the opposite. Again, she still has some boomer traits, but she doesn't have all of them. I must admit, she doesn't. You know, when I mock boomers and all that, I I'm usually just generalizing. You know, my grandma's Ethiopian Orthodox Christian. She eats real healthy because her faith makes her fast a lot. Well, that's good then. That's brilliant. Glad to hear it. That'll be good for her health then, wouldn't it? Hearing Rackman's coming back boxing. Yeah, Rackman's like what 53 now, and he was never that good in his prime. I mean, he got smashed by Povetkin in 2 rounds, like back in 2011 or 2012 or something. You know. Yeah, Rackman will get smashed. They should put him in with Usyk. That'll be funny. Imagine that. Yeah. Do you know that is true? Like, see if I do, if I get a license to box amateur, the guy they put me in with probably won't have anywhere near the experience of watching and studying boxing and sparring that I've had, because I've sparred hundreds of rounds and I've sparred good fighters. So I probably do have a bit of an unfair advantage. So if I do lose, I'll chop it up to just like me being too old, or me being my heart not really being in it if I lose, because it'll be kind of embarrassing if I lose to someone with a lot less experience than me. So I should win. There's no excuse for me not winning, you know, at that level. Oh, Anthony Joshua. Oh, Andy Ruiz Jr. Oh, Murmajon Akhmadaliev. Some names it doesn't work with, does it? Oh, what was it? Oh, Arslanbek Makhmudov. um, where was I? Oh, Belanga. Belanga would probably beat Sugar Ray Robinson. Don't know though. It'd be competitive. I can't imagine how annoying it must be for you during the World Cup. We know Brits get with yeah, Brits and football is just pain in the arse, man. Mate, Toy Story 5 can go and die in a fire. I don't want nothing about. I don't want nothing to do with it. Did I not already read that? Have I gone back in the chat or something? Like I thought I already read some of these comments. I don't know. Maybe I must be tripping. Maybe I am drunk and I don't even realize it. Why is it normal to criticize Israel now? It wasn't before. Just have more proper respect for them back in the. I just think the zeitgeist has changed and it became acceptable because just different factions started to take power and new agendas started to be put in place. That's what I think, you know. But you definitely would get in serious trouble for criticizing Islam 10 years ago, Israel 10 years ago. Now you can say anything about Israel, nothing will happen to you, unless you're on like some sort of watch list already, you know. Oh yeah, Vladimir and Vitaly way above Ali and Tyson, not even close, you know. Um, try to find where I was. Why do you think Ricky Hatton's losses affected him so deeply? I never understood why he's so ashamed of losing to two generational greats and a credible welterweight after a 3-year absence. I don't know, man. Like I think Ricky Hatton had problems long before then. Ricky Hatton was a drug addict. He was an alcoholic. He was a guy who had a lot of family problems, like a lot of drama with his missus and his parents, who apparently screwed him over. Like Ricky Hatton was a deeply troubled individual, and I think those losses just took away some of the validation that he was hoping for. I don't think it was the losses themselves that were the problem. I think the problem was other issues that couldn't be solved with boxing. I think the guy needed serious help, and towards the end, he was just beyond saving. Just beyond saving. I did hear that Jesse Enkamp competed in MMA, but I've not seen any of the fights. I'd like to watch them. Might go and watch them on YouTube at some point. Mate, I hate tattoos. I actually hate them. I do. I think they look stupid. I don't understand why people get them. Yeah, I'd probably have to box at about 12 stone. I probably would to give myself a chance, you know. But I could do it. I could make 12 stone. All I need to do is just fast and cut out carbs. I could do it. I mean, I'd probably be a bit emaciated, but I could do it for just one fight, you know. I could. Um, the Arabs apparently held Floyd hostage till he paid them back. Yeah, that's funny. Oh yeah, women with tattoos, bogging. I don't like it. Yeah, Amir Khan got knocked out brutally multiple times, and he hasn't had the mental breakdowns that Hatton had. But Khan probably just doesn't have the messed up social life that Hatton had, and 20 pints and a kebab attitude. You know, he just didn't have that, did he? Hatton was just a junkie. Let's be honest. He was beyond saving at the end. Nordic versus Bucho. Is that the guy from BDA? I'd kick his ass easy. I don't know. Can he fight? I've no idea. I've never seen him fight. Can he? Good thing the missus isn't watching you right now. She may think you're stripping for a woman in the. Could you imagine if she walked in there and I'm like, ooh, look at me muscles. She's like, what on earth are you doing? That's what she'd be like, you know. Could you beat KSI in boxing? I could. Do you know, on that subject, you guys are not even going to believe this. Don't get me wrong. I can prove it because I've got video evidence of it. But speaking of KSI, there was, I mentioned earlier, I was working an event last week. It was the opening of this new restaurant. Basically, they were looking for, because I've been doing private events lately, and I've been just working these random ass shit. These shifts that come out of nowhere. They come like the day before. I get a phone call from someone I know saying, listen, these guys are looking for security just for one day. Can you help us out? I'm like, yeah, go on then. Well, there was an opening of a new restaurant in Glasgow, and the restaurant is apparently owned. I didn't even know this until on the day. It's owned by the Sidemen. You know how KSI is one of the Sidemen, and the reason they wanted a few guys there to mind the place was because they had a boy band, like some random boy band, and some influencer who's like good friends with the Sidemen. They wanted them there, so I ended up minding the place, and I didn't even realize till I got there who any of these people were. I had no idea who the influencer was. It was some streamer. I had no idea who the band was. Like, no idea. And basically, I went there. They gave us a briefing. It was just like, listen, the thing's going to be chaotic because they're young guys, they're energetic. We don't know what they're going to do. They don't interact with them too much. Just hang about and make sure nobody gets to them and stuff like that. And it was like they'll interact with the crowd. They'll go out and they'll talk to people. They'll take photos. People will come in for meet and greets, and they'll cut the ribbon and all that stuff. Like they'll do all that. Just hang around and just make sure nothing happens and make sure they don't do anything stupid. Basically, that's all it was. And yeah, it was the KSI wasn't there. He didn't show up, and a lot of the fans there were pissed. They were pissed that KSI, because they thought he was going to be there because it was there, and they thought that the Sidemen were going to be there. But it was like they did like a video call in, so they were on screen talking and talking about. It was like some shitty restaurant where they sell like cheap chicken wings and slot basically. But it was like there was hundreds and hundreds of people all queued up to go in this restaurant. A lot of them were just there to see the influencer and the band, but most of them were actually there to get the food, and it was like a total shit show because the kitchen didn't have enough fryers to make all the food on time. And they also got a bunch that like the computer that they were using to take orders was apparently all messed up. So it was like people was waiting like 45 minutes to get their food. It was, and they was getting pissed off at us because of it. It was pretty. I thought it was all going to kick off at one point. Thankfully, physical intervention skills came in handy, and we managed to like calm people down and shit. It was quite interesting. It was an interesting shift. I also did a shift the very next day, actually. You guys will find this quite interesting. So I got offered to work this. It was a private cybersecurity seminar. So it was a seminar where basically a bunch of people who were tech guys and cybersecurity guys from different companies, different corporations. So people who worked for the council and people who worked for like car manufacturers and stuff like that would send their tech guy to this seminar. And the reason they wanted security was because it was being hosted by an Israeli company, and obviously when with Israelis being involved and with all the activism that's going on, they wanted to make sure that the event was private and nobody got in who wasn't invited, basically. So that was quite an interesting event there. And yeah, there was I got to hear bits and pieces of it, but it was like it was way too technical for my understanding. It was talking about AI and how AI is being used to basically infiltrate governments and corporations and stuff. It was quite an interesting shift. I found it quite. There was no trouble or anything. It was all kind of done behind closed doors, and it was very strange. And they didn't really interact with us at all. We were just, again, you'll find, see, when you work private security, they try not to interact too much for the security. They don't care who you are, who you work for, nothing. They just want you there to just sort shit out if anything kicks off. That's kind of how it's seen, you know. Yeah, yeah. Women with tattoos. It's what do you call it? Yeah, daddy issues or feminism. It's just like piercings as well, guys. They're disgusting. They're horrible, you know. Bears are incredibly strong. None of them have a six pack. Yeah. You ever seen a bear with a six pack? Also, have you ever seen a gorilla with a six pack? Some gorillas can apparently deadlift 1,000 pounds. Have you ever seen one with a six pack? Ever? Have you ever seen a world class strongman or power lifter aside from Mariusz Pudzianowski, who was a who had a six pack. Have you seen one? I don't think I have. Yeah, there's a pattern with them. Piercing suggests slag. Yeah, yeah, true. Six pack abs are about fashion statement. They're not about, yeah, yeah. A six pack abs is all about aesthetics. It's all about looking good for the ladies. That's all, or for the other men on Twitter, because women don't actually care about abs. Ironically enough, you know. Yeah, he got a gift draw in that fight, I think, as Mashiras did. Hamza Shiraz did. When I was at the gym, I did that thing where you step into a tire and do body sparring. I'm 133. I was against a 240 pounder. That's actually quite good. That, like, body sparring's fun because you can, like, just wail at each other's body and hit as hard as you can. Like, I sparred this one heavyweight. It was a black guy doing body sparring, and we did this thing where it was like basically one guy punches, one guy blocks, the other guy punches, the other guy blocks, and then you both punch. The whole time, I just backed this guy up to the rope. So, like, I just went at him and got on his chest. He was like, while he was punching, I was still pushing him back. And then when I was allowed to punch, it was bam, 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 bam. Like, I just kept him on the ropes and just wailed at him. Then when we were both punching, I still kept him on the ropes and just punched through everything. I was just so much stronger than him. That was quite fun. I quite enjoyed that. Like, I'm difficult to deal with in body sparring because I can just lean forward with all my weight and just dig to the body. It's quite fun, you know. Obviously, in a real fight, you got to be more defensive of the head, you know. Evening. Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you, Apology. Just finished a good day of church service. My pastor went to my pastor house, had a blast with my church. Oh, brilliant, man. Glad to hear it. God bless you, man. That's good. Good to see you're out there doing that, you know. You should see how big these fighters blown up in weight when they're not training. UFC champ went from being like 5'4" max to 200, which is insane. Yeah, it's because they've been depriving their body of nutrients for so long during their weight cut. But then when they're training for the fight, like, or when they're not training for the fight, they just eat what they want and they blow up because they're craving it, you know. My female doctor talks to me like I'm overweight. I'm 5'9", 170. I guess if you're 170 with no muscle, that would be fat, but I'm muscular. Yeah, mate, 5'9", 170 is a perfect weight. You're not overweight at all at that weight. You're a great weight at that weight. Again, I'm 5'8" and I'm well over 200. But again, I'm a lot I'm a lot stronger than your average 200-pound guy who's way bigger than me, you know. Nordic tricep will be the top picture of his OnlyFans. Yeah, my OnlyFans will just have my amazingly well-developed triceps in it. If I turn the other light on, you'd be able to see them. It's hard to show like, I'm a white guy, so it's harder to show my muscles in the light. You know, 12 to 18% what I was 6 years ago when I felt my healthier. Yeah, 18% body fat's perfect health for most people. There's absolutely like bugger all wrong with that. You know. I genuinely think the measuring that doctors or the military use is incorrect, or they lie. Most of us are at least an inch shorter than what we're told the height was. Not only that, but like, see how they measure body fat percentage is very flawed too. There's a few issues with it. Also, things like BMI. BMI is useful to an extent if you're dealing with someone who's genuinely like morbidly obese and immobile. But according to BMI, Mike Tyson's morbidly obese. Does Mike Tyson look morbidly obese to you? Do I look morbidly obese to you? Like, according to a BMI calculator, I am. But that goes to show you that BMI doesn't take into consideration like muscle density and bone density and all that. It only takes into consideration height and weight, you know. Abs are a muscle. Eddie Hall being high body fat is that. No, mate. Eddie Hall has high body fat and abs because the dude is a science experiment who is on all kinds of anabolic steroids. That's why he has abs despite being quite husky and fat. That's why. That's called anabolic steroids. That's what that is, mate. You know. I see all these fighters listed at 5'7", 5'8". Somehow I'm taller than them at 5'5" and a half. Not kidding. When I'm taller than most 145 fighters or below. Well, I used to think I was 5'5", but see, when I met Scott Harrison, he's supposedly only about 5'4". I was at least I was at least 3 or 4 inches taller than him, so I must be at least 5'8", you know? You could say it's sinful if it's all about aesthetics and vanity, but I think bodybuilding for the sake of just looking healthy and inspiring others, I don't think that's sinful. I don't think that's vanity. So it depends on the context. It depends on doing it for the right reason, I think, you know? So yeah, but it's definitely a grey area, I think. I wouldn't be shocked if Ajit Cabello or the current day possible beating Mike Tyson. Cabello bigger plus combos together. Well, like Holyfield, exhaust you physically and mentally. Yeah, Cabello is a thick, like heavy set guy. Like, have you seen the size of his neck? He's a big, like jacked, like strong guy, but he throws a lot of punches. Cabello has a similar sort of vibe going for him that Joe Joyce had, where despite the fact he's so big and bulky, he can throw a lot of punches over the course of 12 rounds. So that's what makes him a problem. And that's what's going to make the Usyk fight a problem. Like I think Usyk, depending on what Usyk turns up, that could be a tough fight, you know. Feel bad for you. There's no in and out in the UK. In and out, is that a burger place, isn't it? I've heard of that, yeah. My favorite burger place, there's this place in Glasgow. It's called Fat Hippo. If you're ever in Glasgow, go to Fat Hippo and ask for the honey monster. Beautiful. um, I also kind of like Burger King. I had a Burger King last week, actually. Do you know, Burger King, as far as goy slop goes, Burger King's a bit underrated, especially since you can add like an extra patty and extra bacon and stuff like that. It's quite nice. Extra cheese and stuff, you know. Yeah, look what Cabell did to Zhang. For instance, took some really hard shots throughout, got dropped, came back, pounding away to body and head. Zhang's life force was drained. He hasn't fought since, yeah. Cabell just walked him down and beat his ass and stopped him with the body shots. That was quite impressive. If you're ever in Texas, I'll do that. If I go to Texas, I'll go get myself an In-N-Out, get a nice burger. That'd be great. I would enjoy that. It's a shame we never got a 25-year-old Zhang. Would have been fun. I think Zhang is actually a lot older than what he makes out like. Or he certainly looks it. He looks older, but he's in good shape for his age, you know. Men asking other men to take their tops off is becoming too regular. I'm not falling for it. I almost did it on this stream earlier. I almost took my vest off and stood up and was like, "Me muscles are getting bigger." Like, no, it is time to pump the muscles. I almost did that and made myself look like an OnlyFans whore or something. But I'm not falling for it, you know. Iron Fist. It's too tempting. This current society promotes this. If everyone's doing it and getting women, why shouldn't I? Yeah. Because again, people don't realize everybody's different. That what works for one person isn't going to work for everyone. I've seen men in gyms posing in front of each and taking photos. That's why, mate, when I go to the gym, I've talked about this before. I will see guys, like skinny guys, who like are just weaklings, right? They go into the gym and they sit on their phone. They talk like they'll sit on the bench, not actually using the bench. I want to use the bench, but there's some twink sitting on it on his phone talking, and they'll talk to their mate and be like, "Oh, all right, big man, I did this and that, and blah 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 blah. Blah. I this and I that, and blah." And then they'll pick up like a little 10-pound dumbbell, start waving it about, doing little curls, and I activates the blah 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 blah, and I'm just like, what is this idiot doing? And then they'll do like bicep curls with an empty barbell, leaning forward on the bench like that, and I'm like, and then going in the mirror and posing like, ooh, the muscles are getting bigger. Like I'm like, what are you lads doing? I'm like, I'm there like waiting to use the bench, and they're just faffing about. So I'm like, whatever, I'll squat, right? And I'll start squatting like over 100 kilograms for reps, and I'll see these guys looking at me as if like they can't believe I can actually squat that. And I'm like, because again, they spent this, or they'll see me deadlifting, right? I'll see lads using the squat rack to do barbell rows. Now, a barbell row or a rack pull and stuff like those are assistance exercises for the deadlift, right? So, see when the deadlift gets really heavy, doing the deadlift regularly becomes counterproductive. Like, let's say you get to like a 2 times body weight deadlift. Doing that sometimes takes like 10 days, if not like 2 weeks to recover from. So what people will do is they'll do overload movements overload assistance exercises. So they'll do a heavy rack pull, which is a partial movement, or a barbell shrug, which is like to build your traps and your chest and all that. And then they'll do like what do you call it, the barbell row. These are all like partial deadlift movements. Now they're supposed to be done with straps and with very heavy weights because it's an overload movement to simulate the adaptation you get from a deadlift. I'll see guys who can't even deadlift 90 kilograms doing barbell rows and rack pulls with like 60, 70K or something, or even less. And I'm like, what are these guys even doing? Like the lack of education on weight training and the amount of time wasting you see in the gym from these guys, it's shocking. And they never progressively overload. They never get stronger. They never accomplish nothing. They just do a little bit of workout with light weights, and then they pose in front of the mirror. Look at my skinny six-pack abs and my little undefined arms and all that, like thinking they look amazing. And I'm like, dude, just lift, just get stronger, just add a little bit more weight each time. It's not complicated, you know. It annoys me, man, the time people waste in the gym, you know. Or when they do those hip thrusts and like, what is all that? I don't know. Josh Taylor looks like he's going to hit rock bottom. Claims to be in a good place, but it's very unconvincing. Josh Taylor needs Christ. Yep, absolutely. He does. He needs Christ. That's what he needs. And I pray for him. God bless him. Where was I? Good point about trying to copy. Hey, I'm sure I read that already. Sure I did. I definitely read that already. I did. You did the Lord's work and protected the Jews. Shalom, Israel. Yeah, I did. I protected the Israeli company from any protesters that might have showed up. See, the protesters were gonna show up, but then they heard I was there and they remembered how hard I am, and they thought, nah, I'm not messing with that dude. So the Taliban, all the jihadis and all that were like, nah, that dude will kick our heads in. We're not dealing with him. You know, he's hard. I'm kidding, you know. But yeah, I did protect them to the best of my ability, you know. Bloodstained Lane, yeah, but I know Bloodstained Lane on Twitter. Learn a lot from that guy. Mate, I've been watching Bloodstained Lane for how long? Like 15 years or something like that. I started watching him. It was probably 2013 or 14, if not earlier. Like I remember his. He doesn't upload on YouTube anymore, and he deleted most of his videos. That guy had loads and loads, like hundreds of videos on his channel. He uploads videos to TikTok now. I'm not into TikTok, but he used to make video. He had a series on YouTube called. I don't know why he deleted it all. His videos were amazing. He had a series called "Stop Being a Piece of Shit." That was his series, and he just talked about leftists and just reprobates and degenerates, and just took the absolute piss out of them and roasted them, and all that. It was quite funny. He also used to meet people for fights, like see if somebody like told him you can't fight, you're a fat ass, and all that. He would offer them $100 to kick his ass in a like a boxing match on the street, and they would show up and he just beat the piss out of them. Like I don't think he's ever lost a fight. That guy. Like I know he lost one. I think he had like an unlicensed MMA fight. He lost that. All his all his backyard boxing matches and unlicensed boxing matches that he's had, he's won every one of them. Like that guy can fight. He's a good fighter. He is. But people think he's a fat guy, but he kicks their ass when they challenge him. You know, blimey, coming to this late. Hope you good. Yeah, how you doing, Daz? God bless you, man. Did you see the Hello Fresh ad for Pride Month? It was basically food for people getting sodomized, and it would be funny if it had been a parody. Sadly, it was real. No, I didn't see that. That is funny though. I need to check that out. Food for people getting sodomized. That's bogging, mate. Disgusting, isn't it? Well, I was working for the Scotland Haiti game, and yeah, Scotland won 1-0 against one of the worst teams ever. So. Well, one of the worst teams in the tournament. So, yeah, they're not going very far, are they? But, yeah, I was talking about this earlier. I don't understand why the Scotland football team even has a following, because it's just decades and decades and decades of failure, like uninterrupted failure. That's true about belly fat. My father runs marathons and has a big belly. Yeah, yeah. Belly fat, like you say, a lot of it is to do with genetics, and it does serve a purpose. It serves a function. Helps to support your back. Belly fat is not bad for you, and six pack abs are not necessarily good for you. They look good, but that doesn't mean they're good for your health. Um, Tommy Fury won by TKO. I think I didn't. I only saw the highlights. I didn't see the whole thing. Eddie just followed him all night, swinging, tired himself out, got caught too much, and got stopped. I think it was pretty one-sided. Kind of the fight most people thought it was going to be. I just thought Eddie had a puncher's chance. Did you see that Bradley Martin guy who said he beat Nate Diaz? No, I didn't. I don't know who that is. Sorry. Usyk could school Caballero, but it depends what Usyk shows up. If Usyk takes it seriously and is as prepared as always, then yeah, I think he wins it. Burger King, you mean soy goislop? Mate, I like Burger King. I do. It's nice. I enjoy it. I know it's not good for you. I don't eat it all the time, obviously, but see, as far as goislop goes, it's nice. You get a nice burger there, but it's got nothing on Fat Hippo. Fat Hippo is my favorite burger place. I love it. What's up, Nordic? God bless. I haven't been able to see these streams. YouTube hasn't notifying me. It's quite annoying. Yeah, sorry about that, man. Nothing I can do about it. YouTube censors me heavily these days. They've censored me since the beginning. Let's be honest, near enough. So yeah. Would I be safe if I take a trip to Scotland? I'd love to see the place, the castles. Wouldn't trust being around Muslim. You'd be yeah. See if you come to Scotland and you go to the Highlands and you go to the tourist spots, you'll be fine. Just stay away from the city centre at night time. Basically, the city centres of any major city in Scotland at night time can be problematic. But if you go to the rural locations and if you go to any of the actual tourist spots, you'll be perfectly safe. I would recommend visiting Edinburgh. Edinburgh's beautiful. Visit Stirling. Stirling is beautiful. Visit some of the old churches. Visit Inverness. Visit Loch Lomond. There's a lot of beautiful places in Scotland. KSI could arguably beat Tommy. Yeah, I didn't see that fight personally. When I was doing that event though, I was talking to some of the people there. I was like, I'd love to box KSI. I was like, all I know about him is that he's a rubbish boxer. I was saying that to some of his fans. I was like, all I know is that he's a boxer and a rubbish one. Actually, that photo in the thumbnail is Cabello dwarfing Usyk. Yeah, have you seen the size of Cabello's head and his neck? Dude is thick. He's a big man. Probably closer to the camera. Cabello, recent video with Mike. No, Mike's old. Ajit's far bigger. Yeah, he's a lot naturally bigger, naturally heavier. You should become a personal trainer. You have a lot of knowledge. Do you know, that has been suggested to me. I've actually, believe it or not, I've had people offer to pay me money to teach them to box. Like guys I've met in venues and all that. But the thing is, I don't know if I'd have the patience for it. And it's finding the time for it with my current schedule, which is difficult. Like I would do it, and I've thought about doing it. It's just I know a lot of people are quite picky with personal trainers because they want you to have a background in competing in sport. Like my best mate, who's a personal trainer, he was an amateur boxer, amateur kickboxer, an unlicensed boxer, a competitive javelin thrower. He was a competitive runner. He's done marathons. He's competed in high rocks several times. He'd done all sorts. That dude was just an athlete through and through. And see if you go in his house, he's got medals all over his house and trophies and all that, and a belt and all that. And again, it was a black belt kickboxer and stuff. Like he's got all sorts. But like people see that and they think this guy knows sports. They see me, a guy who 3-4 years ago was obese, a big fat guy, and it's not really that appealing. But I know for a fact if I was to coach people, I would be good at it because I've gone through the journey of being fat and out of shape and then getting in shape and turning my health around. So I would be good at it, I reckon. But I don't know if I'd get the business, and I don't know if I could find the time for it right now. I would be open to the idea though. True, most people aren't training at all in the gym. Actually, a lot of women train harder. Yeah, true. Like I've seen women train harder than guys in the gym. I've seen women do good squats in the gym, and I've seen guys again go in and just do little bicep curls with an empty barbell. It's crazy the stuff you see. All the time wasted. I always remember Magnus von Magnuson, the four-time world's strongest man. He was not body beautiful. Real strength isn't, yeah. And that was one of the things that made Mariusz Pudzianowski stand out. Was Mariusz Pudzianowski did look like a bodybuilder. Like most world-class strongmen, guys that compete in world's strongest men, they've got quote unquote dad bods, right? They've got big bellies. They've got a lot of body fat. They're just jacked. They look like Eddie Hall in his prime, right? Big jacked guys. Mariusz Pudzianowski didn't look like that. He looked like a jacked bodybuilder. He had that Primo Carnera type body, didn't he? Just a genetic freak, you know. Magnus von Magnuson, he's the more traditional looking world's strongest man type, isn't he? You know, he looks like just a big jacked guy, you know. They heard David Wood and God Logic was coming. That's why they ran. Yeah, of course. Because they couldn't out debate them. Isn't Tom Saltman world's strongest man? I'm sure he's got. I don't know who that is. I don't know. Is he? Is he the current world's strongest man? I know there's a lot of competitive strongmen in Scotland. A lot of them. I don't know who that is though. Random made up fact of the week. Nordic was once on the well-known show Britain's Hardest Boozers fighting with Bobby, and at the end, yeah, outside, right? You outside. He's like, paint a heavy. Are you deaf? That was brilliant. That's a great episode, isn't it? It's like, when they walk in with the swords, it's like, have the McGills been in? It's like, no, and I'm no expecting them. Well, we'll no be needing these then. And they pulled out swords. That was brilliant. That's such a great episode. Brilliant. Nick Fuentes, best month. Wonder why he's not recommended as much probs. Sucking on, too busy sucking off cat boys. That's what he'll be remembered for, innit? The cat boy fetish. Horrible, innit? Only had a burger once. Absolutely horrible. I like Whataburger. Whataburger, is that another burger joint? Never heard of it, I don't think. Fury won on point. Oh, was it on points? I thought it was a TKO. I must have. No, that was it. The highlight video I watched on YouTube said TKO in the title, but then I watched it and there wasn't a TKO. So yeah, that was why I had TKO in my mind. It was on points. Yeah, of course it was. My mistake. They don't like the base channels spreading the truth. Yeah, so they shadow ban them. They prefer normie channels who tell you what you want to hear, or stick to the mainstream narrative and talk about Muhammad Ali, man. Beterbiev and Kabayel need to come to Christ. Yeah, hopefully they do. Drop their 7th century Arabian caravan robber nonsense and turn to Jesus, the true Lord and Savior. Scotland were decent until about the 90s. Used to qualify most tournaments, most World Cups anyway. Went rubbish after the late 90s. Yeah, because I think the last time they qualified before now was 1998, so 20 odd years ago. Like, was it 24? Is it 24 years, 28 years? I don't know. No, it must be 28. I'm 32 now, and I was born in 94, so 1998. Yeah, 28 years, isn't it? Yeah, if my maths are correct there. Long ass time. I love Loch Lomond, man. Beautiful place. I need to go there. I've not been there this year. Went a couple of times last year, I think. Or was it once? I can't remember, but I need to go there again, you know. Cabello looks like one of the scary ringer players you can sign on Speedball 2, the ones that get you into the Champions League. Yeah. I'm 5'7", 9.6 stone. Not sure I should put on weight in case I ever compete. Yeah, you don't need to like actively try to put on weight. You don't need to do that. Like, if you're healthy at your weight, just whatever, it is what it is, you know. It's up to yourself wherever you're healthy. Caballel apparently worked as a bouncer in his younger years. You know, that doesn't surprise me because he's got the size for it, and the strength. Like, he's like the perfect body type for a bouncer, isn't he? Like, could you imagine like Nikolai Valuev as a bouncer? Like, no one's even getting in the door with him on it, you know. My great uncle was 5'6", 5'7" on his best day, in his prime maybe. When he was 86, old and diabetic. One day he tells me, yeah, I'm sick. He said, I'm below 200 pounds now. That's unhealthy. So back in his day, 200 pound or above was considered healthy. Interesting. He said he hadn't been below 200 pound his entire adult life at 5'6". And I thought that was weird because to me, 200 pound at 5'6" was obese. At the time, I was 5'9", 140 or something. Yeah, it's kind of like your generation considered that obese, but his generation didn't. His generation was probably more natural, and they just had a less warped understanding of what health looked like. Just check Tom Saltman's Scottish. He won World's Strongest Man 2020 and 2021 and 2024. I didn't even know that. I've never looked him up before. I will at some point though. My uncle was always a real stocky, muscular guy too. Yeah. Well, again, if he's stocky and muscular, then £200 a good weight for that. Nothing wrong with that. Sounds like a good, strong, big, healthy dude. Kind of probably got a kind of build like mine. Nice and stocky. Well, what country is he visiting? Well, I'm planning to visit Poland again. I really want to visit Denmark. Wouldn't mind visiting Russia. Kind of want to visit Norway or Iceland. Well, maybe both. One day I want to go back to America. It's been a long, long time since I was last there. Oh crap! I need to plug this in. It's gonna run out. It's gonna run out. Thank God for that. This almost ran out of battery there. All right, cool. Yeah, I would love to go to America again one day, but I want to go back to Poland first, probably. His arm alone would stop Mo. Yeah, Valoev just go like that. Northern 8 lads, or whatever the Russian equivalent of Northern 8 lads is. Try somewhere else tonight. They were like, "You are not coming in. Go away. I'll kick your ass. Try the club round the corner. We do not serve your kind here." I don't know. I sound like Yuri Boyka there. I don't know. Right, where was I? You have had too much to drink. You're too drunk. Yes, sir. You'd walk away all kindly, wouldn't you? Caballero is overweight. Naturally. No way, mate. Don't be ridiculous. £210. Have you seen the size of his neck? Mate, I weigh £210. Have you seen the size of Caballero? Have you seen his neck? His neck weighs 200. I'm kidding, obviously. His neck could weigh £210 on an off night. Dude is massive, massive. If anything, he's underweight. Like that dude is huge. He's got such thick shoulders, thick neck. He's a big dude, mate. Big dude. People speculate Mike Tyson could not make cruiserweight in his prime. With PEDs, he could make cruiserweight in his prime. With a lot of PEDs, diuretics. Without that, he'd be emaciated, I think. I love Poland. It's a beautiful country. It's one of my favorite places. I went there this year in January. Iceland looks beautiful. No, yeah, apparently it's a Christian country, and that's why there's hardly any crime. It's totally based. I would love to visit Singapore. I would love to visit there, and I would love to visit Japan as well. I've got family in Japan, so that'll be a nice place to go to. Caballero needs is the gospel. That's what he needs. Never mind his weight. He needs the gospel. Caballero, dad had a kebab. Yeah, I heard about that. His dad had a kebab shop. Yeah. Maybe he's eaten too many of them. That's why he's overweight. I don't know. I like a kebab from time to time. Yeah, he probably is roided, but so's every world-class athlete, Where was I? Let me move this up. Iceland makes my nipples hard. I had a woman grab my nipples recently. I've got the video of this as well. A woman came out the pub, and I was wearing a polo shirt, right, which I don't normally wear, but like I was wearing a polo shirt at my job, right, and my nipples were quite perky because it was quite windy, right. And she came out. She went, "You've got nice," and she went like that and grabbed my nipples like that. "You've got nice nipples," and I kind of stepped back like that, and then she stood back and she waited a couple seconds as if I was meant to say something, and then she went, "Are you not going to compliment mine?" And then I went, "What?" And then she went, "No, I'm kidding, because I know you'd get arrested if you did that." That's what she said, because obviously she has tits, right? And I was like, and then I turned away and ignored her, and she grabbed them again. She was like, and then I forget what she said after that. She said something again, and then she said like, am I okay to touch you?" Like, this is after she'd grabbed my nipples twice. She asked me, "Am I okay to touch you?" And I said, "I'd rather you didn't." And then, and then she stopped. And then I'm just like, and I got into a conversation with her about how what you said there about how I'm not allowed to compliment yours, it's true. I would literally end up on the sex offenders register, and then she apologized and everything. Pretty crazy. Couldn't believe it. Literally just standing. I'm standing like that on the door, just minding my own business. She came out for a vape. Literally before I knew she was even there, she's like grabbing my nipples. Crazy. Where was I? Caball's a big fella. He's not like Tyson, who was 5'10". Yeah, Ajit's 6'3". If you're 6'3" and you weigh more than 210, oh sorry, you weigh less than 210, you're underweight. You're actually underweight at 6'3" there, you know. If you look at him, he carries a lot of body fat. Well, of course he needs body fat. He's a heavyweight. He's a heavyweight boxer. He's jacked. He probably lifts weights, and he probably needs all that extra fat to give him energy, you know. But he's a naturally big guy, you know. Some people naturally carry more body fat. It's just how it is, you know. Nikolai Valuev actually looked like the goalie that you signed at the start on Speedball 2. His head, anyway. Valuev's head was massive, wasn't it? A big, massive thing. That's why he had such a great a great chin, isn't it? Size of his head. Ever see Lawrence Okolie interview about Jake Paul before the Joshua fight? No, I didn't see that. No, they're getting all the women. Unfortunately, though, I'm not single, so that's what's a pain in the arse, right? I was having this conversation recently with another doorman, right? And he was saying the same thing, like, see, when you're single, women don't want you. They're not interested. But see, when you've already got a bird, they're fucking all over you. They're throwing themselves at you. And it's like, there's something, it's like I made the point during the conversation. I'm like, when you've got a job, it's so much easier to get a job, like when you've already got one, when you're applying. See, if you're unemployed and you're applying for jobs, it's difficult to get one because it's like companies are like, oh, well, why'd you quit your last job? What happened there? We need all the details. It's like, it's the same with women. It's like women have this thing where if you've already got a bird and you're not showing that, like, because when you're in a relationship, you're obviously not trying to flirt or anything like that. You're not putting yourself out there. There's no desperation. There's nothing that turns women on more than ignoring them, right? So when you ignore them because you're already spoken for, that's when they show interest. That's when they're grabbing your nipples and shit and complimenting them and wanting you to talk about their tits. Like, I cannot believe how much flipping temptation there is there. You know, it's kind of infuriating. I'm not gonna lie. You know, America should learn something from Iceland, how they all own guns. US Western citizens need to kick the majority of black and Muslims out back to Wakanda. Well, that's exactly what I've been saying about what'd you call it? About gun ownership. Guns are not the problem. The problem is people and culture, right? Countries like Iceland and countries like Switzerland have very relaxed gun laws, but there's practically no gun crime at all, is there? Practically none of it, you know? Remember Mark Henry? He won World's Strongest and then went into WWE for yeah, he did. Yeah, Mark Henry. I remember he was on SmackDown 2. Mark Henry was on it. He used to say he was the world's strongest man. He actually wasn't, but he came close at one point to winning it. He was a very strong man. True, Mark Henry. He was probably the strongest black man of all time, or at least one of them. Nordic gave her a hook. Imagine I just hooked her. She grabs my nipples. Boom! I just throw like a Mike Tyson half hook, half uppercut. Hey, I was just defending myself. I was being sexually assaulted, so I was defending myself. You know, should I Me Too her? I should report her for that and get her Me Too'd. You know, may as well ask if you've had to throw Ben Stokes out of your gaff. He was on the Giggle Gravy last week and got in another scrape. Ben Stokes, that name rings a bell. Who is that? I've completely forgot who that is. I don't know. Am I tripping or something? Nordic would just say you're a migrant and grab her back. Yeah, if I like grab her tits and then pull a knife out and hold it to her throat and say, you will suck my dick or I'll cut your throat, then I'll just say, hey, I'm from Somalia. That's my culture. Oh, okay, then that's fine. You know, no problem. you just don't know any better, innit? It's like Peter Griffin where he kicks the toilet door open and he goes, sorry, retarded. Oh, you're just curious. Okay to touch. Yeah, she asked me. I've got the video. I'm tempted to upload this. Do you know what I might do? Because fairly confident you guys don't believe me, right? I might upload just the audio of it, and I'll blur the visuals so I don't like dox anybody or whatever. But like, I've got it on body cam. She literally says to me, she grabs my nipples twice. It tries to entice me to talk about her nipples, right? Because she's like got her tits right in front of me, right? And then she asks me, "Am I okay to touch you?" Or it was something along those lines. Anyway, or am I okay to touch you? I'm like, you just grabbed my nipples twice, and you're asking, "Is it okay to touch me?" Like that would have been the first thing to ask when you came out and came up to me. You could have said, "Excuse me, Mister Doorman, can I grab your nipples? Am I okay to touch them? And can I feel them?" Like again, it's a weird thing to ask, but it's a bit more cordial than just going up and going. Like, if I went up to her and just I just go up to her and go, I'd get slapped. The police would get called. I end up on the sex offenders register. That's what would happen. That's what annoys me. Don't get me wrong, she was a good-looking girl, but it's like that shouldn't matter. Like let's not be discriminatory here. Even if she was an ugly bitch, like it wouldn't have been, whether or not she's attractive or not. It doesn't matter. Shouldn't be allowed. Should be no double standard. Who gave Tommy the harder fight, Jake Paul or Eddie? I didn't see the Jake Paul fight, so I don't know. Didn't Jake Paul drop him? I think so. Probably him. Yeah. Eddie probably could have given him a better fight, given better tactics, though. I don't know. Yeah, he was a cruiserweight, true. I think he moved up to Bridgerweight, though, did he not? Don't remember. Cabello could beat. He could. I don't think he will, but he could. Yeah, here comes the woman talk, like 3.5 hours in. I'll fake having a bird. It's basically making your woman a cut. Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't look. It's all well and good joking about shit like this, but see if I was at work and let's say my missus came to visit me. This is why it's. Let's get serious for a moment, right? See if she came to visit me while I'm at work, and she sees some chick just come up to me and grab my nipples like and start talking like that. She's gonna. Let's be honest. Being a woman, she's gonna be like, "Hang on a second, what's going on here? Why is she grabbing a hold of your nip?" That it could cause a scrap, and she might think it's not a good look for me if I'm like standing there and there's a chick grabbing me like that. That's why I said to the girl, I was like, I'd rather you didn't. Like I'm not just telling her get the F off me and making a scene. I'm just like, I'd rather you didn't. Like just because I don't want. It's not a good look. If somebody sees it, they might think I'm the one who initiated it, or they might think I'm doing something daft. I don't know, man. Oh, it's bloody warm in here, man. It's doing my head in. Why is it so hot today? It was cold yesterday. Today's bloody warm. It's doing my head in. Women had a sixth sense. They love men who are yeah, they love men who just ignore them. That's what they like, isn't it? Remember Thunderdome gave some advice on it. It's just act mysterious and don't say a word. Let women talk to you and you'll pull. Mate, it's true. Like, honestly, I know you guys think I'm talking shit. I've got this shit on camera. I could show you guys a compilation of girls asking me, "Are you single?" or saying like saying sexual shit to me. I could show you guys, but it's like I could every single night. I could let's see if I was single. Let's say I just lived on my own in like an apartment somewhere in the city, and I was just working all these different bars and all that. I could have a different woman every night, literally every night. Without I could have a different woman, and then just kick them out next morning. I could do that. And I know doormen who do it. Like I know doormen who have like impregnated numerous women, like some absolute degenerates. I know them, and I'm like, not even good looking guys either. Like you'd be shocked. Like it's crazy the stories I've heard and this, like the rumors you hear in the job with how dirty a lot of chicks are. Like it's crazy. Mark Henry's the only strong black guy. Are Samoans even that strong? A lot of Samoans are strong. Do you remember David Tua and that guy Samoa Joe? They were pretty tough, strong guys. A lot of them are like big husky guys. Isn't Joseph Parker one of them? I know. He used to ignore women for many years. The result is I was single for yeah, but you've obviously got to go out and be around women, while doing that. Yeah, I miss Thunderdome. I like Anthony. He's a cool guy. Yeah, Call myself a Muslim, I'll be allowed to whip her and beat her into shape if I was a Muslim, you know? Um, where was I? My friend works for a taxi company in Glasgow. Which one? Which taxi company? Um, and it's chaos with the World Cup. Oh, mate. See on Friday and Saturday night there, people were waiting ages and ages to get a cab because there's that many people needing them. Though I went to the taxi rank, and I know the lads who run the taxi rank because you know taxi ranks have security on the weekends. I know the lads that run it, right? They had that queue of people going all the way down Central Station, like right to the bottom, just waiting to get black cabs because they probably just had to wait too long for a private hire. You know, it was crazy. Migrant never dare to do in Somalia, as they'll feed you sausage till they'll chop you up and feed you to the pigs, innit? Or something like, or the crocodiles or whatever, or the lions, as you say. Back in my beta cook days, I used to fall into the other single guy trap. A lot of nice lad friend zone. Don't be that guy, yeah. Where it's like Stewie Griffin, where he goes, what was it he said? Women respond when you treat them like crap. Create a Patreon. Should I do that? Should I make a Patreon and put a load of like body cam videos on there? That'd be quite funny, wouldn't it? I've got a lot of funny videos. Like when I last went to Nottingham, me and my mate were watching some of my body cam stuff from work, and we were just pissing ourselves laughing. It's like I wish I could upload it, but just for legal reasons, I can't. It was there was this one guy, this little it was like this 5'4" like bald guy, and who we kicked out. And he was calling himself the powerhouse. He's like, you kicked me out because I was the powerhouse. And see, when he said I'm the powerhouse, I was trying so hard not to laugh. Like I give them all nicknames. So basically, I've got loads of videos from like stuff at my work, and I archive them on my computer. Every single person who I interact with, I give them nicknames. So the woman from the other day, I call her Nipple Grabber. That's her name, Nipple Grabber. There's the Powerhouse. There's a few others. There's like Knuckle Duster guy. There was this guy who pulled a knuckle duster out on me. I call him Knuckle Duster guy. I've got a name for all the people I've got on my body cam thing. It's funny. Like I give them all different names. It's funny because I don't know their names obviously. So that's I just give them a random name based on the video. You know. Rampage Jackson. Yeah, he was a good fighter. Jumping squats helped his power when he fought. You think jumping squats are good for boxing? Yeah. Jumping squats are kind of like Olympic lifts because it's dynamic effort. It's basically practicing showing strength quickly because that's what power is, right? Strength displayed quickly. So that's why jumping squats, Olympic lifts like power cleans, power snatches, and what you call them? What's the other one? Power jerks, like clean and jerks. Those are great for developing power, like developing your natural proclivity for explosivity. Stuff like that really helps. Artur Beterbiev did that as well. He did a lot of heavy squats, and he also did a lot of power cleans. Like Usyk does them too. Usyk also does a lot of CrossFit. That helps with power production and stuff. Ben Stokes is an England cricket captain. Bit of a history for getting into bar fights. They should get Josh Taylor to fight him. Yeah, they should. Yeah, absolutely. That'll be. See if he's known for bar fights. Him and Josh Taylor will get along. You know, that'd be crazy. What do you think about boxers who landmine press? Landmine press, I don't know how useful that is. That's the thing where you've got the barbell on the thing and you go do. I see people do that. I fail to see how that would adapt or how that would translate to boxing, because when you're punching, you're practicing how to punch. When you're doing a landmine press, it's not really the same movement pattern as throwing a punch. It's similar, but it's not the same technique. So it's like I would imagine it might help in the same way a bench press would help. Like you're working your triceps and your forearms and all that. So it probably does help. I can't imagine it helps a lot. It probably helps a little bit, I would have thought. I mean, there's no problem with doing it. It's not gonna mess up your recovery. If you want to try it, go ahead and try it. It might help, you know. How can I take you serious? You're lifting your shirt. I'm not wearing a shirt. I'm wearing a I'm wearing a vest. What are you on about? It's warm in here. I'm going like that because it's warm. It's roasting in here. That's why I'm wearing a bloody vest. I was wearing my house coat at the start of the stream. I was sweating my bollocks off, so I had to take it off. Lifted my shirt. But is it making you a little bit warm, uncomfortably warm, seeing me in my shirt, in my vest? Is it turning you on a little bit? Do you like what you see? I'm winding you up. Back in my teens, this outrageous girl used to pinch my arse when she walked past. Upset me at the time for the reasons you state. If I'd done that to you know who, then call the cops. Exactly. If you did that, they would call the police. They would, but they get away with it. Caballo's back is 210 minimum. That's how Nordic pulled his woman. I pulled my woman a long time ago, you know. I mean, it would be more specific to say that she pulled me, you know, in more ways than one. Eddie is kind of dumb. He could have easily beat Tommy just by flicking his jab, conserving his stamina. That's the thing with being a giant. They're just retarded. Yeah, big guys are usually pretty dumb, aren't they? They're usually big dumbasses. Like bloody Fabio Wardley's like that as well, isn't he? Big, tough, durable guy, but he's just dumb. Doesn't know how to plan fights, you know? Pretty girls get away with all sorts off Baywatch and personalities off Crime Watch, yeah. Yeah, but it's the halo effect, isn't it? Any scrap on you. But well, the closest thing I had to a scrap lately was Friday there. I ended up on the floor. I mentioned this near the start of the stream. So there were these three lads in. I think two of them were cousins. And they went in. One of them, as they came outside, one of them was absolutely off his face on gear. He was like, literally, he had those eyes, you know, where their eyes are telling you a story. Dude was, I've got it on camera too. Dude was just off his face on gear, right? And then he was arguing with one of the other lads, and one of the other lads, his cousin, who he was a lot less like amped up than the other two, he said to me that those two are about to start fighting. So I said to the lad who was off his face on coke, I wanted him outside as quickly as possible. I was like, "Come with me, mate. Let's have a word, right?" So I start talking to him, and as I'm talking to him, this woman, this drunk bitch that I kicked out earlier, I kicked her out like ages before then, and she was still outside. I'm trying to talk to this lad to find out what his problem is. And she's like shouting over at me, "You did this, you did." And I'm like, "Miss, shut up. I'm trying to have a conversation." He ended up telling her to shut the F up and all that, because he was like, oh, he got pissed off at her as well. Eventually she realized neither of us were interested in her, so she just backed away. And I'm trying to get this lad, "What's the problem, mate?" He's like, he told me that I stole his gear. And then like, you could see in the lad's face, in the lad's eyes, he was on gear, off his face. He was saying the other lad accused him of stealing his gear. And I was like, well, who cares? Don't worry about it. Just go home, right? The other lad comes out, and then he's like, "See you," like, as soon as he sees the other lad, he's like, "See you," and tries to get past me. I'm like, bro, wait, stay there. And I said to the other lad, "Can you go inside, please?" And he's like, I'm not doing it. And I'm like, "Mate, go inside so I can get him to leave, right? Do what I tell you. Go in. Otherwise, I'm kicking you all out, right?" So he went inside, and I go out. I'm talking to the other lad again, trying to calm him down. He's like, "He's dusting," and I'm like, "Listen, he's just a boy. Leave him be. Go home, chill out. Don't worry about it, right?" And then this other guy comes out. So he wasn't with them. He's one of the regulars, and he starts talking to me. And then the lad who was coked out told him to shut up. And then the guy says to him, "Who are you talking to? Who are you telling to shut up?" And then the two of them like squared up to each other like that. I got in between them and I was like, "Lads, enough." And next thing I knew, I was on the floor, because literally one of them like went to kick the other, and the other grabbed him. The other, I'm assuming he knew martial arts. Like he grabbed the lad and just like slammed him to the floor. And because I was trying to break it up and hold them apart, I ended up falling on top of both of them. So like I'm on the floor on top of these two guys. The lad who's on the floor, off his face on gear, knees the other guy in the head and gives him a massive lump on his head. So the other guy just like slams him down and puts his knee on the guy's chest and holds him on the floor, like his knees like that. And the guy couldn't get up. So I said to him, I was like, "Mate, your knees on his neck. Get your knee off his neck. You're gonna kill him," basically. So I'm on the floor trying to break these two lads up, and then I stand up, and then the other lad, the lad who was on the floor, he stands up right after me, but I'm holding him so that he doesn't move, because I know he's gonna re-engage in the fight. And then the lad who he was first about to fight with comes out from behind me, just smacks him in the face. Like while I'm holding the guy and restraining him, the other guy just walks out and smacks him in the mouth. Like good punch as well, like hits him full force. But the only reason he did it is because I was holding the guy, so he knew the guy wasn't going to be able to hit him back. And then as soon as he did that, I turned around and I was like, bro, I grabbed the lad and just shoved him back. Like I just shoved him back in the door and I went, get inside. And I was like, there was no need for that. And then I ended up making sure the lad, as soon as the lad got hit in the lip, he had the come down. Have you ever seen, when somebody's off their face on coke and then their blood sugar? Because what happens is, see, when you're on cocaine, you get a massive, massive rush of energies. You're like, you feel invincible, you feel strong, you feel like nothing can touch you, and you just wanna do damage. But see, if you get hit or you get restrained or you end up on the floor, it's like you have this massive. You're like that. So the lad was like, his lip was bleeding. He's sitting down and he's like that, and I'm like, "You're right there, mate," and he's like, "Aye." And then I'm just like, go home, it's all good, basically. And then like I told the whole lot of them to just get to fuck, basically, just beat it, don't come back, that's all it was. So yeah, I basically ended up on the floor with these bloody idiot guys, and oh, it was, yeah, it was totally unnecessary. I tried my best to get the one who was high to go home, but other people just kept trying to get involved. They kept antagonizing him and making it worse. And then the lad ended up getting smacked hard after already being put on the floor with a guy's knee on his neck. It was pretty crazy, you know. So yeah, that was the closest thing I've had to a scrap recently. I'm just going to tell people, if they're in need of a girlfriend, just move to the UK is a lot easier to get women than anywhere else. A lot easier by far. Some guys like to grab resistance bands and punch with them. Again, I don't really see. I'm not saying that resistance bands are bad. I don't really see what they would do aside from just like hitting a bag with gloves on, or shadow boxing with weights. Like, it's probably the same as shadow boxing with weights. It's probably the same adaptation. It's just it's not incrementally loadable, if that makes sense. You can't really add weight to it each time unless you make the bands tighter. Then it's just going to be like a repetitive strain. Oh, express taxis in Cumbernauld, yeah. Yeah, see, the one I normally use is Glasgow cabs. I normally use that. That's the one I tend to go with. I tend to agree. I think Vladimir Klitschko at his absolute prime, his absolute best, is the best heavyweight. I would agree with that. I'm just going to go to the toilet 1 minute. Okay, where was I? Samoans aren't even strong enough to beat Vikings. Oh wait, Samoans aren't strong enough to beat them Vikings genetically, sadly. Upload all. I have Norwood stage. What does that mean? Norwood stage 4. Don't know what that means. I wouldn't go in for the pickup artistry. To be fair, the more of a than a grain of truth in these in the methods. Pretty sure Joe Parker is a Maori. Yeah, he seemed like a Maori to me. Same thing, really, isn't it? It saddens me when I hear or see young girls, women sleeping around, acting like the S word. It makes me feel sad knowing that. Yeah, and they'll never be able to pair bond. That's a sad thing about it. You know, it's really sad. Know that you should get a vest on your nipples and then bathe that woman again. Yeah, yeah. If I see her again, I forgot where she said she was from. She was from outside of Glasgow, though. It was from somewhere else in Scotland. I forgot, but yeah, she told me where she was from and all that. It was like, yeah. Try and get her again if she's at the same venue again. Why not? Eh? My pastor's wife said something interesting today. As a punishment for crime, she is white African. Go figure. Criminals will be put in orange jumpsuits and have to clean the streets. Well, I mean, at least they're getting something good out of them, you know. Eddie Chambers. I'm going to do a video about Eddie Chambers, bro. I'm not taking the vest off just so you can have a wank. I'm not doing. Use your imagination or don't, you know. In more ways than one. Just make sure she ain't here. Yeah. A man's biggest weakness is women. Us men can't help. Yeah, mate. Look, the temptation's always going to be there. It's always going to be there, you know. I've already got a woman though, so I'm all right. Damn, if your woman saw you get dropped, she might leave you to take a dive. You don't want to. Yeah, if she sees me rolling about on the floor with other guys, she might be like, "Hold on, what's happening? What's happening here? What's going on?" You know, that might put her off. You know. To be, I didn't get dropped. I got dragged to the floor because I was trying to break up a fight and restrain someone, and both of them went down. They were quite big guys. I got dragged down with them. It was one of them, you know. See my post earlier about HelloFresh. Yeah. That is for like if it was a parody, it would have been hilarious, true. But sadly, it's something I can believe now that actually happens. You know, it's something I can believe. Yep, gay is lame, straight is based. Usyk lost to a kickboxer. That's becoming my funniest meme. Like, I'm responding to people now who say kick, and I'm saying "mer kickboxer" or "oh yeah, I forgot kickboxers can't fight." Again, this is what I'm talking about, right? About how just dumb and retarded the average boxing fan is. They think if you're a kickboxer, that means you can't fight. Like, they think kickboxers don't know how to box. I don't know. I hate to break it to you, but you do know that kickboxing is a type of boxing. You do know that boxing, the clues in the name, boxing, kickboxing is boxing with kicks. So you're a boxer who can also kick. So you're better than a boxer because boxers only punch, right? If you're a kickboxer, you can kick and punch, except 80% of it is punching, right? That's why they don't call it Muay Thai, do they? Or they don't call it karate. They don't call it that because it's kickboxing. It's a different sport. It's boxing, but with kicks. Now, you take an elite kickboxer, a guy like Rico Verhoeven, the greatest heavyweight kickboxer of all time, and put him in the ring against a 1960s, 1970s heavyweight boxer, Rico is going to smash every one of them, right? Muhammad Ali wouldn't make it out of the first round with a guy like Rico, especially a guy who's 6'5", 265 pounds or something like that, who's also one of the greatest kickboxers of all time. Muhammad Ali lost to a 5'11", 205-pound come forward one-handed slugger who was blind in one eye, and you think he can beat Usyk? Laughing emojis. See, I can play that game too. Muhammad Ali lost to Henry Cooper, 185-pound, 5'10" British journeyman, with numerous losses. Right, like, wasn't even a contender above European level. And you think he can beat Usyk? Laughing face emo Muhammad Ali lost to he lost to Ken Norton, again, a literal journeyman. Not once, not twice, 3 times. And you think he could be Usyk? Laughing face emoji. See, we can both play this game. You know, I agree. Landmine press doesn't seem very explosive. Well, again, landmine. I'm not saying you shouldn't do landmine press. I can't. I don't think it'll. I don't think it'll do you any harm. But I don't see exactly what adaptation it would translate to punching power when you're not really practicing throwing a punch. My idea of improving your punching power is you get stronger and you practice how to punch. You practice how to punch by punching, obviously, Triple G used to do wrist curl with a ball. Yeah, he did. Yeah, yeah. Triple G also did, he did those wrist curls and he did Russian twists. So he would do Russian twists with a plate, like a 45-pound plate, and he would. Let me show you guys. So like, you ever seen them? You get like a 45-pound plate and you do that while you're balancing on your arse. That's Russian twists. All right, wait there. Where was I? I want to find this guy. But I have a feeling if you look it up, it will say Ali won twice. Emojis. Well, I have a feeling. Here, I can play this game too. I have a feeling if you look it up, it will say Usyk won by TKO in the 11th round. Ooh. See, I can play that game too. You see how when you try to troll me, you end up just trolling yourself. It's one of them. Again, this is why I say boxing fans, normies, are the biggest retards in society. They think being a kickboxer means you can't fight. They think being the greatest heavyweight kickboxer in the history of heavyweight kickboxing with a 30-pound weight advantage, a guy who hasn't lost in 10 years, they think that means he can't box. You think one of the legends of martial arts doesn't know how to throw a punch, really? I mean, come on, man. But again, I can play the same game too. I can just play it better because I'm smarter, Chris and better looking. Christian Grey must live in an alternate reality. Yeah. I remember playing a gig on Friday night years ago. The place was practically empty, and then this cokehead chick storms in, causes chaos. Gig cancelled. Mate, I'm sick and tired of cokeheads. Again, I've restrained that many of them. I nearly choked a guy out one time who was off his face on gear. Because have you ever heard of it's a condition called acute behavioral disorder. Basically, when a person takes drugs, they lose all sense of reality and they go manic. Now, what happens is they basically, it's like they become a lot stronger, because you know how a mental patient sometimes needs like five people to hold them down and drug them, and they feel so much stronger than they should. It's because the drugs basically makes them feel no pain. It makes them feel no inhibition. And it makes them, for a moment, like I talked about that come down earlier, the come down takes a little bit longer to come on sometimes when they have acute behavioral disorder. So see, when you're restraining somebody like that, you could end up like breaking their wrist, because they, like, let's say you've got their wrist like that, they'll go absolutely all out to get free. And you have to really, really hold it and really, really pace yourself so as not to apply too much pressure. And I had this one guy on the floor who I was ejecting from a venue, and I had to put him on the floor because I couldn't get him down the stairs without hurting him, because the guy was that off his face on gear. It got to the point I ended up because I had to hold myself up. I was in a bit of an awkward position. I had a hold of the guy's collar like that, and I was just pushing him down. And the guy's just going, he's giving it absolutely everything to get up. I nearly choked the guy out. It was pretty frightening, actually. Yeah. Derek Chauvin taught that guy well when he had his knee on the guy's neck. Yeah, absolutely. Justice for Derek Chauvin. He's an innocent man. Should give that guy a medal, You should let him out of prison, give him a massive, compensation. Or is it a Muslim? Oh, surprise, yeah. Where was I? Yeah, mate, Rico would knock Ali out in the first round. So would Dave Allen. Any modern not even world class, any modern domestic level heavyweight would beat up Muhammad Ali, because his era was weak. It was a era of weak sluggers, Alex Pereira would rule the golden era. Yeah, he would. But Alex Pereira in the ring with a 70s and 60s heavyweight in boxing, he'll beat them up easily. If Usyk Vlad fought multiple times, I would favor Vlad more times than I wouldn't, but I think Usyk would have the ability to beat him. Usyk's more technically skilled. Vlad's more fundamentally sound. Norwood stage 4 means your hairline's been destroyed faster. Oh, right, I see. Who cares? Look at my hairline. Who cares about hairline? Women don't care about hairline either. Not in my experience. There's a film about undercover cop who infiltrate the Ku Klux Klan. Apparently, David Duke signed on his application personally. No, that wasn't true. David Duke denied that. I remember when that movie came out. It was a Spike Lee movie, wasn't it? Yeah, David Duke said it was a lot of rubbish, I think. The KKK was a CIA, a CIA psyop. Anyway, it wasn't even real. Yeah, absolutely. How hard would you say my job is? Well, it's a hard job, but it takes a hard person to do it, and I'm extremely hard. So yeah, if a guy beats me up on the job, she might go with that guy instead. My missus ain't going with no loser, you know. Ali yeah. There's another thing as well. I forgot to mention this. I talked about it in the comments. Muhammad Ali lost to a wrestler who was only allowed to lie on the floor and kick him in the legs. Do you remember that? So Muhammad Ali had a crossover fight. So crossover gimmick fights happen, right? Muhammad Ali lay on the floor. No, sorry. He fought a wrestler in a crossover fight. The wrestler wasn't allowed to wrestle. He wasn't allowed to punch. He wasn't allowed to stand up. He had to lie on the floor, and he was only allowed to kick Muhammad Ali in the legs. And Muhammad Ali got beaten up. He lost that. Go and look the fight. It's on YouTube. Muhammad Ali got beaten up by the wrestler. Wasn't even a skilled kicker. He was a wrestler. The wrestler lay on the floor, kicked Ali in the legs. Ali tried to move around him and punch him while he was on the floor. He couldn't even touch the guy. Every time he got close to him, guy just booted him in the leg. Ali ended up with fractures in his leg, and was hot. I believe he got hospitalized afterwards. He was nearly crippled. Dude got battered, absolutely battered by a wrestler who lay on the floor. Like, talk about embarrassing. That's one of the most, like, people talked about Fury and Ngannou being embarrassing. I remember at the time, that was one of the first things that came to my mind was Muhammad Ali. Talking about embarrassing boxing. Muhammad Ali got battered. Absolutely. Like, he couldn't land a punch on the guy. Couldn't do nothing. It was like, do you know in MMA when guys get DQ'd for, what do you call it? They get DQ'd for timidity because they go on the floor and they're like, come and get me. I want to roll on the floor. All you do is just kick them in the leg. There's nothing they can do. Or you just wait for them to try to get up and you just stomp them, right? Or you just punch them. Muhammad Ali couldn't do nothing with this guy, and he got his ass kicked. Muhammad Ali also got absolutely smashed in an unlicensed fight against a Soviet Russian amateur. So one of the Soviets' top amateurs fought. I think Ali was 37 at the time, or so. He was past his prime for sure, but he was still fighting at sort of semi-world level. I think it was like before he fought Larry Holmes. Ali got, and it was a full contact, unlicensed fight because a lot of people at the time talked about how under communism, the Soviets and the Cubans and a lot of the guys who were dominating amateur boxing weren't allowed to compete, right? So guys like Usyk and the Klitschko's, if they were around back then, they wouldn't have been allowed to compete, right? So Muhammad Ali wanted to disprove that. So he fought, again, he's a veteran at this point, right? So experienced pro, like long-time heavyweight champion, multiple-time title holder. He fights a Russian Soviet amateur. Ali got beaten up. He got battered in that fight. So whenever Muhammad Ali had a crossover fight, he had the crossover fight with the wrestler where they rigged the rules to let the wrestler, so the wrestler couldn't do nothing. He had to stay on the floor. Ali got smashed. Not a single moment of the fight was competitive. Now just imagine if that wrestler was allowed to wrestle, or was allowed to punch, or was even allowed to stand up. Ali would have gotten submitted. It would have been like James Toney when he fought Randy Couture. That's what that fight would have been like. That's how shit Muhammad Ali was against crossover opponents, right? So when he fought that Russian amateur, got beaten up. Like the guy literally got on the inside with him. They say Russians can't fight inside. That guy figured out immediately Ali didn't know how to punch to the body. didn't know how to defend himself in close. Like Ali was like Carl Froch on the inside. He had no balance, no like he would throw, but he couldn't defend himself. And that guy beat him up. When Muhammad Ali actually fought someone who could draw the lead from an opponent, someone like Larry Holmes, someone like Ken Norton, he got beaten up. He couldn't deal with that. As I said earlier, one of the things Muhammad Ali couldn't do was he couldn't deal with being forced to take the lead. He needed you to go at him so that he could have something to work off, basically, something to counter. Because, boxers, generally counter punchers beat boxers, right? That's the stylistic matchup there. Muhammad Ali was a boxer, not a particularly good one. And a world-class counterpuncher, like a lot of the Cubans and a lot of the Russians, they would have destroyed him, even the amateurs. So trying to say Usyk struggled with a kickboxer it's embarrassing. It's the most embarrassing cope I've ever come across from like the Muhammad Ali apologists. It honestly, like, it makes Muhammad Ali look worse to try and cope for the guy and bring up stuff like that. Yeah, Cash Ali, and who's shit by today's standards, would knock out Muhammad Ali probably in the first round because he's just so much bigger and stronger, right? A guy like David Price would put Muhammad Ali in hospital. He would. Rico is very underrated because people don't follow kickbox. Yeah, no one followed kick. What did I say going into the fight? Go look at my prediction. I told you guys Rico's hard. He's a badass. He's going to give Usyk a tough fight. I told you guys he was going to give Usyk a harder fight than Dubois. Was I right or was I right? So who's coping? Certainly not me. The fight made me look like a genius. I am a genius, let's be honest, which is why these guys hate me, because I'm a boxing expert and because I'm odd and because I'd batter all of them. I would beat Muhammad Ali because I'm that odd. I'm kidding, obviously. Like, come on. But there's an element of truth to it, an element of truth. Well done, a Cassius Clay video. Clay was a good fighter. Ali decent. Win some, lose some guy. Yeah, he was an average title holder, Yeah, he was good. He was good for his era, but his era was shit. Like, again, he got beat up by a wrestler who lay on the floor. I mean, his era was weak, I literally walked into an MMA gym on the first day. Was one of the hardest guys to take me down from my hips and legs. More experienced grapplers couldn't do nothing. Rico's just special. Yeah. Rico is probably the greatest heavyweight kickboxer at all time. Probably is. He probably is, Ali beat a guy 40-0, 37 KOs. Well, Wilder was 40-0 at one point, so that's nothing to brag about, is it? I mean, I could fight Andrew Hartley 40 times, and I would be 40-0 with 40 first round knockouts. So that doesn't impress me. I mean, Usyk's what, 26-0 now, is it? I don't know. And everybody he's fought from his ninth professional fight has been a world-class fighter. So I would find beating 15 odd world-class fighters far more impressive than fighting 40 bums and knocking out 37 of them, And yeah, Ali should have 10 more losses because he lost to Jimmy Young, he lost to Ernie Shavers, he lost to Ken Norton 3 times, got gift decisions because Ali was an industry plant and a protected hype job. That's what people don't get. The Sonny Liston fight shouldn't count because they were fixed fights. Everybody knows this. That the FBI knew this. That's why there was an investigation. Henry Cooper knocked him out. They gave Ali 20 minutes to recover. Used smelling salts and stimulants, amphetamines, all this kind of stuff, flayed gloves, and cheated a win. Literally, flayed gloves to cut Henry Cooper's eye, who absolutely smashed Ali. He was a better fighter by far. Like that was one of the most shocking displays of corruption you'll ever see. Ali had so many asterisks in his career, it was shocking. It was like there was so much corruption surrounding that guy. Henry Cooper would even struggle with the likes of Dave Allen, probably, yeah. And I got Dave Allen by knockout. Cassius Clay, yeah, Doug Jones, that's the other guy I forgot. 6 foot tall, 190-pound journeyman, Doug Jones, beat Muhammad Ali. Beat him, whooped his ass too. Like that fight wasn't close. Go watch it. Wasn't close. Beat his ass, Again, to a kickboxer. Again, kickboxer. Again, kickboxer. You kick and you punch. Like, as opposed to a wrestler lying on the floor. Again, you're just embarrassing yourself, dude, and you're embarrassing Muhammad Ali. That's the point I try to make with that video. I know the title was provocative. I rage bait it. It's what I do. I'm great at it because I'm that good, right? But see with Muhammad Ali, I actually respect Muhammad Ali quite a lot because the guy was great in terms of his influence on the sport in terms of generally getting people interested in boxing, getting people talking about it. He was a kind of guy like Daz said earlier: win some, you lose some. Right? That's what Muhammad Ali was. He was a very high level journeyman who had a title in an era of boxing that was quite unrefined, and it got a lot more people thinking technically about boxing. And it was good for his era. He was ahead of his time in terms of athletic ability. Compared to today's standards, he was complete shit. Complete shit. Vladimir Klitschko would knock every single 60s and 70s heavyweight contender out on the same night. Wouldn't even be competitive, right? Which is, I mean, he could tie his right hand behind his back and control the entire fight with his jab. Muhammad Ali had no defense. His jab was a perfunctory slap. If you've ever watched him, right? If Muhammad Ali were to, if you were to transport him to now and put him in the ring with your average unlicensed heavyweight, he would get smashed. Just like he got smashed when he fought the Russian amateur. I forgot that dude's name. He was a Soviet amateur champion, right? Never fought professionally in his life. Beat Muhammad Ali's ass, right? Just like he got beat up by that wrestler. Muhammad Ali, outside of his comfort zone, did not know what to do. He was useless. Now, Usyk has fought nothing but elite fighters since his 9th pro fight. So he won the cruiserweight title against Glavatsky, undefeated, world-class knockout artist, who himself had beaten a couple of legends of the cruiserweight division in Cunningham and Hook, right? 2 former long-term champions, right? Beat both of them convincingly, right? Usyk went to his backyard, whooped his ass, beat him, right? Won the World Boxing Super Series, which at that point in time was the most significant tournament that boxing had ever had, right? With multiple undefeated world-class fighters, all of them with one-punch knockout power, all of them elite athletes. Usyk came out on top, beat them all. Made history 4 times, I believe, at cruiserweight. So fastest to win a title, fastest to unify, fastest to become undisputed, and the first undisputed in the 4-belt era, doing it all on the road. No one else did anything even close to that. Moved up to heavyweight, became 2-time undisputed and lineal heavyweight champion. Did so against guys who had a 30-pound plus weight advantage. Muhammad Ali never beat anybody with that kind of weight advantage who was any good. Right? In fact, I don't think he ever fought anybody with a 30-pound weight advantage. And if he did, they were shit. Right? There was just some fat guy. Right? He certainly never beat anybody who was a championship level contender with that kind of advantage. Him and Foreman were about the same size. And guys like Fraser and Norton were significantly smaller. So Ali's never dealt with a significant size disadvantage. Ali never dealt with anybody as a pro who came from the Soviet or the Cuban amateur system. He never dealt with that. Usyk dealt with that time and time again in his amateur career, right? Muhammad Ali's success as a professional, I would argue, was domestic, right? He was a circumstantial domestic American heavyweight in a very, very weak era because the Soviets were not allowed to compete, neither were the Cubans, right? A guy like Stevenson, for example, a lot of people, even back then, and it's interesting how history gets rewritten. Back then, a lot of people felt that Stevenson would beat Ali. A lot of people argued that if these guys, if the Iron Curtain had fell, if communism was disbanded, and all the countries globally, or all the countries worldwide were allowed to compete, America, the Amerocentric 60s and 70s golden age, whatever you want to call it, would not have been a thing. Because we would have had what we have now, where you've got big-ass Chinamen knocking people out, and you've got guys like bloody Ajit Cabello, these big-ass Turks with their big necks, and guys from all over the world with wrestling backgrounds, and a lot of guys who, ironically enough, came from kickboxing, the Klitschko's, former kickboxers. Vitaly Klitschko, and I've made this point before, Vitaly Klitschko was a second-rate heavyweight kickboxer. He wasn't world class in kickbox. He was a professional kickboxer for years. He was never a world class one. He was a decent second rate heavyweight kickboxing contender. Moved into boxing and became a dominant heavyweight champion. Right, Alexander Povetkin was a kickboxing world champion in the amateurs. Transitioned over to boxing, became Olympic gold medalist and amateur world champion, and then became a world heavyweight champion. Right, with a pretty good resume. Kickboxers, when they transition over to boxing, generally have an easier time, right? Kickboxing it's leagues above boxing. Like I've said that for years. Like kickboxers are the best strikers in combat. This is why I told you guys going into the fight, Rico was going to be a hard fight. I told you guys he was going to give Usyk a lot more problem. I told you guys Dubois was shit. Usyk was going to smash him. I told you guys that. That was a mismatch, right? But going into the Rico fight, well, everybody else was saying, he's a kickboxer. He's going to get smashed in 5 rounds. What did I say? I said he's hard. I said he's a badass. Usyk's got a fight on his hands here. That's what I told you guys. From the moment that fight got signed, and I looked into this guy. Because kickboxers are, especially Dutch kickboxers, guys from Holland and places like that, the best strikers in the history of combat sports. It's not even close. These guys are hard. That's why they make the best football hooligans, because they're tough. You know, if you've ever dealt with the Urtach Ultras, you know what I'm talking about. You know, there's a big difference between scoring a legit stoppage when behind and getting a gift decision when you've clearly lost. Yeah. Well, Usyk scored the knockdown. The referee, Rico spat the mouthpiece out, which he did 3 times during the fight. The referee gave him about an extra 20 seconds or 18 seconds, say, to recover. Usyk landed 10 unanswered punches. Then the ref stopped the fight. Now, had the referee not taken the time to put the gum shield back in, what do you think would have happened? Let's be honest. Rico gets slept. He gets slept. Dude got off lightly. He got saved from a devastating knockout defeat. Now, in kickboxing, he beats Usyk. He beats any heavyweight boxer. But in boxing, in that 11th round, he was in over his head. Usyk figured him out. He's about to take him out, and he did. And it was as legitimate a win as you'll ever get. Boxing wasn't even worldwide back in Ali's era. Yeah, United States, it was a Western boxing scene. Nowadays, it's basically it's a world stage now. It is. Lennox versus Klitschko would be good. Yeah, versus Prime Vladimir. That would be a great fight. Very similar fighters with the same coach, ironically. That would have been a great fight. Yeah, Rico knocks Ali out cold. That's a strawman. Sorry, like I'll need you. I don't know. I said a lot of things there. What did I say that was a strawman? I said a lot of things there. Have you seen an autistic? Yes, yeah. I've seen an autistic door supervisor. Yes, I have. Seen a couple of them actually, like one in particular. Americans figured since Usyk was fighting this kickboxer who was cherry picking someone easy, that's what the American boxers would do. Yeah, it's a projection, isn't it? Again, repeating the same comment isn't making your argument. He almost lost to a kickboxer. Well, everybody that Vitaly Klitschko ever beat almost lost to a kickboxer. Or everyone Vitaly Klitschko ever beat lost to a kickboxer. Lennox Lewis almost lost to a kickboxer because Vitaly Klitschko is a kickboxer. So there you go. Yeah, Muhammad Ali is the most overrated by far. By far. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. What brings people forget about Verhoeven is he brings in the mentality and winning mindset of an elite level competitor. Play the cards at boxing. Oh, Josh, you might know these elite minds. Yeah. Well, he's also an elite athlete. He's a freak athlete, Rico. What? 6'5", 265 pounds, legs like tree trunks, hits like a mule. Has boxed his entire life. People forget he used to spar with Tyson Fury, and he's been working with Peter Fury for 15 years. So dude been boxing his whole life, and kickboxers box anyway. All kickboxers know how to box. Oh yeah. Chisora would beat up Ali. Chisora's a bigger, stronger, more refined version of Joe Frazier. Better fighter than Joe Frazier in a much better era. Yeah, Ali's a bum who needed the mob to fix his fight. He had a lot of fixed fights, he did. Always thought it was weird how Ian Tomlinson, a white guy who was a bit drunk, got clubbed to death by cops. Yeah, well, look, you know the deal. I don't need to spell it out for you, do I? I don't need to spell it out for you. You can genuinely be deformed or fully on the spectrum and pull a hot woman. Yeah, yeah, you can. Shut up before I get mate. Jack Johnson's been dead for like 85 years or something. So good luck with that. Good luck digging up his ashes or whatever. There are always cops, judges in the KKK. At least explain why. Oh, by the way, another thing on the subject of Jack Johnson, he was a whoremeister. He used to pay for prostitutes. So that guy was basically a cook who used to pay for sex. You know, used to buy cheap, like stanky ass white prostitutes to go to his fights. He did not. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's the quote. He didn't take the fight serious. He's talking about Muhammad Ali like getting his arse kicked by a ref. You see how easy it is to just humiliate these idiots, right? Again, he's like, oh, struggled with a kickboxer, blah, blah, blah. I bring up Ali getting smashed, getting his arse kicked royally by a wrestler who lay on the ground and was only allowed to kick. And this guy's like, he didn't take the fight serious. you see how easy it is, guys. That's funny, man. These dudes are so funny. Look at this dude, man. That's so funny. Oh no, he didn't take it serious. I guess when Muhammad Ali got bitch slapped by Joe Frazier. I guess when he got bitch slapped by Joe Frazier. No, he didn't take that serious either. Like, you can say that about any fight. Did Usyk take Verhoeven serious? Did he? Who knows? Yeah, Ali got glass legs, didn't it? He lost a fight with a guy who wasn't allowed to get up. That's like if I'm in a street fight with someone and I say to them, listen, you and me, square go, you and me are going to have it, right? But you have to lie on the floor and you're only allowed to kick and I can do whatever I want. And then that guy kicks my ass. And then I come back and say, I didn't take it serious. It was Ali. On the subject of him not taking it serious, this is what's ironic about that. Ali requested, because originally the rules were going to be wrestling versus boxing. The guy was going to be allowed to wrestle and Ali was going to be allowed to box, right? Or do whatever he wanted, basically, right? To see which sport was better. Ali changed the rules because he knew he couldn't beat the guy. Because if the guy could wrestle, he would have slammed him on his face and submitted him. Ali specifically requested, I want him to lie on the floor and only be allowed to kick so that he can't do nothing with me. It was like basically special rules to allow Ali to win because that was the only chance. And he still got his ass kicked. Guys, this is why you guys are being very dangerous here. You're setting a dangerous precedent because you're making Muhammad Ali look really bad. Just admit you was wrong. Usyk won fair and square, and that Ali was good for his time. But by today's standard, he sucks because you're just burying the guy's memory and his legacy. I watched Foreman fights when he was in his prime. Kind of fought like a caveman, not much skill, just bash little guy. Well, Foreman improved a lot over the years. He actually did become a pretty good boxer by the time of his comeback. Yeah, he was about 220 when he fought Ali, which is lighter than most of the guys Usyk's fought, you know, at heavyweight. Antonio Inoki was one of the greatest wrestling technicians ever. People forget how through the outcomes are predetermined. Yeah, professional wrestling, even though the outcomes are predetermined, these guys have still got to be strong. They still got to be good athletes, you know. They have to be. Usyk 10 pounds heavier than he normally is. Fair to say he was out of shape, just like they're saying about Ali. Yeah, Usyk didn't take it serious. That's all we need to say. Usyk didn't take it serious. I mean, didn't take it serious. He still won by knockout. Ali didn't take it serious and got smashed. You're making Ali look really bad, man. Yeah, sound like a real life Creed versus Ivan Drago. Only Ali made it out in one piece, just about. Yeah. It pretty much was like that. Like Ali did. I think that's what Rocky IV was inspired by when Ali got beaten up by the Russian guy, the Russian amateur. Usyk doesn't get a pass. Any of his fights he struggled in, but Muhammad Ali gets a pass for all the fights he struggled and lost. Somebody's a hype job. Yep, somebody certainly is. Wonder who that is. The extreme life body cam crime channels are good. Yeah, see, body cams have completely exposed BLM. They've completely exposed leftism in general. Like body cams expose all the lies the media pushes about race relations and stuff. Yeah, yeah, just typical degenerate thugs cheering on the murder of a white person. What are you surprised by this? Does this surprise you? Because it doesn't surprise me. Um, Sprints might help. What sprints do is they elevate your heart rate. They elevate your heart rate and allow you to get used to promoting short anaerobic bursts, which is what boxing is. You punch in anaerobic bursts. Doing sprints helps with that. Like particularly if you sprint up a hill, that's great for getting your body used, like conditioning you for raising your heart rate and then slowing it down and breathing. That sprints are a great exercise to do from time to time for boxing. No, John Jones is one of the greatest strikers of all time. John Jones is one of the greatest MMA fighters ever. Oh, Floyd is completely overrated. A lot of his fights are predetermined sparring sessions. I've talked about that before. Crawford, very good fight. I talked about Crawford earlier. Crawford is strong. He's a strong, durable freak of nature. Crawford is really tough, really durable, technically very limited. But he's strong, he's durable, he's fit, and he's genetically gifted. Crawford is very, very dangerous. He is. Floyd, I don't rate one bit. John Jones, one of the greatest fighters of all time. John Jones would beat most boxers in a boxing ring, actually, believe it or not. He would have been a much better. Like when Ngannou crossed over to fight AJ and got beaten up, Ngannou wasn't very good. Fury just carried him and made him look better than he was. John Jones would have been a much better fight for Fury and AJ. He would have actually had a chance. Even though he's not as big, he's a much better striker. Beterbiev would do a variation on the tire hammer. Yeah, he did that. I do that sometimes. I know. That's good for explosivity as well. It's kind of like doing power cleans, you know. Well, I mean, I don't really care what these guys say, to be honest, these fighters, but it's pretty obvious. Do you even know? Well, it doesn't matter. He's a wrestler. It doesn't matter what I know about the wrestler. He's a wrestler. Ali lost to a wrestler? Oh, laughing face emoji. Ali lost to a wrestler. Ha ha ha. Ha, he lost to a wrestler. Ha ha ha. Who lay on the floor. It's so funny, isn't it, guys? See, we can all play the same game, can't we? And I'm just better at it than you because I'm odd, you know. Inoue and Pacquiao do it. Yeah, they do. Yeah, most fighters do sprints. Most fighters do some variation of high intensity interval training. Not all fighters. Most fighters do though. Most of the best fighters, anyway. Well, the NFL. I don't pay too much attention to NFL training because those guys are all selected, like I mentioned earlier, for the standing vertical jump. So basically, they're selected on genetics. So anything they do in the gym is going to work because you're dealing with genetic freaks, basically, you know. But they do that, and it does help with. They do a lot of football practice, but it's quite unorthodox in the way they go about it. But the strength and conditioning they do, I wouldn't pay too much attention to it, to be honest. Ali gets lauded for his defense. So good his brain got turned into dog. Yeah. It's like James Toney, greatest defensive fighter of all time. The guy had CTE by the age of 35. Oh, yeah. Amazing defense. There's a video on YouTube of Fraser knocking down Ali. Says for the first time. Yeah. Like Cooper didn't knock him down already and have him out cold, pretty much. And they had to use drugs to wake Ali up. And give him 20 minutes to recover. That's a part of boxing history. The media wants you to forget is Ali versus Cooper. They want you to forget all about that. Wilder would be easier fight for. Oh, Usyk would smash Wilder. I said so years and years ago. Absolute easy fight for Usyk. Ali's defense was when he was younger, barely avoid shots because of his. He just ran away and got clubbed constantly. But because he was on so much amphetamines, he was able to take it, and then that's why he ended up with Parkinson's. That's why his brain ended up scrambling. Listen, who beat more world championship? Well, who had more? Let me ask you this: who had more title defenses, Terence Crawford or Sven Otke. There we are. Who had more title defenses, Muhammad Ali or Darius Mikuchevsky? Who's better? Who answer the question? Who had more title defenses, Ali or Darius Mikuchevsky? There we are. Case closed. Darius Mikuchevsky, TBE, greatest of all time. Yeah. Can you imagine what Boa Holyfield would have knocked him out as well? Too big, too durable. Records on paper don't tell the full story. That should be obvious. That's just black and white way of thinking. Yeah. Imagine Zhang. Zhang would knock him out with one punch. He would. Zhang's way bigger and more powerful than anybody Ali would have even dreamed of fighting in his career. Lewis would have probably done a 12-round Maverick style pasting on Ali. Yeah, that was a terrible fight, Lewis versus Maverick. Ali also has the shocking Leon Spinks loss on his record worth remembering. Yeah, Leon Spinks beat his ass after like 7 pro fights. Yeah. he lost to Leon Spinks. Come on, man. Leon Spinks, who was an actual bum he was a good amateur, but a bum in pro boxing, beat Ali. Again, a Russian amateur who never boxed professional, beat Ali's ass. He lost to a wrestler? Laughing face emoji. Like, come on, man. Ali's just been humiliated in this stream by his own fans. I've not humiliated him. His fans have humiliated him, sadly, you know. I feel bad for the guy. I feel like I should ease off on him, you know, because I believe it or not, I don't hate the guy. Difference between us, we watch fights. No, yeah, we actually watch fights. Yeah. The normies just use BoxRec for everything, even in life and politics in general. We don't get our info from the news. Yeah, most of these guys never watched Ali fight. I've got some of his fights on DVD. I've studied the guy's career for years. I actually enjoy watching and studying Muhammad Ali. I've got a lot of respect for what the guy did for boxing, but I'm not a retard. I don't live in cloud cuckoo land. I'm not pretending he was like the greatest of all time. He wasn't even close. He was a bang average heavyweight title holder. That's all he was. Oh yeah, Tim Sylvia. Yeah, Ray Mercer fought Tim Sylvia. Tim Sylvia, dumbest performance ever. Like, that's one of the funniest but stupidest performances from any MMA champion ever. Like, Tim Sylvia, he fought Ray Mercer, right? And he must have thought, this guy's got no chance against me. All he had to do was stay away, let Ray Mercer tire himself out, then go for a double leg takedown. The fight would have been over. He just walked forward in the opening seconds of the fight. Ray Mercer, who was a massive puncher, just clubbed him in the head with a right hand and just KO'd him quick. That was embarrassing. It was funny though. R. Henry, he gets brought up so much when it comes to Ali. Solid European champion, hard left, not elite. Yeah, he was a British level heavyweight contender who was very small for the weight, very small. You know, if Vladimir or Usyk got whipped by feather-fisted Leon Spinks in the guy's 8th pro fight, everybody would say Vlad or Usyk would try. Like, if Usyk lost now to Moses Itauma, that's what would happen. He would get mocked for it, right? Leon Spinks was a bum, even compared to someone like Moses Itauma. He was. I could see that argument. Like, Floyd's definitely shockingly overrated, and Canelo's just a flat-out bum. I've never rated Canelo, as you guys know. Yeah, I like watching those Bodygram channels and all. Yeah. Once Inoki had got Ali on his back and pinned, it's hard to see how he gets back up. Japanese wrestlers were the gold standard back then. Americans and Brits went over to test them. So yeah, that wrestler would absolutely, if he wasn't allowed to just lie down, and he still won the fight easily. But imagine if he was allowed to wrestle, Ali would have been taken down in 20 seconds and submitted. It would have been James Toney versus Randy Couture. That's what it would have been, the same fight. That's what it would have been. You should clip this stream. I might do that. That's encouraged me to clip this stream and talk about Ali. You know, because there's a lot of. It's been quite interesting, this one. That, like, the information I've just spewed out from my brain, this genius boxing brain, you know, it's great, isn't it? He's mad now. Look, mate, you're just projecting. You're mad. You're the one getting pissed off because you came here trying to troll and you just humiliated yourself and humiliated Ali in the process, you know? That's what you've done, mate. It's your own fault. You shouldn't have done it. Rico being trained by the Fury camp as good training. Meanwhile, Usyk never fought a big guy like that with that crazy style. Had that much stamina. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was a new experience for Usyk stylistically. You know, Ali refusing to hit him on the floor, I believe, in Nuki's corner, screaming at him to engage in the feet, but he was fighting smart, so Ali couldn't get off and he was combination. Mate, Ali couldn't do anything because every time he went close to the guy, he got booted in the leg. And he'd never been kicked in the leg before because he never fought a kickboxer. Like, it's like a world class kickboxer would beat Ali's ass. They would. A world class kickboxer would beat his ass. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Leon Spinks was basically a light heavyweight by today's standards. He would be a light heavyweight, but he was garbage even in his era. As he was a good amateur, garbage pro. Don't have a time machine. Ali beat more world champions. More talented. Ali fought with a disease. He fought with a disease. This is more cope. He fought with a disease. He wasn't taking it seriously. He had an eye infection, or whatever, like as if he didn't fight guys and lose to guys who were blind, like Joe Fraser. Joe Fraser literally blind in one eye, one-handed, 5'11", 205 pounds, beat his ass. There's not a modern heavyweight club fighter on the planet who would lose to a guy that size with those debilitations. Let's not pretend. Let's not act like Usyk's never been injured. I mean, when Usyk fought Briedis, go look into what happened in the camp before that. Go and look into what happened in the camp before the AJ rematch. Go and look at some of the debilitating illnesses that Usyk has had in his career. Far worse than anything Ali had to deal with, like in terms of a lack of preparation. I see some guys grab a resistance band and twist their hips over and over. Fabio Wardley does it. Yeah. Wardley does that too. Wardley does a lot of unorthodox things in the gym. Wardley is actually quite fit. He just wastes his time with in the Dubois fight. He was loading up on the right hand constantly. It was daft, you know. Yeah, that's right. Glovatsky and Adamek both competed in MMA when they were done with boxing. They did all right. Oh, sorry, guys. They weren't like world class, but they were okay. Oh yeah, the CIA. What, you don't know about that? That's common knowledge. The KKK and was a CIA. It was basically a CIA psyop. It was kind of like you know the SP. Go look up the what's the SPLC. Go and look up that and look up because they've been around for generations. They're just another an activist organization in connection with the CIA, right? In connection with intelligence. Look at the quote unquote white supremacist. Help me out, guys. The SPLC, I think that's what it's called. Look at the amount of white supremacist and nationalist groups that they funded. That they basically hired random guys out of like mental asylums and random guys from colleges and hick towns and all that. And they created all these fake organizations and pumped millions and millions of dollars into them. Some of them had ties to Israel, not all of them, but basically the SPLC, the CIA, I believe the ADL was behind it as well. Look at the amount of fake white supremacist groups and fake nationalist groups that were being funded by them. This is one of the things Charlie Kirk talked about, which is part of the reason I believe they did him in, right? Because he exposed a lot of this stuff. It's become common knowledge now. KKK was just one part of that. Just like the Black Hebrew Israelites, there were another CIA psyop. So the Black Hebrew Israelites, which includes people like Malcolm X, who was a communist, right? He had this fake backstory about his dad being lynched by the KKK. Bullshit, never happened, right? It was all a CIA psyop. A lot of these activist groups are funded by intelligence, right? They're put out there. They're used as provocateurs to start political division between society. It's been going on for generations. This has been happening for years and years. The KKK was just one of many. The KKK as an organization never existed. Like see this idea you've got of the guys dressing up in white hoods and carrying torches and lynching black people and Jews. That's a media depiction that's in the back of your mind that never existed. That was never a thing. All right. the actual Ku Klux Klan, like there was an organization called the Ku Klux Klan. They were simply an anti-Marxist, anti-Zionist Louisiana political movement, basically a grassroots political movement. David Duke was their spokesperson. He was a representative when he was in his early 20s. But the whole clan wearing hoods and going out lynching people, that was bollocks. That never existed. Again, it's just like the Black Hebrew Israelites. It was a CIA psyop. Forget this. Spinks didn't even have a perfect record. He was 6-0 with a draw. Yeah, he had a draw as well against someone. So yeah. Beat Joe Fraser twice. More the fake laughing face. Come on, dude. Like, right, stop with the laughing face emojis because you just it's I know, look, I'm kind of immature, I get it, but don't stoop to my level. Show a bit of class, right? The laughing face emojis, they're just gay. They're for children, right? I don't use them myself unless I'm taking the piss out of people who actually use them, right? Beat Joe Fraser twice. Second fight, absolute disgrace. Cheated the whole fight, clinched him, put him in headlocks, pulled his head down, was allowed to do it with a corrupt referee. The third fight, both guys were past their prime. Ali took a beating. Fraser took a beating. Fraser was blind, punch drunk, on his way out of the sport at that point, had been knocked out numerous times. To take it or leave it, Ali wanted to quit. Not a very, very impressive act. I mean, the fact he had a rivalry with Joe Fraser is embarrassing, right? It's like Evander Holyfield having a rivalry with John Ruiz. It's embarrassing. He shouldn't be losing to a guy that's 5'11" and 205 pounds. No great heavyweight should be losing to a guy like that. Let's just be honest about it. Let's stop coping, all right? I'm not the one coping, all right? I mean, I've humiliated you and I've humiliated Ali with this stream without even trying, just by using your own logic against you. I would never have brought up Ali getting his ass kicked by a wrestler who lay on the floor or getting his ass kicked by a Russian amateur if you didn't bring all that stuff up on my stream, all right? Stop backing yourself up in a corner. Just show a bit of respect, right? You've been cooked on this stream, and you're coping hard with it. I know you're banging your head against your pillow, and you're gritting your teeth, and you're really, really angry. Just be nice, and I'll be nice to you, right? KKK was obviously feds, completely Masonic. They wanted a race war, but the people didn't fall for it. They didn't fall for it back then. Like race relations in the 80s and 90s, and even before then, like the 70s, were a lot less tense than they are now, ironically enough. Spinks was destroyed in 3 by Holmes, also KO'd in 1 by Jerry Akutsi after Ali beat him in the rematch. Quarry beat him up. Yeah, he did. Yeah, true. Yeah, Spinks was a terrible heavyweight contender. He was laughable. He was. Good amateur, terrible pro. He was like Audley Harrison. He was the Audley Harrison of his time. Ali lost to the Audley Harrison of his time. Come on, guys. Does it get more embarrassing? Yeah, he did. He treated Fraser like crap. He did. Yeah, Spinks getting beat at cruiserweight badly. Yeah, he did. And I just don't want to glaze Usyk either. Well, nobody's glazing Usyk. You don't have to glaze Usyk. His resume speaks for itself. They were investigated. It's well known and well established that Ali versus Liston was fixed. Everybody knows that. That's one of the most famous fixed fights in boxing history. Moses Atalma, he's good, but he hasn't really fought anybody yet. I'll wait and see when he actually fights somebody. Yeah, the Islamic State was completed by feds. Well, the feds definitely propped them up. Yeah, quote-unquote far-right organizations were funded by the SPLC. All right, everybody knows that, and they have CIA ties. All right, it's obvious at this point, you know. SPLC was defeated by Kirk. Yeah, Kirk exposed them. Part of the reason, in my opinion, he was killed. Right, part of the reason. They create fake white supremacists to make. Like, again, there was those white guys with the swastika tattoos on the news. Remember, who were talking about praise be the. They were saying big up the Azov battalion and all that, and they were trying to promote the Ukraine war. They were confusing everybody with that. They were funded by the SPLC. A lot of people don't realize that, or they didn't at the time, but they do now. I bear bolt in a race. What? I beat Bolt in a race with a car. What? I beat Michael Phelps in a swim comp with a boat. I don't know what you're on about, mate. I think this guy's gone crazy. I'm lost. I'm lost at that. Don't know what you're on about. If he's trying to making some sort of point there, somebody let me know. I don't get it. Remember National Action? Yes, I do remember them. Yes, the UK. They were clearly a state honey trap, so people could get themselves. That's exactly what happened because they were big in Scotland. So what happened is National Action. I believe it was National Action anyway. They had a website and they got people to sign up for the website, show their details, and say and they were announcing who all these people were, doxing them, and then these people lost their jobs, went to jail. It was a trap. It was they wanted people to join this quote unquote far right organization. Anybody that signed up to it, it was again, it was a state funded trap. It was literally it was like those pedophile stings. It was like them, but for right wing people, just so they can root them out and throw them in jail, basically. That's what a lot of these organizations are. That's why the real organizations, you've never heard of them. A few weeks ago, they were saying Nick Fuentes was funded by the SLPC. Yeah, it could be. Nick Fuentes is an idiot anyway. Who cares what he thinks, mate? Tell the chat what Jack Johnson did in Europe. What did Jack Johnson do in Europe? I don't know. I mean, Jack Johnson was a heavyweight champion in the early 1900s who used to fight guys half his size, used to hit them while they were on the ground, spent about 90% of his fights clinching and headlocking and leaning on. He was the Andre Ward of his time, right? And he used to sleep with stanky white prostitutes and bring them to press conferences. And at the time, people were embarrassed by that. They were like, "The fuck is this guy doing?" He was a weirdo. Like Jack Johnson was a weirdo. And again, he used to show up to press conferences with prostitutes. The guy had a sex addiction, and that was something he talked about after his career, I believe. Like a few people asked Jack Johnson, like after he retired, they were like, "What's the prostitute thing all about? Why are you always with prostitutes?" And he said something like, his response to that was, "I'm not a slave." So his idea of not being a slave was being addicted to paying for sex. That was Jack Johnson's thing. That was what he was known for, aside from boxing. I don't know. Jack Johnson. I don't find Jack Johnson particularly interesting. I think he was another somewhat genetically gifted, but definitely astroturfed heavyweight champion of his era. And as soon as he fought a guy who was his size, he lost. Like he got smashed when he fought Willard. Like it wasn't even competitive. Dude was garbage. Like Jack Johnson was really, really overrated. He was, but I suppose he's a somewhat interesting. He's a somewhat interesting historical figure in the early days of boxing, but he wasn't. He wasn't a good fighter, and he was a sex addict. That's what he was known for, aside from boxing. You know. Have you a bit of a weird guy to even bring up? Have you heard of Malcolm X? Well, yeah, I know about that. Again, Black Hebrew Israelites. That's a CIA psyop. Malcolm X was one of them. The Yakub thing was kind of like Scientology. It was the same dumb idea. Guy who created the white race. This guy just don't know shit about boxing. It's Ali's a bum. Yeah. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. I do believe John Jones could have been. Yeah, John Jones would be a good boxer. So would Rampage Jackson. He would have been a good boxer. But they stuck to MMA because that's what they were. That's what they were into. Tyle Biggs versus Audley. There's a fantasy fight for the age. Frankie Gavin on the undercard. Yeah, Frankie Gavin can bore everybody to. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony, another thug murderer in prison. 38%. I don't know what you're on about. Like, mate, see your next comment. It better be somewhat coherent, or I'm just going to block you because you're just wasting my time. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you speak English, please? I'm willing to have a conversation, but you're just not speaking English. You're just saying random shit. I don't know what you're on about. What do you mean 36%? What does that even mean? John Jones and laughing face emojis, which are for children. John Jones was thin, so he would have been a cruiserweight. Yeah, but John Jones actually was good at fighting guys bigger because he was such a good sniper. He was such a good striker. He was good at that. Well, Fraser was a hard worker. He was tough and he had stamina, but he was a shit fighter. Well, I did pick Crawford to beat Canelo. If before that fight was even signed, I told you it's a unanimous decision went for Crawford. Again, that was an obvious pick for me. John Jones would cut a lot of weight similar to Crawford. Yeah, he did. He did. That's true. That's why I think he's quite suited. Um, he's quite suited to what do you call it, to heavyweight because he didn't have to cut weight. Mark Mark Collette is a plan apparently. BA asked for people's addresses. Yeah, yeah. See if they're asking for addresses and names at events and ignoring anonymity. It's a trap. They're plants. Cope. What's cope? Please explain. See when you write cope or post an emoji, because again, I've got a lot of comments here. Type in the chat. I'm asking you nicely here. Type in the chat. What is a cope? Right. Structure your comment. This thing that you said here is a cope. Here's the reason why. Don't just say cope. Right. Jack Johnson went to Europe to run from Sam Langford. Yeah, that's funny how he got a difficult fight with. I know he beat Sam Langford, who was like what 5'7" and like 160 pounds, and he had a tough fight with him. That's funny. That's hilarious. His bobbing and weaving was confused. Again, more emojis. What you on about? So why were white people rioting? When rioting? When and where? What you on about? His bobbing and weaving was confusing and hard to make out. 1 second he was in front of you, next below. Well, Usyk would just step back and throw a jab, and that bobbing and weaving would walk him into shots. Yeah, he did. Jack Johnson got done for sex trafficking because he bought underage hookers. He paid. He was a paedophile. He paid for sex. He was a sex addict. The guy was addicted to sex. He couldn't live. He couldn't go a day without it. He paid for underage prostitutes to have sex with him, and he was arrested for that. That was why he actually. There's this myth that he got done for being a black boxer, which doesn't make sense because he was awarded the heavyweight title legally and justly. No, he was done because he was having sex with underage prostitutes. That's why he was done. Yeah. So I loved him. Like I don't know why even bring that guy up. That's like a stain on boxing history. First Ali bout took a lot from Fraser. Yeah, probably. It took a lot from both guys. Ali took so many left hooks in that fight. People don't even know Yakub was invented by a white person. Well, didn't Yakub invent the white race, though? Here's a question. Do you think religious cults were a state created? Some of them, yes. Again, Black Hebrew Israelites, KKK, completely fake. They had lots of chances to arrest David Koresh peacefully, and they didn't. He was probably a Fed. That's probably why. Tim Sylvia made an agreement with Ray Mercer that they were going to. Oh, is that why? Is that why he didn't go for the takedown? So the fight was under special rules. So it was kind of like when Butterbean used to fight in MMA. Sometimes they would have special rules where they weren't allowed a takedown. With the takedown, Ray Mercer probably would have lost that fight then, if that's the case. Every time some noob steps in the ring at my gym, they get battered by some amateur. Yeah. Yeah, I've sparred with noobs before as well, and I have to be very careful not to hit them too hard. It's one of them. I'm guessing it's a black man trying to defend Ali. Why do you need to defend Ali though? Why? Why not just let Ali's resume speak for itself? He wouldn't need to be defended otherwise. Yeah, the golden era is only convenient when a black guy is the champion and any white guy has the belt. Every era has that common denominator, doesn't it? I talked about that before, as you guys know. That Chris, that guy is probably is a troll. He's probably a white guy. Yeah, he probably is a white guy. You never know. Probably is. Who knows? Repeat the same. Yeah, they repeat the same shit like cope and laughing emoji, which is not an. They seem to think that laughing emoji and the word cope is a counter argument or a refutation of some kind. It's not. It's nothing. Like it just proves you don't have a counter argument, It's Fight Scout in another account. That wouldn't surprise me if that's him. Like Mayweather jab. He went in there and threw a Mayweather jab. I don't know. I'm sorry. I like Fight Scout. Shout out to it. Did you see if that is him? God bless you, mate. Um, See also the case of Hurricane Carter allegedly in prison for being black, when even 4 black jurors in the trial who found him guilty. Yeah, when you actually look into these cases of these supposed miscarriages of justice, like, they fall apart. Like Jack Johnson being a nonce and all that, they completely fall apart. Again, Jack Johnson, he was arrested for being a black man. He didn't do nothing. He was literally charged with sex trafficking minors. The guy was a pedophile, and you want to use him as like the great inspiration of the black race. Yeah, great idea. Please make my argument for me. Not that I care about race wars really, but I mean, it's just not a very dignified way to go, is it? To clarify, I'm referring to the time when Fraser was around, when the fighters at that time, Marciano was as erratic as Fraser. Usyk beats Fraser. Yeah. Of course. Obviously, like at that time, a lot of heavyweights were cavemen, weren't they? So they wouldn't have been able to deal with that, the unorthodox come forward stuff. Probs wishes he was Caleb Plant. Are you going to watch UFC at the White House? I'll probably be working that night, so if I do watch it, I'll need to watch it after. And you guys know I'm not that big an MMA fan. I only watch it casually, But it fascinates me as just a fighter and a fan of martial arts. No, mate. The SPLOC is not a pro-Jewish supremacy organization. They are a Marxist organization. They're part of the satanic elite. It's not about being Jewish. It's about turning people against each other and creating proxy culture wars. That's what it's more complicated than just Jewish, There's a weird black Jew cult in America in the 90s called Yahweh Ben Yahweh. Yeah, I know about that. Probably another state scamola, probably. Jim Flynn, Sam McVeigh were his size. He beat them multiple times. Yeah, he beat some like some 2 garbage fighters no one ever talks about who are his set. Great. Well done. Have you heard of Yeah, we talked about that a couple streams ago. Great White Hope, do stop. So who's the Great White Hope then? Was it Vladimir Klitschko, the most dominant heavyweight champion of all time, who beat more undefeated world-ranked contenders than any heavyweight in history? Is it his brother who had the highest knockout percentage in heavyweight history and was a 3-time champion in his own right? Was it Rocky Marciano, the only undefeated, the only heavyweight champion in history to retire undefeated, and was 49-0 with 43 knockouts in a career that spanned 7 years? Was it Alexander Usyk, the only 3-time undisputed, or the 2-time undisputed heavyweight champion, an undisputed and lineal cruiserweight champion in boxing history, the current heavyweight champion of the world? Is it Tyson Fury, the guy that he unified with, who ended the reign of Vladimir Klitschko? Was it Povetkin? Was it Chagayev? Was it the numerous white Eastern European heavyweight contenders that have been around for the past 20 years? Who's the Great White Hope? Oh, no, the Great White Hope was Tommy Morrison, right? The Tommy Morrison, like you speak to these guys and you would think the only white heavyweight that has ever existed was, what's that guy's name? The guy that fought Larry Holmes. I forgot his name. You guys know who I'm on about. How has his name eluded me right now? You guys know the guy I'm on about, the guy that fought Larry Holmes and lost. You would think that guy and Tommy Morrison were the only white heavyweights who ever existed. Let's just ignore the past 30 years of boxing, which have been dominated by whites. Let's just ignore the Klitschko era. Let's just ignore Usyk, Tyson Fury, Povetkin, Chagayev, all the different white heavyweight title holders in our lifetimes. Let's just pretend this is the 1960s and it's the Sonny Liston era, and there hasn't been a white heavyweight champion since Marciano. Let's just pretend, shall we? Who's the Great White Hope? Because my understanding of the Great White Hope is there hasn't been a white heavyweight for a long time, right? So you're looking for a white guy to win a heavyweight title to kind of shift the balance of power. That's my idea of a Great White Hope, right? That's the narrative. But I grew up with, like, I was born in 1994 when Evander Holyfield was heavyweight champion, right? In my lifetime, you've had Vladimir Klitschko, Vitaly Klitschko, Ruslan Chagayev, Alexander Povetkin, Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk. You also had Oleg Maskayev. You had Sultan Ibragimov, right? That's just off the top of my head. Sergei Liakovich, Nanwal Char, if you want to include him, he was more of an Arab, really, but he looks white. I mean, off the top of my head, I can think of like 10 white heavyweight title holders and about 3 or 4 dominant white heavyweight champions of my lifetime. So what do you mean by great white hope? What are you talking about? What? Do you see what I mean about the lack of logic? What are you on about? Like, when we're not living in 1990, Tommy Morrison isn't the only white heavyweight contender out there. Like, come on, man, stop. What, like, you're just humiliating yourself, man. Come on now. The Great Black Joe, yeah, that's Wilder, isn't it? No, Wilder's the Great Black Hope. He was the Great Black Hope. Wilder. Oh, is it tonight? Nah, I won't be watching it then. CIA, yeah, screw the CIA, man. Ricky Burns versus Scott Harrison. Well, Scott told me personally that Ricky ducked him, that he offered him the fight twice and he turned it down. Prime for prime, I'd go with Scott. But I think I would say at the time they were set to fight, or they were in talks to fight, Scott got out of prison after 7 years. I think Ricky would have won on points. But Scott in his prime, I think, would have beat Ricky. He would have won on points. Top 10 boxer ever. Most of them are black. No, they're not. Go look at the top 10 pound for pound right now. How many blacks are on there? What, 1, 2? What are you on about? Oh, ever top 10 boxer. Well, that's purely subjective. I would put someone like Dariusz Mikuchevsky, Joe Calzaghe. Again, these are all guys from my lifetime who are world champions, right? Who are elite level fighters, right? Again, I grew up. Joe Calzaghe and was the biggest name in British boxing, right? Beat every black guy he ever fought. Right? Same with Dariusz Mikuchevsky. Beat every black guy he ever fought in his entire career. You know, again, the Klitschko era, the cruiserweight division was always my favorite division. I grew up watching cruiserweight, absolutely dominated by whites for as long as I can remember. So, and I don't even care about that. I don't give a shit what race a champion is. I'm just pointing out reality. You're the one on here talking about great white hopes. I never said anything about the great black hope, did I? You brought that here, and I just named you 10 heavyweight title holders. There's probably more. Now, off the top of my head, I just named you 10 heavyweight title holders, including about 4 or 5 dominant heavyweight champions. And this is just boxing. If we talk about kickboxing, every champion is white. If we talk about MMA, most of the champions are white. If we talk about, like, again, I talked earlier about strongman and stuff like that. Every record-breaking lifter is white. Every single one of them. Every record-breaking gymnast, every record-breaking swimmer, every record-breaking diver. Like, we could go through so many sports. And if you want to play this stupid game of which race is better, mate, I've beaten up black guys in sparring. What are you on about? Like, and I've also been beaten by them in sparring. Who cares? You're the one on here talking about greatest. And again, what's Scottish got to do with it? Scotland's one of the smallest countries in the world. How many people are even in Scotland? Like, one of the smallest. And by the way, see, it's funny you should bring that up too, because for a country that's smaller than Croatia, or is it? I think it's smaller than a country like Croatia. Scotland has had what, like 14 world champions. That's a lot of world. See, throughout history in box, that's a lot of world champions for a country as small as Scotland. And by the way, I'll be the first one to tell you, Scottish people are stupid. They're retarded. And most of them are alcoholics. Most of them are drunkies and shit. Like, for a country like Scotland to even produce a world champion, given the culture, is quite ironic, actually. So you just, again, you're making yourself look daft by you're bringing up Scottish as if you're trying to bother me or something. I don't care. Scotland is a joke of a country. Most people here are junkies. Most athletes here are even junkies. Guys fight. Benny Lynch, who was a Scottish world champion from back in the 30s, used to fight drunk. This guy used to show up to press conferences and fights steaming drunk and used to win because that's how hard he was, because he was Scottish and we might be retards, but we're hard. You know, it's one of them. You're actually complimenting my culture and my people, you know. Could any black guy show up to a world title fight drunk and win? No, but we can do it because we're that hard, you know. Carter got released on appeal pending his trial. Then he beat the crap out of a poor girl. Been working to get him released. Oh, just typical of his kind, isn't it? Oh man. Yeah, Ali got CTE because he got hit so much. That there's no doubt about that. No doubt about it. Blacks dominant for a well, again, are they? Because you seem to again. I just gave you an example. My lifetime. Again, I grew up in the 90s and the 2000s. Vladimir Klitschko was the dominant heavyweight champion. So when were blacks dominant for a set? I don't know what you're on about. The heavyweight title holders of my lifetime. Evander Holyfield was the champion when I was born. He lost shortly after. The heavyweight title holders were Vladimir of that era, like after Lennox Lewis retired. Lennox Lewis and Holyfield retired, right? Vladimir Klitschko, Vitaly Klitschko, Oleg Moskayev, right? That they were all title holders, right? You had what's his name? Sultan Ibragimov. I always forget his name. Sergei Lyakovich, Ruslan Chagayev, Alexander Povetkin. You had Tyson Fury, who ended the reign of Vladimir Klitschko, a historic victory, right? Then you had Wilder and AJ for a little bit. Both of them got smashed by white guys, I might add. So they didn't last very long. Neither one of them was able to become lineal, were they? Right? AJ and Wilder and Charles Martin, if you want to include him in the mix, were not lineal champion, were they? They were not undisputed champion. Fury was lineal champion. Usyk was undisputed and lineal champion on 2 occasions, right? So where is this black dominance? I don't know what you're on about. Black. I'm not saying blacks haven't had good fighters, right? Again, AJ was a good fighter. Wilder, for all his faults, he had a title, right? Again, when I was born, he had Holyfield and Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis was a great heavyweight champion, right? But he was on his way out when I came around, right? He was when I started watching boxing anyway. He was on his way out. Holyfield was good, a bit overrated in my opinion. All the dominant heavyweight champions in my lifetime were white guys. So what are you on about? Blacks dominating for? I don't know. I feel like you don't live in reality, mate. I feel like you don't really think too much about this because, and again, the super middleweight division absolutely dominated by whites all throughout its inception. The cruiserweight division dominated by whites since the very early days of the division, right? A lot of the lower weight divisions are dominated by Japs, you know, Asians, Mexicans. Blacks had a very, very good run in the middle divisions, like let's say welterweight, junior welterweight, light middleweight. But above that, not really. Then it's been neck and neck, right? I don't know where you're getting this black dominance from. I don't know where. Certainly not in the higher divisions. Certainly not at super middleweight, light heavyweight, cruiserweight, and heavyweight. In my lifetime, blacks have never dominated. They've had good fighters. They've never dominated. So I don't know where you're coming from, mate. I just don't get it. From the 1920s to the 1990s. Well, I wasn't born until 1994, so I don't really care. So why would I be coping? Let's say that was true, and it's not necessarily true because you had guys like Rocky Marciano who did something which no black heavyweight has ever done, right? Let's say that was, again, this guy says here, Rocky Marciano. Let's say that was true and that blacks were dominant from the 1920s to the 1990s. Why would that matter to me? I wasn't born until 1994. I wasn't watching boxing in 1920. I wasn't watching boxing in 1990, was I? Why would I care? What's that got to do with anything? Have I ever brought that up and said, oh, blacks were dominating and this is terrible, but I'm so glad that whites have took over now? I don't care, mate. We don't think the same. You know, we don't think the same. Jack Johnson lost to again, you can pick apart anybody's resume like this. Like Jack Johnson lost to Marvin Hart, however you pronounce his name, prior to his reign. People claim Johnson was undefeated. That can be debunked with a quick Google search. And there's back in those days, a lot of fights didn't get recorded. So guys had losses that didn't go on record and things like that. That's quite common from that time. I thought the Great White Hope came from the Rocky 1 film. Well, that was that's a narrative people sometimes push. I think it mostly came from that guy. What was that guy's name? I keep forgetting his name. The guy that fought. He was the gypsy guy, wasn't he? He was a gypsy guy who fought Larry Holmes. I know the guy. I was going to do a video about him. I completely forgot his name. He was the original Great White Hope member. Yeah, Mike Tyson was raised and claimed by a white man. Bro claiming Arabs. Listen, Manuel Char might be an Arab, but he looks like Giga Chad. That's a beautiful man. He's handsome. No homo. No homo. Yeah, Wilder was what Michael Grant was supposed to be. Yeah, yeah. Black guys hate Joe Calzaghe with a burning. That's true because again, Joe Calzaghe beat every black fighter he's ever fought, and he beat every white fighter too. But yeah, Joe Calzaghe. I've met Joe Calzaghe. Nice lad. The Americans really wanted him to lose, and he didn't. How many versus how many black heavy? I just said there's every dominant heavyweight champion from my era was white, and there's been more white title holders in heavyweight in my lifetime. There's been a few. There's been a few black title holders like AJ Wilder, Holyfield, Lennox Lewis. Lennox Lewis was the only semi-dominant heavy. He was never undisputed lineal, but he was undisputed technically in the three belt era. He was never lineal, I don't think. No, he was lineal very briefly. He was, and then he retired. But he was never undisputed, and he never had the WBO title. He was never undisputed in the four belt era, is what I'm saying. He was the only dominant heavyweight champion that was black that I can think of in my lifetime. The only other, and when I say dominant heavyweight champion, I'm talking about universally recognized as number one in the division, who was either lineal or cruiserweight or both, right? The only guys to accomplish that, Usyk, most recently, Fury, Vladimir Klitschko. Vitaly Klitschko, people used to argue he was lineal, but he wasn't. But he was dominant in the sense that he was considered number one for a while and broke a few records like knockout percentage and whatnot. But you also had the secondary title holders like Povetkin, Ibragimov, Liakovic, and what's his name, Chagayev, and guys like that, right? They were all like the secondary title holders. There was a lot more of them were white. Now, you did have the occasional black guy holding a title. Shannon Briggs, he held a title at one point. Trying to think who else. Oh, yeah, Nikolai Valoev. I forgot about him. Another white guy held the heavyweight title. Nikolai Valoev, right? So there's like 11 white guys, I just told you, off the top of my head, who were either dominant heavyweight champions or title holders, right? I'm not. I don't care about this personally. I'm just pointing out the flaw in your logic. Why I don't get why you think I care about such a thing, you know? Yeah, I know, mate. By the way, this is a black guy speaking right here. Apology, man. He's a black guy, and he knows what I'm saying. He's not dumb like you, mate. He knows what I'm saying. He doesn't come on here and race bait. Oh, but what about this guy and what that guy and blah, 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 blah. 18 world champions ever, population of 43. What are you on about? Are you on about Scotland? There's not 43 million people in Scotland. Not even close. Joe Miller's America's best. Yeah. American boxing is on the decline. Go check out Del Boy's video he made recently about that. Yeah. Holmes, Witherspoon. Yeah. Holmes, Witherspoon, Tyson, Holyfield, Lewis, Bird, Ratman, Peter Wilder. They were all good black title holders. All of them were good. Most of them weren't heavyweight lineal or undisputed. What's that? You okay? Do you want me to end this now? Okay. That's my booty call, so I'll see you later. I'm only being partially serious. All right, I'll see you later, guys. God bless.